Now we shall begin. You should answer the questions as you listen because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 3.
Manor Farm, hello.
Hi there. I'd like to apply to do fruit picking this summer.
Oh, hello. I'm Mrs. Chandler. My husband and I own Manor Farm. Let me take some details.
It's Ben Miller.
And where are you from?
I'm from the USA.
Fine. Can I ask your age?
I'm 20. You only take people over the age of 16, don't you?
Yes, that's right. Are you able to work in the UK?
Sorry?
I mean, do you have a visa?
Oh, yeah. I have a thing called a blue card. It's valid until November.
That's fine then. We'll need fruit pickers from the middle of June until the end of September. What's your availability?
When can I work? I'd like to do July, August, and September, and could do October if there's any work then.
Okay. Did you find out about us through our website?
That's right. It's much easier than going through an agency.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 4 to 10 on page 3. Now listen and answer questions 4 to 10.
I see you need most pickers in September for apples and pears, but the whole picking season can last about 16 weeks.
Well, yes, but it's a question of the weather. That determines how much fruit we grow, of course. That's why I can't give you exact picking dates now.
I see. Oh, well, no problem. Can you tell me what pickers earn?
Well, that depends on age. The rate is £4.50 an hour for the under 18s, but as you're over 18, it would rise to £5.60 an hour.
Uh-huh. Your website says that you don't provide accommodation for pickers, so I guess I should arrange that in advance.
Yes, there is no accommodation on the farm, but there is a campsite about 15 minutes away.
Is that walking distance? What do you think? No, maybe I should bring my bike to get around.
Yes, we always recommend that. Some pickers bring a car, but then find the roads rather narrow, and the bus is very infrequent. Do you have any questions?
I know that fruit picking is hard work, but is there anything special I need to bring with me?
Well, firstly, documentation is extremely important. We will need proof of age, so we'll expect to see your passport. Pickers without one won't be allowed to work.
Oh, even if their age is written on their driving license?
Sorry, a driving license isn't suitable.
Fair enough. I guess some lunch is provided for all the hungry fruit pickers.
I'm afraid not. You'll need to bring your own food for lunch and, more importantly, enough water to last a full day. It can get very hot, so drinking is vital.
Right, like back home. Okay, well, thanks for all the information. What happens now?
Well, I'll post a contract to you at the...
That is the end of section 1. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to Section 2 on page 4. Section 2. You will hear the manager of a new sports center talking to potential customers about the facilities there. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 16 on page 4. Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 16.
Good evening and welcome to Carrara's brand new Sports and Leisure Centre. First, I'll tell you about our facilities, then feel free to wander around the centre. Now, as you can see from the map I've given you, we're sitting in our cafe, which we hope will be a favourite place to visit after exercising. To one side of us and right in front of you as you enter the complex is the shop. Be sure to have a look in there later as we've got some great opening specials on footwear. On the other side of the cafe, and ideally situated between the cafe and the childminding facilities, we have the playground. You can sit and relax there while your kids have a great time on the equipment. And our childcare facilities are available to anyone using the centre. Let's talk a little bit about our heated swimming pool, which is also near the entrance, on the other side from the cafe. It has a 5-metre water slide, which will be very popular with kids of all ages, and in the corner nearest the changing rooms, we have a high-tech hot spa. The water is heated to 38 degrees centigrade, which is the ideal temperature to relax tired muscles after a workout. So, where can you do these workouts? Well, we have a large weights room located at the cafe end of the administration block. In the weights room, you'll find all the latest equipment. We also have trainers there who can put a program together for you. Another place to get a good workout is in the gym, which is shown on the map to the right of the changing rooms. There will be all sorts of classes offered there. Our aim is to provide all your exercise and recovery needs. So, as well as the spa to help aching bodies, we also have a special area for massage. It's in the funny-shaped room close to the administration area. Its distinctive shape has already led to the nickname of the Bullet Room. We'll be offering Swedish and Chinese massage there, and we'll offer physiotherapy in the future.
Before you hear the rest of the talk, you have some time to look at questions 17 to 20 on page 5. Now listen and answer questions 17 to 20.
Now, let me tell you something about our different memberships. Firstly, we offer different types of membership to cater for different needs. If you are a fitness freak, then choose our all-in membership. This gives you access to everything in the centre, all the classes and sports. It's usually our most expensive option. But for a short time, we're offering 12 months for the price of 9, which is a huge saving. If you prefer just the gym classes, you may want to consider the gym and weights package. It works out at $10 a week, which is good value. If you just want to swim, then we recommend getting a Swim Plus membership. With this, you have unlimited use of the pool and spa. The other package we've reduced for this month only is the off-peak. This is aimed at people who are happy to come at less busy times. And finally, we have the family pack. We believe in keeping the whole family fit and healthy, so this package works out cheaper than buying it separately. Your flyer has details of all the prices. So, anyone who signs up for a new membership tonight will receive 2 fantastic presents from us. We wanted to make these rewards something different from the norm. We could have just chosen a towel for you to use in the gym or some clothing from the shop, but we wanted to show our appreciation by giving you something special. So not only are we going to give you a voucher for a session in our massage centre, a great way to unwind after your workout, but you'll also get this great device that measures your heart rate. And finally, just for turning up tonight, we'd like to give everyone here a drink bottle to take away with them. That's all I wanted to say.
That is the end of Section 2. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to Section 3 on page 6. Section 3. Following instructions from their tutor, you will hear 2 economics students called James and Anna discussing a recent survey about the cost of buying a house in New Zealand. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 25 on page 6. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 25.
OK, for this week's assignment, you're going to assess the value survey on house prices. What were the survey's findings? Was it a reliable survey? Work in pairs, discuss what you've read, and generate some ideas for the assignment.
All right. Shall we work together, Anna?
Sure, James. So, first, how did the value survey actually measure the cost of houses? Because there are lots of ways of calculating it.
Well, it looked at all houses, didn't it? New and old. So it started with average incomes across the whole workforce and then worked out house prices in relation to that. I mean, to what people were earning.
So it's about affordability, what people pay in real terms. But there's no information about the size of a house a typical family can buy.
No, that's a limitation. OK, then in the assignment we should give some background. I mean, what's different about the value survey?
Yeah, there's lots of these surveys every year. Value is actually one of the newer ones, but it stands out because it gives figures for a range of the largest urban centres, which none of the others do.
OK, good point. Then one finding was that New Zealand houses are relatively expensive. Why is that? Because most of them are built of wood, and that's quite cheap.
Yeah, it is. But the problem is there are too many regulations and restrictions about where you can build.
So if more building sites were created for housing, the costs would come down. That's it, isn't it? Because there are plenty of contractors ready to do the work.
Exactly. So, what else?
Well, what about transport? I mean, it's all very well to talk about new housing, but how are people going to get there? Is the survey proposing new roads, new rail networks? It should be a coordinated approach.
Yeah, but the survey didn't mention it. It's a missed opportunity because a commitment to funding public transport from the outset would improve air quality in our cities.
True. OK then, the next survey, what can we expect? It'll look at all the same places, right?
Exactly the same. But the next one will give an idea of the way prices are moving.
The government may have to think about how house prices are affecting society.
Before you hear the rest of the discussion, you have some time to look at questions 26 to 30 on page 7. Now listen and answer questions 26 to 30.
Then in the assignment, we need to evaluate how reliable the survey was. So we should look at some of the criticism made by commentators. Okay, so there's the economist Andrew Coleman. He actually questioned whether the survey was money well spent, because it only looked at a single year in isolation.
A year when it was difficult to borrow money to buy a house, pushing up costs. So he thought the survey should consider a longer time frame. Did you get that article by Professor Massey? Because he's the leading authority on this topic.
Yeah, interesting. He realised the method used to calculate how much money people had didn't take savings into account. So actually, people looking for a house were richer than the survey shows, making houses cheaper in real terms.
All right. Then Richard Bernard, his criticism was original. He found out they were using quite outdated software to process all the information they gathered, which was crazy because they actually had the money available for an upgrade. So even though it was a highly regarded team of people, the way the statistics were interpreted was open to question.
Okay, then Professor Lowndes. He thought the report was just badly written.
That's right. After all the work that went into gathering valid information, the finished report was just too long and weakly structured, and there was too much unnecessary detail.
And the last one, Maria Darling. She made a point about the properties that were evaluated.
There weren't enough of them, you mean?
No, it wasn't that. But they were never identified for privacy reasons. But she thought the actual properties used should have been revealed, you know. The process should have been transparent if the people are going to have full confidence in the survey.
Right. So a lot of criticism.
Yeah, but this sort of research is often controversial.
That is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 4 on page 8. Section 4. You will hear part of a lecture for teacher trainees on using drama activities in the classroom. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40 on page 8. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
So now we're going to look at some of the reasons why it's beneficial to include drama activities, such as role play, in your teaching practice in a range of subject areas. There's a lot of evidence to show that drama helps a child's personal development. Firstly, creating the space for children to express themselves freely in a group situation helps to give them confidence in their own opinions and ideas. And, of course, drama activities can work especially well for shy or introverted children who usually don't participate in other types of classroom situations. Secondly, unscripted improvisation activities where children work from their imagination, if done in a supportive way, give children the opportunity to gain experience in taking risks and encourage them to say things that they might normally be afraid to say. Drama can also support the child's educational development. For example, the emphasis placed on cooperative activities in drama means that group members must learn the value of listening to one another. Being involved in any sort of performance which relies on everyone working together and playing their part also helps children to be responsible, not only for their learning, but for their general behavior. These are just a couple of ways in which drama can benefit a child's learning. Now I'd like to look at how role play can be such a valuable learning tool in the classroom. The value of role play for children who are having difficulties as a means of therapy is now widely accepted. The experience of doing a role play where children act out aspects of their own life without explicitly stating that it is a direct representation of their own experiences can help children to judge their own behavior in an objective way. One obvious example would be doing a role reversal with a bully role-playing a victim. Because this approach doesn't involve direct confrontation, it may help the bully to see his or her behavior in a different light. More generally, role play also allows the teacher to explore potentially controversial or taboo subjects in a safe setting in which children feel at ease. It's obviously essential for children to feel they won't be criticized or judged for voicing certain views. Getting children to examine their thoughts and opinions carefully can lead to a deeper self-knowledge and a stronger awareness of morality. This is an important factor in developing social skills. Let's look at a specific subject area now and think about how drama can enrich the learning process for the study of history. Bringing characters from the past to life in the classroom by doing classroom drama activities is an easy way to improve the level of the children's participation in the lesson. So, drama in the history classroom makes for a livelier atmosphere, but getting children to reenact scenes from history can also be extremely useful, as it helps them to remember what happened and why it was important, as well as helping to bring the past alive. Another way of doing this is to ask children to find solutions to historical problems using role play. This can help to focus attention on why certain decisions were taken. For example, children can be asked to decide how best to defend their town from attack or where to build a new settlement. Okay, what I'd like to do now is to think about your next teaching practice session and in groups discuss how you would incorporate an element of drama into your lesson plan.
That is the end of Section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers. That is the end of the listening test. You now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet.
Now we shall begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 3.
Good morning. How can I help you?
Yes, I'm a visitor to this area. I had a sporting accident a little while ago, and I'm still in some pain, and I wondered if I could see a doctor here.
Certainly, sir. We can take you on as a temporary patient. I'll just take down some personal details. Can I start with your name?
Yes, it's Peter. Peter Smith.
Right, Peter. And where are you staying here?
At 95 Cross Street.
And the suburb?
Walkley. That's Walkley.
Mm-hmm. And can I have a contact phone number?
It's 4689-5324.
Thanks. Okay. If you'll just wait down there, the doctor will see you in a minute.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 4 to 10 on page 2. Now listen and answer questions 4 to 10.
Now, what can I do for you? It's Peter Smith, isn't it?
Yes, I had a sporting accident and was treated by a doctor at home, but I'm still in pain.
Right. Just need to ask you a few questions, first of all.
Fine.
Now, what sport were you doing?
I was playing tennis.
I see. And what was the nature of your injury? Did you hurt your elbow or wrist?
No. I had a sprained knee. That was the original problem.
Right. And when did this happen?
It was 3 weeks ago now, so that was June 18th.
Fine. And you say you had medical treatment?
Yes, the doctor said I didn't need an x-ray or anything, and he just told me to use an ice pack.
An ice pack. Fine.
Yes, and I've been using a walking stick to help me get around.
Right. Now, what problems are you experiencing at the moment? Are you having any problems walking?
Well, I can walk okay, but I still can't go upstairs, so I've been sleeping downstairs.
Now, you say your knee still hurts?
Well, no. Actually, it's recovering nicely. It's my back that's hurting me now. It really aches at night, and I can hardly sleep.
Well, there's a few different things I can suggest for that.
Great.
First, you should put your stick away, as that's probably the source of the problem. It'll be making you unbalanced.
Oh, really? I wish I'd known.
After that, I can prescribe you something to relax the muscles in your back.
Oh, sorry to be difficult, but I've had something like that in the past, and there were lots of side effects, and I had to stop taking it. Can you recommend anything else?
Well, yes, we do have a leaflet showing some exercises you can do to help yourself at home. If you do them every day, they'll soon be effective.
Great. I'll do that.
That is the end of section 1. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 2 on page 3. Section 2. You will hear a radio announcer describing a city in New Zealand called Gisborne. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 16 on page 3. Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 16.
Greetings, all you listeners out there. This is National Radio and I'm Kevin Lowe. This morning I'm going to tell you what's so special about the laid-back city of Gisborne. You'll hear a little bit about its past in the old days, and a lot about what attractions it has to offer foreign and domestic visitors today. So listen up to learn more about what there is to do in this city and its surrounding region, where the economy is booming, but the lifestyle remains unspoiled. The Gisborne region is where the legendary canoe, sailed by Maori explorers, first landed in New Zealand about 1400 years ago, after its long and risky voyage over the sea. It is also the easternmost point of the country, which is what inspired its original name, test-30-39, which in the Maori language means the coast where the sun rises across the waters. Gisborne was also the place where the European explorer Captain Cook first landed his boat upon discovering New Zealand, all the way from England back in 1769. Even in those early days, this district was a centre of horticulture, thanks to its fertile soil and subtropical climate. Soon after that, of course, the English settlers arrived, and soon Gisborne was shipping its products to larger settlements, such as Auckland and Wellington. This began with maize and root crops, but quickly expanded to butter, meat and wool from the agricultural settlements in the rich pastoral country near the famous Poverty Bay. Wharves and jetties were built beside the sea to service the coastal traders. Many of these wooden structures can still be seen on Gisborne beaches today. Today, Gisborne continues to export fresh produce to other regions of New Zealand. These wares include various award-winning cheeses, and of course the delicious lobsters and snapper fish harvested by hand from the local reefs and waters. As for exports to Asian markets, there's an increasing demand for the region's oranges and lemons. Gisborne is also becoming well known nationally and internationally as the source of some top-quality white and red grapes. Now, what's on in Gisborne? Well, first up, there's the annual Gisborne concert held every summertime. This is a great experience. It's held at Waiahikia Vineyard, which is near the traditional Maori meeting house, or marae of the same name. They bring in a piano player and opera singers who perform on a purpose-built stage in a kind of natural amphitheatre in the middle of the rows of grapes. It's a fantastic concert-like atmosphere, a really good night out. What to do on a rainy day? I'd suggest a visit to the show called The Beach, which is on in Gallery 1 at Tairawhiti Museum. It's a big display, so it also takes up the hall next to Gallery 1. And it's divided into different sections of the local culture, like surfing, camping, fashion, and so on. If you buy the book of the exhibition, there are some interesting photographs in there.
Before you hear the rest of the program, you have some time to look at questions 17 to 20 on page 4. Now listen and answer questions 17 to 20.
There's a lot else to see in Gisborne as well. You shouldn't miss the Hot Springs Reserve, which has warm natural mineral pools and little houses where you can stay amongst the bush. Being very secluded and private, this resort is most favoured by newlyweds, who often book a cabin for their honeymoon. The water is very therapeutic too. It's apparently good for your health to bathe there, though not recommended for pregnant women or the elderly. Around the corner is Mahia Peninsula, legendary as a New Year's Eve party destination for large crowds of university students after their graduation. The surfing and fishing here is excellent, and it's a safe spot for swimming and diving too. Now, also good for kids is taking a raft or jet boat ride on the Motu River. This sounds quite wild, doesn't it? But in fact, this activity is often used by local primary schools who take big groups of young children, several classes at a time, out here for a bit of fun while they're on their school camp. No parents required. You can have some time out, as this activity is a lot safer than it sounds and is carefully supervised by the rafting company. Finally, don't let's forget the Eden Woodlands Park, which is really a huge tree nursery. You can walk for hours here in the peaceful green surroundings, along a variety of tracks. There's even a very nice walkway made wide enough for those in wheelchairs, so that everyone can go along and enjoy Mother Nature at her best.
That is the end of section 2. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 3 on page 5. Section 3. You will hear 3 marketing students discussing their research findings on vehicles known as SUVs, or four-wheel drive vehicles. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 25 on page 6. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 25.
So, guys, have you got all your notes on four-wheel drive vehicles? Shall we go through what we have each found and think about how we'll put it together for next week's marketing seminar?
Yeah, sure. Let's start with what these cars were originally designed for.
Oh, I've got something on that here. Well, four-wheel drives, or sports utility vehicles as they are officially known, SUVs for short, were originally designed for off-road use by people who need to get to remote areas out in the bush, for instance. But the interesting thing is that they're actually sold now to a lot of people who just use them in cities, so they make quite different use of them.
OK, then maybe we should make a list of their advantages, shall we? So, one thing is that they're good for commercial use, OK?
How about also saying utilitarian rather than luxurious?
So you're not paying out for unnecessary luxuries. OK, what else?
Well, they have increased engine capacity, and they're also heavier, so suitable for towing large loads.
So is this why so many people buy them then?
Well, no, they seem to have become fashionable now for rather different reasons. Research carried out by automobile clubs shows that people buy them for business because of the sort of image they project. And mums like to drive their kids to school in them because they think they're safe. So that's another reason.
And you can get about 7 people into one of these. So we could say seating capacity is another factor. OK, another thing that came out of my research is that people also like the higher seats. They say it means they can get a better view of the traffic ahead of them.
Before you hear the rest of the discussion, you have some time to look at questions 26 to 30 on page 6. Now listen and answer questions 26 to 30.
But you know, some of these reasons just don't work. I mean, the safety thing is just a misconception, because generally in a collision they can do terrible damage to a smaller car.
That's right. That's one of the disadvantages I have here. Shall we go through those now?
Good idea. So let's say that potentially they are harmful in built-up areas. Generally the damage they cause is due to their weight. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I've got a note here about their chassis. The bodywork on an SUV is stiffer and doesn't crumple to absorb impact in a collision the way it does in smaller cars. And there's another reason why they're not safe. It's quite easy for them to roll over, more so than an ordinary car, because they've got a high centre of gravity.
So these are all the disadvantages. How are we going to round this up?
Well, I think maybe we could round up with a few ideas of how we can limit the use of these SUVs. One thing that could be done is to limit them to people like farmers, who can prove that they need them.
That's good, but it might be hard to enforce.
And companies could also increase the insurance for SUVs, since they cause more damage when there's an accident.
That's a good idea too. I tell you what, guys, I'll write up these notes onto an OHT so that everyone can see them when we talk through our notes in the seminar. But I think we need to put together a list of our sources too.
Yeah.
Can you do that?
Sure, no problem.
That is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 4 on page 7. Section 4. You will hear a university professor giving a lecture on the influence of children on the adult diet. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40 on pages 7 and 8. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
Today we continue with our series of lectures on diet and society in the 21st century. We are all aware of the obesity epidemic facing our society. The reasons for this are well documented and are mainly due to poor eating habits coupled with too little exercise. In fact, a National Health and Nutrition Survey here in the U.S. concluded that the average total food intake increased considerably between the years 1971 and 2000. This appears to be a general trend across most age groups. In fact, apart from the over 60s, all areas of American society are consistently above the dietary guidelines for caloric intake and saturated fat. However, total fat consumption is highest for teenagers, and there is a clear correlation with fast food consumption. Among the wide range of factors influencing an individual's dietary choices, one of the strongest influences is the home. It will come as no surprise that within a family, the fat intakes of husbands and wives and parents and children who cohabit are remarkably similar. Many people assume that this relationship indicates the influence of parents on their children, but we wanted to ask if children influence poor diets in adults. This hypothesis had not been tested in a national sample until now. In our study, we focused only on adults, and we set our lower age limit at 17 and the upper one at 65. The key variable was the presence or absence of children, so we identified only those adults whose children were under 17. Other variables included the age of the adult, level of education they had reached, their ethnic background, their income, and foreign-born status. To obtain our data, first we conducted interviews in the respondents' own homes, and all in all we interviewed 6,600 adults aged over 17. Then we invited them to mobile examination centers where surveys were conducted. From this information, we were able to focus not only on the total fat intake, but also on the person's total caloric consumption. Our results show that the presence of children led to significantly higher levels of both fat consumption and saturated fat in adults. We found on average that adults with children in the home ate 4.9 grams per day of fat more than adults without children. This result is consistent irrespective of race, gender, or age. The foods more commonly were convenience items high in fat or sugar, including pizza, salty snacks, and ice cream. Interestingly, there is a significantly higher percentage of adults in this group who drink milk. There are many explanations for this increased fat intake. Hectic schedules where parents try to balance work, family, and leisure put time at a premium. Another issue is children's preference for fatty foods or foods with a high sugar content. Fast foods and ready-to-eat foods are convenient choices. It is inconvenient to prepare different meals for both the children and the parents, so it is likely that adults consume the same as their children. Of course, there were limitations to our study. One of these is that we did not take into account the number of minors in each household, which could have an effect on the adult who feeds the children. In addition, this study does not take into account the relationship of the adult to the minor. We could also postulate that the older a child gets, the more independent he or she becomes, and so the influence a child has on an adult may lessen depending on the age of the child. In terms of recommendations as a result of this study, we would like to see more research conducted to overcome the limitations outlined earlier. We also feel there is a need for even further research into the influence that friends can have on our fat intake, given the clear link we've established between family members.
That is the end of section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers. That is the end of the listening test. You now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet.
Good morning, this is Greenfield Pharmacy. How can I assist you?
Hi, I'm calling to check some details before I start my new job there. I was given a few notes, but I just want to confirm them.
Of course. Our manager, John Field, is available if you need further clarification.
Great. I also need to save the pharmacy's contact number. Can you tell me?
Certainly. It's 049-157-0159.
Got it. Now, regarding my shifts, I was told that I start quite early in the morning.
Yes, most of our employees begin their shifts before the store opens. Your shift starts at 7:45 a.m. That way, you'll have time to prepare for the first customers.
All right. I also heard there's one late-night opening each week.
That's correct. The store stays open late on Friday evenings. It's usually our busiest night, so we need all hands on deck.
Good to know. And my official start date?
You'll be starting from the 22nd of January, so be sure to arrive a little early on your first day to complete any remaining paperwork.
Thanks. Also, I remember something about uniforms. Should I bring my own?
No, that won't be necessary. We provide staff with a uniform, and Barbara will assist you in getting the right size.
All right, and I believe John is going to email me about another matter.
Yes, he'll send you some details about parking, including where you can leave your vehicle and the spaces allocated for staff members.
Perfect. Now, about the facilities. I recall there's a machine available for customers to use, right?
Yes, we have a weight machine near the entrance. Customers often use it to check their body weight. Just ensure that it's functioning properly at all times.
Will do. If a customer needs medical assistance, who should they speak to?
We always have a nurse on duty so they can approach the counter and ask for help if necessary.
Got it. And I should be careful when lifting heavy stock, right?
Absolutely. We store some large boxes at the back, and if they aren't lifted correctly, you might injure your back. So, make sure to bend your knees and avoid straining yourself.
That makes sense. Oh, one last thing. I heard that the store has introduced new bags. What do they look like?
Yes, we've recently switched to a more eco-friendly option. They now come in purple, so they're easy to spot.
That's helpful. Thanks for all the information.
Now turn to Section 2 on page 3. Section 2. You will hear a woman talking on a radio program about a festival that is about to take place. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 18 on page 3. Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 18.
I have in the studio with me Mary Smith from Yorktown Tourism, who is here to tell us about some of the events happening in our state capital over the next 3 weeks at the Spring Festival. So, Mary, what can we expect to see?
Well, it's such an exciting time to be in Yorktown. To kick off the Spring Festival, there'll be a huge firework display down by the lake, starting at 9 p.m. this Saturday, the 4th of September. Over 10,000 fireworks will be set off, all choreographed to music and broadcast simultaneously here on Radio Yorkie. You should get there early if you want to get close to the action. So, bring along a picnic and a blanket, as it could get chilly in the evening. One of the things that attracts visitors to the festival from all over the country is the amazing collection of flowers on show in Central Park throughout the festival. Special buses will run from the town centre to the show at 20-minute intervals for those of you who prefer to take public transport. If you're interested in seeing the latest in cars, from the fastest to the most expensive, then head over to the motor show at the Exhibition Centre from the 10th to the 15th of September. It'll be open daily from 9 a.m. until 10 p.m, so you can even pop there after work. Do you like photography? Then go along to Grow Your Imagination, an exhibition of photographs of famous gardens, which will be held at the Art Gallery from the 11th to the 19th of September. Come and be inspired by some of the world's most beautiful gardens. I've had a sneak preview of some of the photographs, and they are magnificent. If music is more your scene, then you should come and hear the Australian Philharmonic Orchestra performing Swing in Spring at the Concert Hall on Friday the 17th and Saturday the 18th of September. It's a celebration of dance music from the 1940s and 50s. There'll be 3 performances. Both evenings start at 7 p.m, and a matinee performance at 2:30 on the Saturday. So, get your dancing shoes on and head there. It's guaranteed to get your feet tapping.
Before you hear the rest of the program, you have some time to look at questions 19 and 20 on page 4. Now listen and answer questions 19 and 20.
Those are just a few of the attractions on offer. But for something a little different, you could try Balloons Down Under, which is the largest gathering of hot air balloons in the Southern Hemisphere. It's well worth it, because there'll be over 25 balloons of all shapes and sizes, which is a truly amazing sight. I'm also happy to announce that one lucky person will get the chance to go up in one of these balloons absolutely free. That's the prize in our special Spring Festival competition. It'd normally cost you $200, so it's not a bad prize, eh? I'm sure you all want a chance to win, so you'll need to fill out the entry form in today's edition of the Yorktown News. Don't forget to include your phone number. And send it to Radio Yorkie. Make sure your entry reaches us by 5 p.m. on Thursday the 9th of September. Then, to see if you've won, just check out the festival's website on Saturday the 11th of September, where we'll publish the name of the lucky winner. It's such a fantastic prize, so hurry up and get your entry in. So, there you have it. Just a few of the special events happening here in Yorktown over the Spring Festival. And if you'd like any more details about the festival...
That is the end of section 2. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 3 on page 5. Section 3. You'll hear a student called Paul talking to a tutor about a course he is thinking of doing. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 25 on page 5. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 25.
Good morning. Come in. You're Paul, are you?
Yes, I spoke to you on the phone.
Yes. Have a seat. You wanted to talk to me about the archaeology course?
Yes, I've read the handbook, but I'd like to find out a few more details before I decide whether to do it.
Right, yes. What would you like to know?
Well, first of all, can I combine the archaeology course with one in anthropology?
Yes, you can combine it with any other subject apart from classical history. That's simply because there's some overlap in the lecture times for those two courses. We weren't able to coordinate them.
Okay, fine. And could you tell me about the modules?
Well, in the first semester there are 3. All of them are compulsory. We don't offer optional modules till next year.
Right.
The first one focuses on what can be learned from specific artefacts, such as pottery and stone tools. It's called Object Matters, and it's taught by Dr. Morris.
How is the module presented? I mean, is it lectures?
We refer to the means of presentation as the learning method, and in this case it's lectures integrated with practical sessions, so it's a mixture.
What about the content? I suppose we'll be looking at different kinds of archaeological remains and how to date them and so on.
To some extent, but the module is basically about processes. First of all, recording material, then classification, then interpretation of the data. That's how archaeologists draw conclusions about their findings. And finally, display. Is that okay?
I think so. Yes, thanks. One other thing. How is the module assessed? Is there an exam?
No, it's all based on coursework.
Before you hear the rest of the discussion, you have some time to look at questions 26 to 30 on page 6. Now listen and answer questions 26 to 30.
Okay.
And the second module, that's the one called Towns and Cities, is taught by our department head, Professor Elliott. And, as the name suggests, the module's about the origins of built environments and how they developed.
That's mainly factual then, I suppose.
It is really. And for that reason, the assessment's by examination. But you may be pleased to know it's an oral rather than a written exam, and...
It sounds a bit scary.
Most of our students find they actually enjoy it, so don't worry too much.
Okay.
And then the title of the third module is Method and Science. And in that, Dr. Thompson will be introducing you to the standard techniques used in archaeological fieldwork and analysis. Things like excavating and dating.
What about the learning method for this module? Are there any lectures, or is it all laboratory work?
Oh, it's half lab work and half seminars. There aren't any lectures. Then, right at the end of the module, you'll take part in a site survey. The date for that is week beginning the 10th of March, but I can't tell you the location yet. That'll be announced later. But I think you'll find it very useful.
Yes, I know someone who went on that last...
That is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to Section 4 on page 7. Section 4. You will hear a talk about the effects of our digital world on young people. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40 on pages 7 and 8. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
In this lecture series, we're looking at changes occurring due to the rapid spread of digital technology in the last decades of the 20th century. By digital technology, I include any computer-related devices such as email, the internet, cell phones, instant messaging, to name but a few. Today's lecture focuses on the ideas of Mark Prensky and what he believes are the major effects that high exposure to digital technology has had on young people today. Firstly, what exactly does Prensky believe? He argues that because today's young people have been born into a digital world and spend hours simply playing with technology, they've changed in fundamental ways. He believes they're evolving differently, and as a result, process information differently from previous generations. It's even possible that these young people's brains have physically changed, although whether this is literally true isn't yet known. Nor does Prensky go quite this far. Prensky divides people into digital natives and digital immigrants. Today's young people are the digital natives, and they belong in this new digital age because they were born into it and grew up as native speakers of the digital language of computer technology, whereas digital immigrants are those born in the generations before the digital age. Just as those who learn a second language often retain their foreign accent, the immigrants are usually, in varying degrees, not quite as effective at speaking the digital language as the natives are. For example, they're more comfortable finding phone numbers using a phone book or looking up information in an encyclopedia, rather than using the internet as a primary source of information. Prensky calls this the digital accent. Another example of the digital accent is scanning a manual for a computer program rather than assuming the program itself will teach you how to use it. Basically, people with a digital accent have never really stopped relying on their original non-digital means of sourcing information. They prefer doing things as they've always done them, without typing something into a computer. Prensky predicts that due to all this, changes are in store, mainly in the area of education. But what do other educators and theorists such as Thomas Allen, Samuel James, and Peter Vander believe? Samuel James, from Sydney University, agrees with Prensky's predictions. He believes that educators are no longer successful in the way they teach. However, not surprisingly, Prensky has been criticized by more traditional theorists, like Peter Vander and Thomas Allen. They disagree with many of Prensky's assertions. Vander argues that a typical classroom is more varied than Prensky believes, with students coming from a range of backgrounds. He maintains that a large percentage of these students are not necessarily proficient with technology, and not all students today fit the one stereotype. And Allen adds that even though most students today have easy access to technology, some just don't find the digital medium appealing. James disagrees, though, He believes that all today's students do share the same basic interest in and knowledge of digital technology. However, James believes our younger students can communicate with their digital immigrant teachers and can still learn using methods which have proven to be successful in the past. James's theories are taken a step further by Alan, who recognizes that both digital immigrants and natives have to deal with vast amounts of information in today's electronic society. Alan maintains that while most young students are proficient in playing computer games and using the web in quite basic ways, they're not used to using the computer at advanced levels. For example, to conduct complex information searches, which are so necessary for university study today. Irrespective of Alan's research, James believes it's possible for computer games to play a major role in making classroom learning more stimulating, and he cites many instances where this would be possible today. However, Vander asserts that rather than focusing on developing games, we should think of better ways to assist teachers, because no computer program comes close to doing what a human teacher does every day.
That is the end of Section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers.
Now turn to Section 1. Section 1. You will hear a telephone conversation between a teacher from the Art Centre and a female student's father about her art courses. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 3. Now we shall begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 3.
Good afternoon. May I speak to Emma's parent?
Afternoon. I'm her father. Who am I speaking to?
This is Emma's teacher, Jane Carson, calling from the Arts Centre. I'm just calling to talk about her drama class at the centre.
Oh, thank you for calling. How's Emma doing in drama class? You know, she just transferred here last month, unlike the others in her class who have been taking the course the whole semester since June. So I'm a bit worried that she might not fit in so well.
There's no need to worry. She exhibits a strong performance in her drama class.
Is that so?
Yes, she didn't adapt to the new environment as quickly as I originally expected, and seemed a bit shy at first, but a few days later she made a couple of friends and became more talkative and also more involved in class. Emma really is a role model for others because she has always been an active participant during class. She voices her own ideas and is very creative.
I didn't expect that. But I can tell that she really enjoys the course, because she's been talking about it at home frequently these past few weeks.
That's great to hear. Interest is always the best teacher. I also have to inform you that there's been an adjustment in the timetable of the drama class next term.
Why is that?
It's not that the music room that we currently use isn't available. As there are too many enrolling for the coming semester, increased class size means that space is limited to house the whole class. Also, the new classroom we use is not available during the current time frame, so I'm afraid we have to change the time for it.
I see. So when would it be?
As you know, the current class begins at 3:15, but the new time of the drama class would be 4:45.
I'm afraid I have errands to run during that time.
On the other campus, the class still begins at 3:15, but for the campus Emma goes to, it is the only time available for drama class.
Oh, I see. I have to make adjustments to my course schedule then. No problem.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 4 to 10. Now listen and answer questions 4 to 10.
Miss Carson, I'm thinking about signing Emma up for another art course. I'm thinking about dance class.
Dance class is a popular course here, a great choice for a child to shape up and have fun. But unfortunately, it is oversubscribed at the moment. I have to put you on the waiting list.
That's too bad. What else can I choose from then? Could you give me some advice?
Sure. Emma could take singing class as well. This would improve her musicality.
Sounds good. When is that?
It is held every Friday evening.
That's too bad. Emma already has a swimming class earlier that evening. It will be too late for her to come home if she takes this course.
There is also a vocal course available. Emma's got a great voice. I'm sure she'll stand out in the class.
Tell me about it.
The vocal course starts at 4:30 p.m. every Tuesday. It isn't fully booked yet. Great teacher, experienced and beloved by students. The price is a bit higher though.
How much is it?
It's $110.
Oh, that's too much. Way over our budget. We have to cover the extra cost if we choose it.
Or maybe Emma could take music class.
What is it about? Learning about songs and musicals.
Well, the students have the opportunity to play different instruments like the piano, drum and so on. They can also learn to write music under professional guidance.
That's exactly what Emma is eager to learn. How much would it cost?
It was $63 last term, but this term it is $85, $22 more than the original price.
We can afford that. When does the course begin?
The course starts on September the 7th.
Can we start 1 week later, on September the 14th? My daughter will be on a trip to France with her mum on the 7th.
No problem, and the teacher for the class is Jamal Curtis. Just contact him if you have any further questions regarding the course.
Jamal Curtis? How do you spell Curtis?
Oh, it's C-U-R-T-I-S.
Thank you.
That is the end of section 1. You now have half a minute.
Welcome to the tour of our gym, Nothing But Fitness. No doubt you know a little of what our gym has to give in terms of fitness, but as you'll discover, we have much more than just running machines and weights on offer. The gym's open from 5:30 a.m, nice and early in the morning, to 10 p.m. at night. So these hours give you plenty of time to fit in your workouts in our weights and cardio rooms or with your personal trainers. Now obviously, reception is open whenever the gym is. We have a childcare centre on site for mums and dads wanting to fit a workout into your busy day, but it's only open in the mornings, so you'll need to plan your workout around that. For those of you too busy to eat properly at home, there's a cafe on site offering healthy and delicious meals that starts serving as soon as the gym opens and doesn't shut until we close at night. Of course, to work out comfortably, you need suitable clothing. We have a shop here for those of you who'd like to pick up some new shoes or workout gear. The staff there will be happy to kit you out from midday onwards, so do have a look at what's on offer. We're a modern gym, and we're always updating our facilities. Actually, the gym's just replaced all our treadmills with the latest models, so if you're a runner, try them out. After you finish your run, you might want to improve your flexibility by taking one of our yoga classes in the comfortable yoga studio, or relax in the traditional sauna. You'll notice the change rooms when you enter the gym. They've just been renovated and are now very luxurious and spacious. As the gym's in the centre of the city, parking's always a problem, even with our free passes for members. You'll be glad to hear that an overhaul of the car park's planned for next year.
Before you hear the rest of the talk, you have some time to look at questions 15 to 20.
Now, let's talk about where things are. We're standing in the entrance to the building. Some of you have meetings with your personal trainers today. To find them, walk past the right side of reception and into the cardio studio. Their office is on the right, just after you go past the manager's office. It's a warm day, so why not head to the pool? The easiest way to get there is from the entrance, go around the left side of reception and into the cardio studio, and then you'll see that the third door on the left is the way into the shop. Go into the shop and you'll see there are 2 more doors. You want the one opposite you as you walk in. Go through that door and you'll see the pool, which runs along the west side of the building. Stretching after exercise is essential, so you'll need the stretch area. To find it, from the entrance, head to the back of the cardio studio. You'll see 2 doors facing you, and it's the one on the right. As we've only got men here today, I'll point out only where your change rooms are. From the entrance, go up the left side of the cardio studio and you want the middle door. That's the room just before you reach the shop. If you're looking to bulk up, the weights room will be important. It's easy to find. From the entrance, walk past the left side of reception and through the cardio studio to the back of the building. The weights room is through the door on the left. The first aid room is beside it, although hopefully you won't need to go in there. After this, you might want to have a drink in our cafe. Go to this shop, and this time take the door to your right, not the one opposite, and this leads to the cafe with a nice view of the river.
Now turn to Section 3. Section 3. You will hear 2 engineering students discussing a presentation they are preparing about a battery-powered motorbike. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 26. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 26.
Hi, Sarah. Shall we make a start on that presentation about our battery-powered motorbike project?
Yes, let's. It'd be nice to do a good job for the University Open Day. I hope the lecturer's right that it'll interest people thinking about coming here to study.
Well, they certainly should. And at least it won't be assessed.
Yes, and I guess we should be proud our project was chosen rather than anything done by others in our class. And our project's unusual because people usually think of environmentally friendly vehicles as being relatively slow. But our battery-powered motorbike can get up to 165 kilometers an hour, the same as lots of petrol-driven bikes.
And it has an efficiency of 90%, whereas ordinary bikes are far less. They waste a huge amount of energy.
And our bike doesn't need a petrol tank or an exhaust system either. So, markedly, the design is more straightforward, and it's also lighter.
Anyway, it's going to be quite a challenge to prepare something interesting and appropriate for all the people who might come.
Well, time is certainly going to be an issue.
You mean in terms of how much we have to deal with in only 15 minutes?
Well, I was thinking more about the fact that the talk's next week, and we have a lot of other stuff on just now.
Absolutely. So, how shall we organize things? We could just do a short talk and allow most of the time for questions.
Well, it'd be good to allow plenty of time for those, but I think we need to present quite a lot too. We could start by showing a couple of minutes from the film of the race it took part in.
Brilliant! I'm sure they'd love that. Then we can talk about how we built and tested the motorbike and so on. For example, one of us could talk through the project from the initial brief to prototype stage, and then the other take it on to testing and development.
Well, let's deal with that later. It might be better to have just you or me doing the talking, but we don't need to decide just yet.
Okay, so what about the slides for our presentation? Shall we work on the text for those now? Well, we could just use key words. That'll help structure our talk.
How about using mainly visuals? I took lots of photos as we went along, so it'd be easy to illustrate the progress of the project that way. More interesting than diagrams, and slides with lots of text can be boring.
Okay, right you are. So, do you think we should discuss things with the lecturer before going much further? We could do that this afternoon.
Wouldn't it be better to get a first draft done? Then we've got something more concrete to discuss with him.
Sure, but I'd quite like a bit more input before we spend a lot of time preparing something that might not be what's needed.
Okay. When did we have a work with Amish in the 4th year? His tutor had him doing something similar last summer, so I'm sure he'd give us some useful pointers.
Great. Let's do that after lunch.
Before you hear the rest of the discussion, you have some time to look at questions 27 to 30. Now listen and answer questions 27 to 30.
Let's think a bit more about how the project went. That might give us some ideas.
Okay.
Well, first, I'd say that writing the report was hard.
Yes, I was dreading having to write 80 pages in just a month, but actually it was harder making sure we didn't go over length. Anyway, I never imagined we'd deal with it with a day to spare.
No, it was lucky your sister had time to proofread it. She picked up on several careless mistakes, especially in the bibliography.
Yes, well, she works in publishing, so she's used to checking things. I suppose it helped that we kept detailed notebooks throughout the year. That was a chore, but worth it.
Yes, I didn't enjoy keeping mine up to date. I actually found it really time-consuming, noting down all the adaptations we made to the design as we went along. I hadn't anticipated that.
Me too. And I thought the tutor could have given us a bit more advice at the beginning of the process.
That's right. I liked doing the concept sketches. For me, that was one of the best bits. I've always enjoyed those initial stages of the design process.
I was relieved that the tutor picked up on that mistake we made in our aerodynamic sketches. It would have been disastrous if that hadn't been picked up at an early stage.
Exactly.
Finding sponsors took quite some time, of course.
Yes, but we knew that'd be an issue, and I never expected it to be enjoyable. Not like the actual hands-on project work. The tutor certainly came into his own at that stage.
Yes, I never expected him to have such useful contacts in industry. Good thing for us he did, though.
Right.
That is the end of Section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers.
Part 4. You will hear a geography professor telling his class about an upcoming field trip to the far north of Quebec in Canada. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
Good morning. Next week is the Geography 331 field trip to the far north of Quebec. Today, I'll discuss your trip and your tasks. As you know, you will be close to the Arctic Circle. You're going to travel up the James Bay Road through a region that is very remote and uninhabited, yet very beautiful. The highway is 620 kilometers long, but it's fully paved for the entire length. Where the highway begins, there is a roadside office where you must stop. The road is remote, so your registration is very important in case of an emergency. The office is staffed 24 hours per day, 7 days per week. You have to sign in to go up the road and sign out upon your return. For additional safety, at different places along the highway, telephones have been installed which connect with staff in the office. Remember, there is no mobile service in this remote area. The first work of your field trip is at the end of the James Bay Road in Radisson, a small town of only 300 inhabitants. You will stay at Radisson Research Center, which works with various universities and Hydro-Quebec to carry out studies into the ecology of the region. Because the research center and the road exist as a result of the development of hydroelectricity complexes in northern Quebec, Hydro-Quebec is responsible for all emergency assistance and security of all visitors. Your first few days at the center will be spent attending lectures about their past research. You will hear that they have paid particular attention to any disturbance to the land caused by insects. After that, you will visit the various outpost stations. There are 3 of them, and when you visit them, you'll be able to observe how data on the varying patterns of the climate is collected and published for scientific research. The second part of your field trip is back down the James Bay Road to the Trans-Taiga Road, which is the northernmost continuous unpaved road in eastern North America. In fact, it's very uneven gravel, so drivers have to be very careful. Hydro-Quebec cautions that driving over rocks on the rough road may cause severe damage to the car. Any breakdown is serious, as repairs are costly. Along the way, you will be stopping at 2 hydroelectric generating stations each on a different river. There you'll meet with engineers who will explain and demonstrate how rainfall has an impact on producing electric energy. Your last 2 days of the trip will be spent camping out in the taiga on the Canadian Shield. Taiga is the Russian term for a type of forest. You will find the region is relatively poor in the number of plant species, yet there is a great variety of wildlife that can be seen. You'll go to an area that once had forest fires, and you'll see how the landscape has naturally small rocky hills which confine the lower wetlands. These low-lying areas are called muskeg, which is made up of slowly decomposing plants. It is not safe to walk on it, as it has pools that are not easily seen, so keep to the rocks. The muskeg is home to many small birds and waterfowl. In fact, there are at least 60 varieties, so keep your waterproof digital cameras handy so you can take plenty of pictures. Then we will have documentation of the existing waterfowl, as some are becoming extinct. Water is a problem in this area, so you'll also be collecting test tubes of water to bring back to our research lab for analysis. It needs to be monitored for pollution that may be caused by rainfall coming from the south.
That is the end of Part 4. You now have 1 minute to check your answers to Part 4. That is the end of the listening test. You now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet. IELTS Listening, version 56658. You will hear a number of different recordings, and you will have to answer questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions and questions, and you will have a chance to check your work. All the recordings will be played once only. The test is in 4 parts. Write all your answers in the listening question booklet. At the end of the test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to an answer sheet. Now turn to Part 1 on page 2 of your question booklet. Part 1. You will hear a teenager asking about joining a film club. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 4. Now listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 4.
Hi, can I help you?
Yeah, I saw on the internet that you have a film club here at the cinema, but there wasn't a lot about it. Can you tell me a bit more?
Yes, we're still setting up the web page. Sorry about that. We only started the club a few months ago. It's been very popular right from the beginning. We have regular film showings and there are lots of other benefits.
How often does the club meet?
Every 2 weeks, on Thursday nights.
OK. And I'm 16, so could I join?
Sure. People of any age can join.
Right. So how much does it cost to join?
Well, it depends. The basic charge is £24 a season, but for people eligible for concessions, it's £21.50.
I'm a student.
You'd get the concession rate then.
That's good.
That entitles you to free entry to the club films and also to £2 off tickets for all other films on at the cinema. So you'd pay £4.50 instead of £6.50.
Great. OK.
Now, I don't know if this applies to you, but club members are also eligible for 3 hours complimentary parking when there's a film on.
Well, I don't drive, but my girlfriend does, so it might be useful, yes. OK, well, I'd definitely like to join.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 5 to 10. Now listen and answer questions 5 to 10.
Can you give me any information about the next few films you're showing?
I'm afraid we've run out of leaflets for this season, so I'll tell you about the next few films and hopefully we'll have all the details on the internet soon. So the next meeting's this Thursday, October the 14th, and that's a film called Pablo.
Ah, I read the reviews of that. It's set in Argentina, isn't it? About a child who's run away from home?
That's right. It just came out recently.
And the kid somehow gets on TV and he wins a dance competition or something.
A singing competition, yeah. I haven't seen it either, but it tells you on the posters. Yes, it sounds really good.
Well, I definitely want to see that. What's on after that?
On October the 28th, there's an American film called The Soldier. That's an old silent movie. But in this showing, we have someone who'll accompany it on the piano, just like they used to in the old cinemas, though it was sometimes an organ accompaniment in those days.
Must be a pretty old film then. When did they release the first talkies? 1926 or 27?
Yes, well, this was made in 1922, so well before. Though I think they had short feature films with sound by 1923, actually.
So what sort of film is it?
Well, it's billed as a comedy, though you'd think it was a war film from the title. I don't know much about the plot. We don't have much information, though you could always look it up on the internet.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Then the next film after that, so that'll be, let's see, the 11th of November, is a film about animals. And it's just called Tiger. And that's a cartoon film, which makes it sound as if it's for children, but actually it's aimed at adults, and it's really quite frightening in places. I saw it when it first came out.
What's it about?
It's got no humans in it at all. It's just about the effect of environmental changes millions of years ago on the animals who lived then. It's a really strange film. There's a talk afterwards given by the director, so that should be very popular. You'll need to book early for that, I should think.
Right. Well, thanks for all that. Now, if you can give me the application form...
Sure.
That is the end of Part 1. You now have 1 minute to check your answers to Part 1.
Section 2. You will hear the supervisor of a home improvement store giving a tour of the store to some new staff. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 15 on page 4. Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 15.
Welcome to today's staff orientation at the Home Improvement Store. My name is John. I look after new staff and I'll be with you here in the training room all morning. We are the biggest hardware store in the country and, as home improvement is now so popular, hundreds of customers visit our store each week to buy products to improve every part of their house, inside or out. First, let me introduce you to the most popular sections of our superstore. Can you all take a look at the store plan you have in front of you? We stock every kind of flooring, including carpets, wooden flooring and tiling. Our paint department is next to flooring, that's it in the bottom right-hand corner of the map. We offer advice to customers on colour combinations for inside or outside before they purchase. We've become well known in the last few years for selling the latest kitchen designs for all budgets, and we also stock quality appliances recommended by top chefs. These products can be found right in the middle of the store, just next to electrical goods. You may not be aware that one reason we are such a popular store is our great cafe, which serves cheap, nutritious lunches. That's in the top right of your map. Staff should also make customers aware of the children's play area, which is between the cafe and flooring, so Mum and Dad can get something to eat or drink or even continue their shopping while the kids are safe with our trained childcare workers. Now, what else should I mention? Yes. We recently moved our stock of showers and baths from the left side of the store to the area along the back wall next to the tool section. We offer practical advice to customers about their bathrooms before they buy, such as where to locate a new toilet or shower. I have left my favourite area till last. Gardens. It's marked on the left side of the map after the staff area and before the tool section. There you'll find our extensive range of plants, flowers and related products for inside or outside. If you get to work there, I'm sure you'll find it a very pleasant section to work in. Right. Well, that's it for the store plan.
Before you hear the rest of the talk, you have some time to look at questions 16 to 20 on page 5. Now listen and answer questions 16 to 20.
Now, there is some other general information I need to give you before you start your specific training. The first thing staff need to know is what makes us different to our competitors. Our main advantage, due to our size, is that we can cut our costs and offer the best deals. Of course, we are proud of the great service we provide to our customers, especially through our help desk. We also have an excellent choice of goods, so that we can provide plenty of options to our customers, but of course, that isn't unique to us. The Home Improvement Store has 60 stores nationwide, and we promote our stores and products in a range of different ways. First, there's our catalogue, which lists all our items. It's been around for years, but we still have a policy of staff use only. The most important marketing material, and the one you want to ensure is given to every customer, is our store magazine, showing the latest products, workshops and offers. The website is being redeveloped at the moment, so customers can't access it right now. The Home Improvement Store is a great place to work. Like most of the staff, I'm sure you'll appreciate the fact that you can choose your hours to fit your lifestyle, family or study. We hope you'll find that there's a nice atmosphere here. We are thinking of introducing a staff discount on our products, so that would be a real benefit to all staff. Every weekend, we offer workshops to help customers carry out their own home improvements. Workshops range from indoor painting to outdoor gardening and plant ideas. This coming weekend, there'll be one on mending a broken fence. Please remind customers of the workshops, especially if there is one related to your section. Finally, I wanted to let you know about a special deal for people renovating their kitchen. As you know, we sell all products and appliances connected to the kitchen, and we also have a delivery service. If customers buy one of our total kitchen designs, we will install it free of charge. So, let's take a short break and then we'll start.
That is the end of section 2. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 3 on page 6.
Part 3. You will hear a tutor discussing a report on a geography field trip with a student called Charlotte. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 26. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 26.
Hello, Charlotte. Come in. I just wanted to go through the first draft of your report on the field trip to the coastal sand dunes.
Thank you. I'd really like some feedback. I found it quite hard to do.
Yes, but these reports are really important. You did a great presentation on the planning of the trip before you went, and we've already decided to include that in your portfolio. But writing up the report's equally important, because if you can identify an area that's caught your interest, you may decide to choose that as your speciality for next term.
OK. So, what do you think of this first draft?
Well, there's one problem, but it's something that can be easily remedied. Did you download the template for reports from the website?
I didn't know there was one.
Look on the course site under Report Writing.
Mm-hmm.
The homepage is a bit confusing, but once you've got that template, you'll see what we're expecting from a report. Other than that, I think you'll easily meet the word count as you collected lots of data. Now, first tell me, how did your group go about choosing the exact location? It's important to explain that in the report.
We didn't want to influence our results in any way, so instead of studying a map and choosing an area that looked as if it would provide useful data, we listed 6 possible locations and then we just tossed a dice. We ended up with an area just south of the jetty, nice and easy to get to.
And what did you personally see as your main aim during the field trip?
Well, we were looking at coastal sand dunes and analysing whether there's any marked change in vegetation type and coverage as you go inland. And although we'd been told that one of the main objectives was to use the fieldwork techniques we'd learnt about, I wanted to look at soil structure. The others were focusing on things like the range of species and the density of the vegetation.
Interesting.
And in the group I was working in, there were people from another college. Can I include their data in my report?
Well, what are the advantages of doing that?
Well, we all looked at the same area of land, so they didn't collect any different data. But by adding theirs, it gives me a bigger sample, and that must make the results more reliable. That's how you can really test a hypothesis, I think.
Good point. So include it. Now, let's look at the introduction in a bit more detail. Your reasons for carrying out the study are fully described, as are the ways you collected your information. Then you go on to the measurements you took. Was that easy to do?
Some of them took longer than others. For example, getting the proportion of sand to vegetation. But I soon got used to the equipment and could get the elevation of the sand dunes quite quickly. It was funny to see some people trying to measure how high plants were as the plants waved about in the wind.
I can imagine.
Before you hear the rest of the discussion, you have some time to look at questions 27 to 30. Now listen and answer questions 27 to 30.
OK, now we'd like to have your feedback on the trip, as we're keen to make any necessary improvements for future trips.
OK.
So first, the equipment. Was it easy to use?
It was once you got used to it. It would have been good if we could have found out how to use it at college before we went, though. It's not exactly simple to use.
I've noted that down. Now, the data collection sheets you used, I wonder if they could be made more user-friendly by cutting down the number of columns on each page.
Yes. I think the information would still be clearly organised.
And what did you think of the reference materials?
Well, we had problems identifying some vegetation.
Was that because you didn't get a full picture from the books you were using?
Yes, I think so.
And finally, how did you feel about working with people you didn't know in your group?
Well, you probably need to discuss this with everyone, but for me it meant I learnt a lot from others too, so I think that's a pattern you should stick to.
That is the end of Part 3. You now have 30 seconds to check your answers to Part 3.
Section 4. You will hear part of a lecture about aquaculture and the fishing business. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now, listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
So, what I'm going to talk about to you today is something called aquaculture. It has been responsible for the impressive growth in the supply of fish for human consumption. There's also been a slight improvement in the state of certain fish stocks due to improved fishery management. Aquatic food production has transitioned from being primarily based on the capturing of wild fish to the culture of increasing numbers of farmed species. In recent years, a type of genetically modified salmon has been farmed in the New England region, produced by a Massachusetts-based biotech firm. This type of fish is engineered to grow twice as fast as its conventional farm-raised counterpart. As a result, This increases the speed of the local aquaculture industry development, and thus reduces the fishing pressure on wild stock. But local residents have expressed their concerns on the potential negative effects on the ecosystem should those GM fish ever escape into the sea. Stronger, healthier and faster growing, these fish might cannibalize others or outcompete wild-type fish for food. Local decision makers and regulators have thus pushed forward a number of measures, making it impossible for most GM fish to mate. A small percentage is able to breed only within confined pools. Despite the economic boom of genetically engineered fish, culturing traditional types of fish is still mainstream among fish farmers. Most of them prefer fish with special features, such as tuna. It is a source of high-quality protein with almost no fat. It also contains all essential amino acids required by the body for growth and maintenance of lean muscle tissue. With high nutritional value, this kind of fish will always be popular in the fish market. For the fish farming industry, incidents of fish escaping the farms has been a troubling issue over the years. Due to bad weather, nets that used to hold the fish were often destroyed. Thousands of salmon, worth nearly 220,000 euros, escaped from a fish farm in the Norwegian region in July, raising fear that they would breed with wild fish stocks. Cages were thus built to withstand storms. The frames of the cages are made of PE, which is dedicated to marine use. This material has trustable strength, resilience, and tenacity. To further strengthen it, strong nets without knots are used to support the cylindrical frame. A group of small villages on the island of Zanzibar off the coast of East Africa have been trying to develop a local aquaculture industry sustainably. They use a land-based production system that is both economically and ecologically sound. Land-based recirculation can control ocean temperature and optimize growth for the fish that are used to warmer water. All organic waste from the fish is held on land, with incoming water sterilized to avoid disease, which has historically plagued ocean-based farms. The lack of disease means that no drugs are administered to the fish. However, one problem facing the villagers is lack of suitable land on the coast for this system. Hotels and beaches open to tourists take up most of the coastal area. Another problem facing local fishermen is the scarcity of young fish used to breed the species. This predicament stems from overfishing during the previous decades. The local commercial fishing industry has been reduced by 50% for this reason, and the aquaculture industry has yet to thrive. The government has taken a set of initiatives to safeguard native aquaculture and the fishing industry. An open-air seafood market has been launched. Residents are encouraged to support local fish farming businesses by purchasing marine products. As it turns out, there is a public demand for access to locally produced, sustainable sources of fresh seafood. Moreover, local fish farmers are aided to market seaweed and oysters, both of which have additional economic values. Seaweed is used in various ways in cosmetics. Seaweed extract is often found on the list of ingredients constituting creams, soaps, shampoos, powders, and sprays. It is said to be useful in various ways, including the relief of rheumatic pain and the removal of cellulite. Oyster is a source of seafood popular among the local hospitality industry. Served with caviar and champagne, it is one of the world's ultimate luxury foods, appealing to gourmets with its succulent and delicate flavor. It thus appears to have the greatest potential for commercial culture, even though the national and international market has shown demand for marine products in Zanzibar. It is still challenging to survive in the competitive modern fishing industry. The government ought to restore the business by encouraging aquaculture, recreation, and shipping. First, it could utilize modern fish farming technology to supply more high-quality marine products. Tourism is an effective stimulus to boost its sales, and with better shipping capability, more products can be delivered abroad.
That is the end of section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers. That is the end of the listening test. In the IELTS test, you will now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to an answer sheet.
Now we shall begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 4.
College Accommodation Bureau, Darren speaking. How may I help you?
Oh, good morning. I'm starting at the college in September and I need to find some accommodation.
Right. Well, there are various options. The first one is to stay in college accommodation. That'd be a single room.
How much would that cost?
Well, it depends. For a standard room, you're looking at £3,276 for the year. That's just for a room with wash basin. Or £3,834 if you want an ensuite. That's with your own small bathroom.
I see. That's more than I expected.
It does include heating. That's quite a saving because energy costs can be high, especially in winter.
Does it include meals as well?
No. All our rooms are self-catering now. There's a shared kitchen on each corridor where you can cook if you want to, or there are plenty of places to eat out on campus.
Okay. And you said that's the price for the whole year?
Well, you pay annually, but actually it's for 36 weeks. It doesn't include holidays. You have to vacate the room then.
Oh, I'd need somewhere to stay in the holidays. I can't afford to go home. The flights are too expensive.
Well, there is another option. Several families who either work at the college or have children studying here offer visiting students a room in their homes.
Oh?
We call this arrangement Home Welcome, and we've still got a few places left at the moment. You pay £150 per week, and that includes breakfast, a packed lunch and dinner, as well as heating.
Is there a contract? Do you have to stay for the whole year?
No, it's flexible.
It sounds really good, but I'm not sure. I really want to be a little more independent.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 5 to 10 on page 2. Now listen and answer questions 5 to 10.
What about finding somewhere to live off campus?
Yes, you can rent a property in town privately. You might want to rent a room in a shared house. You'd have a room of your own and share the kitchen and bathroom with other students.
What about if I don't want to share?
You can get what we call a studio. They're often quite small, but they'll have everything you need.
Right. How much would those two options cost?
Well, prices vary depending on which part of town the property's in.
Generally speaking, the cheapest is around £275 a month for each student.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Yes, but it can also be as high as £490, and then you'll have to pay all your other bills.
What sort of amount would I be looking at for those?
Well, last year, students were paying on average about £43 per month each for gas and electricity. This year, it'll probably be somewhere in the region of £48.
That's a lot.
Yes, they've gone up quite a bit, and on top of that, you have to pay for water, and that'll probably be around £9.
That didn't occur to me. And I guess I'd have to pay for transportation, too.
That's right. Most of these properties are quite a long way from the college.
Oh, it just gets worse and worse. What's the minimum contract on this type of accommodation?
6 months. And you have to pay a deposit. But of course, you can stay there over the holidays.
That's true.
And you'd have to provide references. They want 2 from someone in this country.
I see. But that's not a problem.
If you do choose this option, we can't find the property for you. You'd have to go through the estate agent which manages the property for the owner.
Right. Thanks. Well, I think I'd like to see what's available privately. Could you give me the estate agent details?
That is the end of Section 1. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to Section 2 on page 3. Section 2. You will hear an audio guide introducing visitors to a museum. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 15 on page 3. Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 15.
Welcome to the Global Museum, located at the heart of this truly multicultural city, which is home to more than 60 different nationalities. The museum has a number of exciting displays and exhibitions, and this audio guide is designed to help you make the most of your visit. Altogether, the museum has 18 different galleries, and this season sees the opening of 3 new exhibitions. We recommend that you begin your tour by visiting this season's highlights. The Heritage Clothes exhibition is located in Gallery 5 of the museum. People who live in the area have spent 2 years preparing this exhibition, which brings together some of the fascinating garments traditionally worn in their own communities. They research the history of their community's clothing traditions and the customs and rituals associated with them. Altogether, 16 countries are represented, from Ghana to Korea, from Turkey to Nepal. The photographs that accompany each display case were taken by some of the City College students who are studying design and show the clothes being modelled by the real people who wear them in the course of their everyday lives. Another highlight this season is the exhibition called Toys from the Past, which can be found in Gallery 9. This exhibition, which will appeal to people of all ages, is on tour throughout the country and will be here for 10 weeks only. The exhibits include dolls made over 100 years ago with beautiful porcelain faces and, in some cases, real hair. The collection covers the favourite toys such as wooden train sets from many different generations and provides plenty of interest for children and adults. The gigantic board games, which are laid out on the gallery floor, are one of the most popular activities in the exhibition and should not be missed. This exhibition concludes with a special display of miniature toys. These small objects are on loan from countries all over the world and in some cases measure no more than a few centimetres. There's a tiny car made from matchsticks, a toy aeroplane complete with pilot and passengers made out of seashells, and some exquisite little buildings no higher than 4 centimetres.
Before you hear the rest of the talk, you have some time to look at questions 16 to 20 on pages 3 and 4. Now listen and answer questions 16 to 20.
The final gallery highlight of the season is the Biscuit Gallery, number 15. Many years ago, this city was famous for its biscuits, although today the factory no longer exists. Did you know, for example, that before biscuits were packed in paper or cardboard boxes, biscuit tins were fashion items? The factory made tins, round, square, triangular, hexagonal, for a whole range of different occasions, to celebrate national events, festivals, famous faces and so on. One fascinating display deals with people's favourite biscuits. There are sweet biscuits and savoury ones, biscuits filled with jam and biscuits filled with currants, biscuits with pink, yellow and white sugar icing, or coloured sugar flowers. When the factory finally closed, it announced that people's favourite biscuit was not, as you might expect, a chocolate biscuit or one filled with jam and cream, but a plain, savoury one which was eaten with cheese. When you get to the end of the exhibition, there's an entertaining hands-on activity to fill your own biscuit tin. All the biscuits ever produced by the company are piled up on a table along with various tins. The biscuits are made out of thin pieces of wood, but the weight, colours and shapes replicate the original biscuits. Your job is to fill a tin with biscuits so that when the lid is taken off, they sit there as neatly as they did when the job was done by machine. It's not as easy as it looks. If you would like to buy a memento of your visit, there is a museum gift shop selling postcards, souvenirs and handmade pottery next to the information desk on the ground floor. And finally, if you don't want to carry your coats and bags around with you during your visit, please make use of the free lockers provided by the museum. Enjoy your visit.
That is the end of Section 2. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to Section 3 on page 5. Section 3. You will hear a discussion between a student called Helen and her tutor about an assignment that Helen is working on. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 24 on page 5. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 24.
Come in, Helen. How can I help you?
Well, I'm doing research for the anthropology assignment, and I was hoping to check a few details.
Sure. You chose the topic of Pacific Island tupper cloth, didn't you? What have you found out so far?
Well, I was going to introduce my assignment by saying that the tupper cloth is a fabric made from bark, just the outer layer of the trees. It's particularly common in the Pacific Islands, but not exclusive to them. In fact, many other peoples around the world have made high-quality cloth from bark. But what sets Pacific tupper apart is the incredible variety of roles it's played in this region.
Yes, nice introduction, though I think you could be more specific regarding dates. OK, so what about the raw materials used?
Well, tupper cloth is made from several species of tree. In the Pacific, the paper mulberry tree is most common, but it doesn't thrive in all conditions. In fact, it wasn't originally found in the islands, but was carried in their canoes by the first migrants. Tupper is also made from the breadfruit tree, which is convenient because its fruit is a staple food. The paper mulberry tree is only grown for tupper making, though.
Yes, that's good. Now, what about the Maori people here in New Zealand?
But the Māori don't make tupper now.
That's right, and you need to account for it. We know that when Maori migrated here from the other Pacific Islands, they were prepared to make tupper because they brought the paper mulberry tree with them. The thing was, after they'd been in New Zealand a bit, they found the flax plant, which is superior to tupper because it makes a stronger fabric. By the time Europeans arrived in the 18th century, Maori were making all their fabric from flax and had been for some time.
OK. So, with the production process itself, first the inner bark is beaten with wooden hammers to soften the fibres. Then the different pieces are glued together using an adhesive paste made from the arrowroot tuber. This is the only way to fabricate large pieces of cloth because bark strands are too fine to be woven together and stitching isn't strong enough.
Before you hear the rest of the discussion, you have some time to look at questions 25 to 30 on page 6. Now listen and answer questions 25 to 30.
So now you need details about different countries.
Where would you start?
I think Samoa is the obvious place. It's famous for its very fine cloth called siapo, which is hand-painted with representations of the ancestors. Still today, at the most profound events in life such as births, funerals, weddings, and the investiture of chiefs, Samoans wear siapo robes to add significance and meaning to the ceremony.
OK, then I could talk about Tonga. It seems to me that the great innovation in Tonga has been developing a simple, coarse cloth which is quick and easy to make. This is suitable for all sorts of everyday functions around the house like bed covers, mosquito nets and curtains.
Good point. Now, what about Cook Islands tupper?
Well, the soil there is poor quality, so the breadfruit tree is often used. One type of thick cloth called tikoru was wrapped around the poles and used to mark the entrances to places of worship, so it was highly regarded in local culture.
You might mention Fiji as well, which is interesting because tapa was actually used as a currency there. Fijians used to sail between the islands and exchange tapa for other commodities like canoes or pigs.
I know that in Tahiti the tapa cloth is different because the patterns are in colour, which is considered more valuable than the usual brown patterns.
You're right about the Tahitians using coloured pigments, but they aren't more valuable. The colours are only a decoration. People enjoy wearing bright robes, especially for dancing and competitive games, and do it just for fun.
Oh, I'll make a note of it. Well, the last place I was going to mention was Tikopia. Even today it's commonplace to see people wearing clothes made of tapa cloth. In many of the other islands, the tapa only comes out on special occasions. But here, you see people working in the gardens wearing tapa.
Sounds promising, Helen. I'll look forward to reading your assignment.
That is the end of Section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to Section 4 on page 7. Section 4. You will hear part of a talk about research into learner persistence given by a university lecturer to her colleagues. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40 on pages 7 and 8. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
My talk is about a research study I did over a period of 5 years on learner persistence, why some people stick at academic study better than others. As teachers, you will know that there is a tremendous variation in the learner's response to certain things. For example, a short period of illness might completely destabilize some students and cause them to give up their degree studies. Other learners might overcome tremendous difficulties to stay the course. I am particularly interested in this second group, who are the ones with learner persistence. What I decided to do was design a research study using a sample of my university's third-year undergraduate students, 295 in all, who obviously had already stayed the course pretty well. The sample was drawn from a range of ages, but there was deliberately a significant number of mature students, and all respondents were living at home in the local region. I wanted to have this element of consistency, not having some coming from outside the area and living in university accommodation. It should be noted, though, that there was significant variation in home background to reflect the variation in our student population. I designed questionnaires which were devised to elicit what their concerns had been as they started the course, and what had sustained them throughout the 3 years. Findings from the first section indicated that their worries when they started varied from financial concerns, though this had not been as strong as I expected, to career prospects. But mature students with children tended to emphasize uncertainties about their relationship with them. The second section of my questionnaire looked at learner persistence under 3 main headings: social and environmental factors, other factors, and intrinsic or personal characteristics. I identified 3 levels of importance for each of these. At the first level, those points identified by participants as most important in learner persistence: For social factors, many respondents said how crucial it had been to have good support. Though there was no one specific source, it could be family or friends. As regards other factors, students are heartened not so much by high grades, but by what they regard as success in study. And for personal characteristics, many respondents reported that they took pleasure in challenge, and that this was regarded as very significant. At the second level of importance, in the first category, a sizable percentage talked about the fact that they had enjoyed themselves in school as an important social factor. In the second column, other factors, a number of people said that what was of most importance was decent health. This had a fairly strong influence on their persistence in their studies. And then, under the heading of personal characteristics, there were quite a large percentage of respondents who mentioned they felt it was important to have lots of interests in their everyday lives. This gave them a depth and sense of perspective, which less persistent learners might lack. And then, onto the third level. Under social factors, several respondents talked about good relationships with their tutors. For other factors, they mentioned lack or absence of any problems in their families. And finally, under column 3, they identified an ability to juggle several roles, what we might call their capacity for multitasking. Now, these findings obviously helped inform the design of activities, as I mentioned. But in addition, a number of further recommendations emerged. Firstly, I propose that the department distributes questionnaires to first-year students to help get an idea of their maturity when starting the course. This is really our overriding concern. Secondly, I recommend we look into ways of offering induction courses for some selected students to allow them to take on the role of advisors. We think they are the best people to act in that role. This policy will make support much more accessible to our students. Thirdly, this help is often most needed in the evening and night when offices are closed, and so we should set up online services instead of the more traditional telephone services. Research has shown that these services are actually more accessible to the majority of students. And finally, it is often important to be proactive. If students are not meeting deadlines, then someone should contact them rather than wait for them to come to us. Now, are there any questions about the points?
That is the end of Section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers.
Now we shall begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 6.
Good morning. How can I help you?
I'm interested in renting somewhere to live in town and was wondering what you had available.
Excellent. I'll just need to find out a bit more about what you're looking for, and then we can see what we've got. So, your name is?
Anna Black.
Good, got that. And what sort of accommodation are you looking for, ideally?
Well, I don't know if this is going to be possible, but ideally a house. I live in a flat at the moment, and I've got really noisy neighbours. That's the reason I want to move.
Oh dear. And I'm afraid most of the accommodation for rent in the city centre is flats. Would you be prepared to look elsewhere? There are a lot of nice properties in the southeast.
Oh yes, that would be really convenient for me. Quite a few of my friends are there and it would be really close to my work.
And there's more chance of finding what you're after there. I take it you'd be looking for a furnished place, would you?
Yes. And I know it's not always included, but I'd like to have a washing machine. I hate going to laundrettes, and if I'm a bit further out of the city, it might be a problem to find one.
I'll see what I can do. Now, how long would you need the property for, bearing in mind that the minimum is 6 months?
1 year. I don't want to chop and change too often, and that'd give me the chance to see how things work out. And then I could reassess the situation after that.
Mm-hmm. And when would you like to move in?
I've got to be out of my present place by the 30th of April. Then I'm going to visit my parents for a couple of weeks, so let's say 15th of May.
And what's your current address? I'd better make a note of that for our files, and I'll put that you're there only until the end of April.
56 Stone Street.
And is there a phone number I can get you on?
Yes. The best one to use is my mobile, and that's 07942 326 584.
Now, of course, we'll need a reference before we're able to proceed with any contract. Who would be able to supply you with a reference?
I'm pretty sure my employer will do that for me. I don't really know my doctor or anyone like that here.
Good. Now, let's see what we've got that might suit you. Oh, first, how much are you looking to pay?
I'm paying £650 a month at the moment, and the most I can go to is £675. I really can't go over that.
That shouldn't be any problem. It's a realistic figure. And can I ask what it is you do for a living?
Since I came here, I've been working for various bodies within the city as a translator. You know, for the police and the hospital.
OK, good.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 7 to 10 on page 2. Now listen and answer questions 7 to 10.
Now, if we do find something, we'll need to check your ID, so we'll need to see your passport. And, of course, to do the credit check, we'll need to see a bank statement in order to complete all the paperwork.
No problem. I can bring those in tomorrow.
Good. Now, we've got a small house to rent that I think might be just what you're looking for. 33 Ainsworth Street. That's AINSWORTH Street. Here are the details.
This looks great. Right size, right price?
Well, I could arrange for you to view it on Saturday around 4 p.m. if that's convenient.
Sounds good. I can't see any mention of a telephone in the details, though. I'd need that.
I'll look into that, and I can double-check when we're at the property.
And, sorry, there's another thing. Do you happen to know if there's a bus stop reasonably close to the house, so that I can get around easily?
Again, if I can't find out before Saturday, I'll check it out when we're there.
OK. So I'll drop by tomorrow with those papers you need, and then see you at the property Saturday at 4 p.m.
Excellent.
That is the end of section 1. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 2 on page 3. Section 2. You will hear a company manager talking to staff about procedures to follow if a fire breaks out at work. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 14 on page 3. Now, listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 14.
Hello, and thanks to everyone for being on time. The meeting will be fairly short and we'll only be looking at fire procedures. I had a similar meeting with the senior fire officers earlier today, but you're all here because you've volunteered to act as fire wardens for your own particular department. And for some of you, this will be your first time in the role, although you'll probably have taken part in several fire drills since you've been here. But now the construction work is finished and we have a couple of new corridors and stairways, we need the meeting to update everyone. And before I forget, you might have noticed a bit of upgrading last week. The handheld fire extinguishers, the standard ones on the wall, the report says they're all working well, as is the overhead sprinkler system. But the old alarm system has been replaced and should be a lot more reliable. Anyway, as fire wardens, you have a number of responsibilities. OK, those wardens responsible for the factory buildings, you'll remember we had a minor fire back in January. Luckily, the fire doors around the room stopped most of the smoke from getting out, but the alarm should have been pressed a lot earlier. From what I understand, staff felt somewhat reluctant to activate it themselves and were looking for someone senior. So please ensure that everyone knows it's their responsibility to take action immediately. Can you also make sure that if anyone new has been hired since then, that they've read the fire notices? And wardens for office departments, you'll also have to have a word with your staff. When the fire alarm went off in January in that minor fire, people got out of the office building pretty quickly. That was fine, but once they were out, they stood right in front of the doors. So if the fire crews had needed to access the offices, they would have been prevented. Good to see that everyone had left their bags and stuff behind, though.
Before you hear the rest of the talk, you have some time to look at questions 15 to 20 on page 4. Now listen and answer questions 15 to 20.
OK, next on the agenda. There's a few aspects of fire safety that we need to go through with all you wardens. Firstly, we want to make sure that when we have the next fire drill, there's nothing blocking the way in the escape routes. No obstacles, I mean. So please have a look at that as soon as possible. We want to be able to get outside very quickly. One thing that should definitely be on your to-do list is making sure no one's locked the fire doors and that it's easy enough to get through them. Now, you might remember that last year we had a fire officer come and visit and show us what to do if we see a colleague starting to suffer from the effects of smoke inhalation. Well, the same officer's coming back to lead another session. Another issue is how to handle the fire extinguishers. Someone from the local fire department is booked in to teach people how to do that. I think it would be a good idea if fire wardens and department staff attended those sessions. Let's see, what else is on the list? Oh yes, the evacuation points. The green area behind the main car park, the pavement on Hunter Street, and the unused area behind the factory car park. Fire wardens need to make sure all staff are familiar with these locations for evacuation, so please send out emails directly after the meeting. And the last point is to do with flammable liquids. I believe there have been a few concerns about where they were being stored in the warehouse, but that's been resolved now. However, if anyone has anything else to report, do let me know.
That is the end of section 2. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 3 on page 5. Section 3. You will hear two environmental studies students called Jennifer and Adam comparing their research on pigeons. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 25 on page 5. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 25.
Hi, Jennifer.
Hey, Adam, are you ready to compare notes for our presentation on pigeons for next week?
Yes, I think so. I found some really good sources describing all the different kinds of pigeons for the background section.
Me too. I knew they were a common bird, but didn't realise there were so many types. I found an interesting new study on the Australian crested pigeon. It makes a special sound to warn the rest of the flock of danger.
But a lot of birds use calls or songs to find a mate or to sound the alarm. What's special about this one?
Well, it uses its wings.
Really?
Yes, if the pigeon is startled, it makes a whistling sound when it flies off. This sound warns other pigeons in the flock that there's danger.
Interesting. I found a lot of stuff on the rock pigeons. They're the ones with the widest distribution.
Of all the pigeon species, they've been the most successful at adapting to different environments, haven't they? In contrast to the rock pigeon, there's a pigeon in the north of Australia, the black-banded pigeon, which is restricted to one very small patch of forest. Another interesting thing about it is that unlike the typical pigeons we see on pavements and roads, it stays way up in the trees in the rainforest.
That's unusual. They're varied in terms of diet as well. The Galapagos pigeon, for example, gets all its nutrients from this one kind of cactus that grows on the island where it lives.
Really? So is there anything that pigeons can't eat?
Yes, actually. They should stay away from meat because it contains bacteria that is dangerous to them.
Oh, right. You know, I thought pigeons all looked the same, but their plumage is really variable too. The Nicobar pigeon from Indonesia is very attractive. It has beautiful metallic green feathers.
It's a wonder they're not hunted.
Before you hear the rest of the discussion, you have some time to look at questions 26 to 30 on page 6. Now listen and answer questions 26 to 30.
Now, in the second part of our presentation, we plan to look at why pigeons are seen as pests nowadays and what is being done to control them. A lot of people in the city like to feed pigeons, don't they?
Yes, some people think that it's kind, but in fact, it's not a good idea.
I suppose human food isn't very healthy for birds, especially fast food.
Actually, because the pigeons don't have to spend time looking for food, they have more time to mate and reproduce. And so it results in population explosion.
I see. So the city becomes absolutely overrun by pigeons. That's bad for the city and for the pigeons. Now, I read that here in Melbourne, we have a pigeon problem in the centre of the city, and the City Council is trying to deal with it.
Yes, they've built some special nesting places in one of the parks in the city centre. They're designed to house the pigeons so they stop creating nests on buildings.
But isn't that just changing the location of the problem?
Well, that's just the first step. In the second stage of the council scheme, they exchange the pigeon eggs for dummy eggs. It's like a form of birth control.
A very elaborate one. Someone would have to go in and replace those eggs by hand.
Well, yes. The program does work as a means of controlling the population, but the financial burden on the taxpayer is quite high.
Yes, I imagine it would be.
The most successful pigeon control program in recent times was in Basel in Switzerland.
And what did they do?
Well, the city council found that teaching the public about the negative effects of feeding pigeons was more effective than trapping the pigeons, or providing alternative nesting sites for them. These were both methods they'd tried previously.
Really? We'll have to include that finding. Do you think we've got enough for our presentation, or should we do more research?
Well, I was thinking that we should also make it clear to the audience why pigeons in cities are undesirable.
Yes, we haven't really done that yet.
Right, I've got some information on the damage their droppings do to buildings.
And I've got something related to that on how their feathers can block gutters and pipes causing water damage.
But I haven't found anything yet on the health risks to humans that urban pigeons pose.
Neither have I. Let's look for some information about that and add it.
Okay, can we meet again tomorrow in the computer lab too?
That is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 4 on page 7. Section 4. You will hear a student presentation about a type of palm tree called the lontar palm that grows on an island in Indonesia. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40 on page 7. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
As part of this semester's geography project, I'm going to talk about a tall palm tree called the lontar, which mainly grows on the island of Roti in the south of the Indonesian archipelago. Now, the lontar is a truly amazing example of how one tree can sustain human life. The locals call it the tree of life, and with good reason, because the tree provides them with virtually everything they need in the way of food, drink, utensils, and shelter. The lontar juice is the most amazingly refreshing juice you'll ever taste. The juice is collected from high in the tree in a process known as tapping. Basically, a slice is cut into part of the tree and the sap flows slowly from it into a container. It's then collected twice daily. Male and female lontar trees are different. Male lontars can be tapped all their lives, so they are preferred. If the female tree is left untapped, a large fruit develops, like a coconut in appearance. The watery interior of the fruit can be drunk, but these fruits are often left to fall to the ground as animal feed. Men and older boys climb to the tops of the trees to do the tapping. They don't use safety equipment, but make things easier for themselves by tying stones to the trunk. What is amazing is that so much of the equipment they use in the tapping process is actually made from the tree itself. The men attach all the tools they need to a belt that they wear when climbing the tree. In most cases, climbers own particular trees within their family. Ownership involves not only care of the trees themselves, but also a share in the maintenance of the fence, which belongs to the local community. Anyway, more about this incredible juice. Tapping reaches a peak at the end of the dry season, which runs from September to October, as villagers work frantically to get their harvest in before the rains come and it gets too wet and windy to climb. Whatever juice isn't drunk immediately has to be processed as quickly as possible, as it turns sour very rapidly. In the rainy season, when no fresh juice is available, the locals drink a concentrated form with water added. The locals also use this rainy season version of the drink in other ways. For example, it can be used to make biscuits of brown sugar. But the lontar palm supplies much more than sustenance for the Rotanese. The broad lontar leaves are woven into a huge number of things: containers for watering the garden, and bags for transporting chickens to market. People also use them to cover the roofs of their homes. When the leaves are replaced every 5 years or so, the old ones are burned on the garden as a fertilizer. So you see, the leaves are never wasted. The Rotanese also make a distinctive hat out of the leaf. Design-wise, they were inspired by 16th century Portuguese helmets. There are many for different occasions, ranging from simple ones for everyday use to larger and more elaborate hats used for a celebration, which are painted in bright colors. The lontar leaf even provides the Rotanese people with a unique musical instrument known as the sasando. The leaf is made into a sounding board and has strings attached, which are plucked in the manner of a harp, and the sound produced is also similar. But even that isn't all. The stalks of the lontar leaves can also be used. They are really strong and grow up to 1.5 meters long, and local people produce ropes from them. Even when a lontar tree becomes old and unproductive and no longer can be used for tapping, the whole tree is cut down and the thick trunk is utilized for building houses. Their immense strength means that they are highly valued for this purpose. Now, one thing I haven't spoken about is...
That is the end of section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers. That is the end of the listening test. You now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet.
Now turn to Section 1. Section 1. You will hear a woman phoning a restaurant to book a room for a party. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 5. You will see that there is an example that has been done for you. On this occasion only, the conversation relating to this will be played first.
Good morning, Shaw's Restaurant.
Hi, I'd like to book one of your function rooms for a party, please.
Okay, fine. How many people are you expecting for the party?
Well, I'm not quite sure yet, but about 60. There are about 60 people expected, so 60 has been written in the space. Now we shall begin. You should answer the questions as you listen because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 5.
Good morning, Shaw's Restaurant.
Hi, I'd like to book one of your function rooms for a party, please.
Okay, fine. How many people are you expecting for the party?
Well, I'm not quite sure yet, but about 60.
Fine. So you will need a big room. And what day were you thinking of?
The party's for my daughter's birthday. It's her 21st. Her birthday's actually on the 17th of November, but that's a Friday, so we thought we'd have her party on the 18th as that's a Saturday. There'll be lots of her friends there as well as all the family.
And what time would you like the room for?
Oh, I'm not sure. 7:45? Not too late.
Okay.
And people will probably be leaving about 11.
Fine. We're open until 11:30.
Excellent. And what about the menu?
So, do you want a sit-down meal with waiter service?
Yes, not a buffet.
Right. Well, there are several options including different menus at various prices. So there's the standard menu. That's £25 per person.
Okay.
Or the celebration menu, which is 3 courses. It's very popular. That's £35.
Okay, I think I'd rather go with that.
And there's also our gold menu. That's a 5-course menu at £50.
No, that's definitely too expensive.
Okay.
Now, not all the guests eat meat. Will there be something for them?
Of course. We'll make sure there's a vegetarian option for each course.
Great.
And do you know if any of the guests have food allergies? Anything like shellfish, for example?
I'll need to check, but I do know that one of my daughter's friends is very allergic to strawberries. Even just being near them can be a problem.
Okay. I'll make a note to our chef to avoid those completely. Do you have any other requests for desserts?
Well, I'd like a choice if possible. And could we have cheese as well?
Of course, no problem. We can provide that.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 6 to 10. Now listen and answer questions 6 to 10.
Now, do you have any other requests I could help with? What about after-dinner entertainment? You can book a band if you'd like live music.
Actually, I think a disco would be best if you can arrange that.
No problem.
And I heard you might be able to put on a fireworks display. Is that possible?
We aren't offering that service anymore, I'm afraid. It was just too expensive.
Oh, I see.
Now, the menu package you've chosen includes a few other nice things.
Oh, like what?
We'll decorate the room for you, which creates a nice party atmosphere. We can use different colors for the balloons. Silver, gold.
She loves pink, but actually, I think she'd prefer flowers to balloons. So let's go for them instead, in the same color.
No problem. Now, you mentioned that the party's for your daughter. We make birthday cakes if you'd like one.
Okay, yes. We'll definitely want a cake.
And we can put a special message on top. What would you like?
Congratulations, and then her name. That's Susie.
Fine.
Now, 1 or 2 of the guests are coming by train, but they stop running quite early, so they'll need a taxi to take them to the Forest Hotel after the party. Is that something you can sort out?
Absolutely. Anything else?
I think that's all for now.
Okay. Well, just get in touch if you think of anything else. Now, if I can just take some contact details, I just need your name and phone number.
I'm Maria Nelson, and my number's 07749 132 760.
Excellent. We look forward to seeing you soon.
That is the end of Section 1. You now have half a minute
Section
to
2.
check your answers.
You will hear a radio broadcast about a new museum which specializes in vacuum cleaners. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 15. Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 15.
A new museum has just opened dedicated to vacuum cleaners. Yes, that's right, vacuum cleaners, the machines powered by electricity that suck up the dust and dirt from the floor. The museum's opened in a town called Eastwood in central England. Until now, Eastwood used to be an industrial town where people used to be employed as coal miners. But then, a local resident called James Brown became frustrated with the nation's failure to recognize the importance of vacuum cleaners, and he decided to set up his own museum. James first fell in love with vacuum cleaners when he was only 4 years old. At the time, his mother was unwell, so he used to help her out by vacuuming the house, and it was to be the start of the lifelong love affair with this humble household appliance. However, it wasn't until James was 8 years old that he first acquired his own vacuum cleaner. After it had been thrown away on the streets, he took it home, cleaned it up, and plugged it in. Amazingly, it still worked. And that was the beginning of his collections. By the time he was in his teens, his collections had grown to 30. The collection continued to grow until it reached the final count of 126, which it stands at today. James is delighted to share his enthusiasm of vacuum cleaners with visitors. One of his favorite party tricks is to blindfold his eyes so he can't see and ask someone to switch on one of the machines. When I tested him out on 5 different machines, switching them on and pushing them across the floor, he had no problem telling me the manufacturer of each one, and he could even tell its age. Loading on now a common household appliance, it wasn't until 1950s that most people could afford to buy a vacuum cleaner, as before that they were very expensive. In today's money, you would have had to pay around a third of the price for an average car, which is around 3 months' wages for most people. Like most modern appliances, the invention of a production line halved the price almost immediately. But James is not the only vacuum cleaner aficionado out there, and a few years ago, he made a special trip to the USA to the factory of his favorite, the Kirby vacuum cleaner. There is also an American website called Vacuum Land that's dedicated to vacuum cleaner collectors. This year, they're even holding a convention in Texas with competition, awards, and lectures on the subject. So James might want to pop back to the United States to meet some vacuum lovers. So, if you've been inspired and want to visit James's Vacuum Cleaner Museum, what days could you go to visit? Well, they're open all year round from 9:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. from Tuesdays to Saturdays, except Thursdays when they're open until 7 p.m. and Mondays when the museum is closed.
Before you hear the rest of the broadcast, you have some time to look at questions 16 to 20. Now listen carefully and answer questions 16 to 20.
The history of the vacuum cleaner is an interesting one. The first commercially available powered vacuum cleaner was invented in 1901 and was called the Puffing Billy. It was so large it had to be pulled by horses and parked outside the house where the cleaning was being done. It was initially driven by an oil engine, although it was later adapted to be powered by electricity, and it was used to clean the carpets and the palace of King Edward VII in London. One of the most famous electric vacuum cleaners is known as the Hoover. This was developed in the USA in 1908. It's often thought that it was created by a Mr. Hoover, but in fact, it was created by a James Spangler, who worked as a cleaner in a department store. Mr. Hoover was a businessman who bought the idea and then developed and marketed it in the USA and other countries. The Electrolytes Model 5 was developed in 1925. Up until that time, vacuum cleaners had been heavy devices which were not easily bought from. This was a lighter model which laid on the floor and can be pulled along on 2 strips of metal, and this was an idea that was copied by many other manufacturers. Then there's the Electrolytes 30 or XXX, which was developed in 1937 in the USA and is perhaps the most visually elegant vacuum cleaner of all, with its sleek lines inspired by the Art Deco architecture popular in the 1930s. The most prized model in James's museum is the Kirby model, which is actually gold-plated. Kirby made Peace's trophy, but they also manufacture vacuum cleaners for everyday use, as sold only by salesmen who demonstrated them only in the customer's home. But even the everyday model might eventually become collector's items. Now, if you want to visit the museum,
That is the end of Section 2. You now have half a minute to check your
turn
answers.
to Section 3. Section 3. You will hear a tutor called Dr. Harris and a student called Lisa discussing Lisa's postgraduate research project on the role of health visitors. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 25. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 25.
Hi, Lisa. Good to see you again, especially since you've chosen to do your master's with us.
Well, I enjoyed my first degree in nursing, and I decided I want to become a health visitor. You know, someone who promotes health and well-being and is part of a team within a community, getting out and meeting people of all ages. So that's why I chose this research project.
Excellent. And your focus, the role of a health visitor in the community, is spot on. But at this stage, you need to keep an open mind so you can respond to initial findings once you get underway.
From what I read, the role seems to vary quite considerably.
Yes, some health visitors tend to focus on liaising with family doctors. Others work independently with new patients. The work of health visitors in future is most likely to rely on the relationship between these roles, and I think that would be an interesting angle for you to pursue at some stage.
Yes, what I really want to impact is the problem of physical development checks, which start with babies when they are only a few days old.
Right.
Another area which I am thinking of investigating is the monitoring of nurseries, which is currently under review, and there is the issue of preschools, at what age they should take very young children. I thought I'd also include childminders, the individuals in the area of Haines that might not be qualified but look after young children.
That's an area I'd stay clear of as it's very complex.
Okay, will do. Anyway, I'd also like to make a short film about a few children.
A good idea. But it will depend on building up a relationship with 1 or 2 health visitors willing to introduce you to a family. An opportunity like that would allow you to look at how young children begin to form words, for example.
and peer relationships between children, as well as the ways in which they relate and play with each other, especially when they are around 2 to 3 years old, although early use of language is my main interest.
Okay, but there are other topic areas I'd like you to consider before we finalize the content and structure of your research. An equally important area is the child's home environment and the effect of a newborn baby.
Right.
You need to consider the impact of this on the parents, particularly if the family lives in poor economic circumstances. Of course, the additional expense could be a worry, especially if there are other children. Certainly, all those matters are very sensitive and not necessarily easy to detect. There's plenty of help available, but many people often feel too proud to ask for it.
This is the area where I will need to be familiar with family law, isn't it?
Very much so. By all means, be aware of the medical conditions, and you also need to consider social practice. But you'll find that in most circumstances, you will have to refer to the law to understand how far a health visitor can intervene.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Before you hear the rest of the discussion, you have some time to look at questions 26 to 30. Now listen and answer questions 26 to 30.
Now, your book list. I'm glad to see worldwide health care policies tops your list.
Well, I wasn't sure how relevant it would be, but it's a new edition, so the information is current.
Yes, some of it may not be relevant, but it's important to keep abreast of developments in other countries, which may inform our own government's legislation.
I understand. What about supporting vulnerable families? It's not as costly as some of the other books on my list.
It's an excellent buy considering the price, even though it does leave a few things out.
I've already ordered Health Visitors and Child Protection. I hope that was right.
Well, it's very expensive, but it's a sound investment, and there aren't many textbooks which cover as much detail as this. It will be a valuable reference even if the style is occasionally boring.
And what about the future of health visiting? I'm unsure how useful it will be.
Useful in a utilitarian sense? Probably not, but it's stimulating in the way the writer considers what health visiting could be like in a perfect world. I'd suggest dipping into it to discover the improvements which could be made if money were no object.
And resources for health visitors?
Strangely enough, it's not as helpful as the title suggested. It offers a huge variety of activities and strategies which are great when working with young children, but they're presented in a rather haphazard way, and the index isn't much use either. Be very careful when using it.
Okay.
That is the end of Section 3. You now have half a minute to check
Now
your
turn
answers.
to Section 4. Section 4. You will hear a lecturer giving a talk to psychology students about people's sense of smell. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
Good afternoon. So far in this course on perception, we have focused on sight. Today, we're going to move on to consider a sense that has received rather less attention in the literature on human perception. That is, our sense of smell. It's often said that our ability to sense smells is much less developed than that of animals, such as the dog, or a fish, such as the shark, or, of course, the creature which is believed to have the most acute sense of smell of all, the bear. Yet it seems that this belief that the human sense of smell is weak might actually be a misconception. According to a number of recent studies, our noses are sensitive instruments that influence us in surprising ways. Subtle smells can change your mood. Smell can even influence what you go for when you have to make choices, perhaps about whether to buy something or not. Yet, the power that smell has over us is, by and large, not something that we are aware of. So the big mystery is why it is subconscious. One possible reason is that our noses aren't well equipped to detect the source of an odor, and so we dismiss it. Let's look at some practical examples of how smell can influence us. The power of smell will be no news to estate agents. They often suggest that people who want to sell a house arrange things so that there is a smell of newly baked bread on the property to encourage viewers to want to buy it. But there are more subtle and surprising effects too. For instance, Dutch researchers carried out a study into the impact of smell in a nightclub. They discovered, rather to their surprise, that when the aroma of oranges was pumped into the venue, the guests partied harder. They danced more, rated their night as more enjoyable, and even thought the music was better than when there was no added scent. Another study found that the hint of a smell wafting out of a hidden bucket of lemon-scented detergent was enough to persuade students to clean the communal kitchen after using it, even though the vast majority of them hadn't actually registered the smell. Other work has found that scent can influence our cognitive skills. A study this year gave participants a task to test their decision-making abilities. It found that subjecting people to a new smell, either good or bad, let people relying on their emotions to make a decision rather than relying on logic. As a result, these people performed significantly worse than normal when doing the task. Our sense of smell may even help us to pick up on how those around us are feeling. It has been shown that certain animals can smell each other's fear. Is it possible that humans can do the same thing? To test the idea, one team of scientists took sweat samples from people doing a skydive for the first time. They also took sweat samples from the same people after they had worked up their sweat in a gym, a situation where no fear is involved. They presented the different samples in turn to a series of subjects who did not know the reason for the experiment. As they did this, the scientists observed these subjects' brain activity by means of a scanner, and they saw a much stronger reaction to the skydive sweat. The team of scientists next tested whether the smell of fear sweat, that is, the sweat of the skydivers, affected people's responses to various facial expressions. Normally, people pay more attention to angry faces because they pose a threat. However, after smelling the fear sweat, the participants gave the same amount of attention to neutral facial expressions. Despite the impact of smell, most people seem totally unaware of how they are being affected by scents. However, some psychologists have been trying to train people's noses. They persuaded 32 students to wear blindfolds and ear defenders and see whether they could sniff out a trail of chocolate. They found that after 3 days of practice, the students were all much more accurate in following the trail. Further evidence of our ability to train our noses comes from a chef who lost her sense of smell after an illness. Knowing that her job depended on her having a good nose, she trained herself gradually by sniffing spices for 10 minutes a day. Gradually, her ability to smell returned. Now, let's talk on about the
That is the end of Section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers.
IELTS Listening, version 56658. You will hear a number of different recordings, and you will have to answer questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions and questions, and you will have a chance to check your work. All the recordings will be played once only. The test is in 4 parts. Write all your answers in the listening question booklet. At the end of the test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to an answer sheet. Now turn to Part 1 on page 2 of your question booklet. Part 1. You will hear a teenager asking about joining a film club. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 4. Now listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 4.
Hi, can I help you?
Yeah, I saw on the internet that you have a film club here at the cinema, but there wasn't a lot about it. Can you tell me a bit more?
Yes, we're still setting up the web page. Sorry about that. We only started the club a few months ago. It's been very popular right from the beginning. We have regular film showings and there are lots of other benefits.
How often does the club meet?
Every 2 weeks, on Thursday nights.
OK. And I'm 16, so could I join?
Sure. People of any age can join.
Right. So how much does it cost to join?
Well, it depends. The basic charge is £24 a season, but for people eligible for concessions, it's £21.50.
I'm a student.
You'd get the concession rate then.
That's good.
That entitles you to free entry to the club films and also to £2 off tickets for all other films on at the cinema. So you'd pay £4.50 instead of £6.50.
Great. OK.
Now, I don't know if this applies to you, but club members are also eligible for 3 hours complimentary parking when there's a film on.
Well, I don't drive, but my girlfriend does, so it might be useful, yes. OK, well, I'd definitely like to join.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 5 to 10. Now listen and answer questions 5 to 10.
Can you give me any information about the next few films you're showing?
I'm afraid we've run out of leaflets for this season, so I'll tell you about the next few films and hopefully we'll have all the details on the internet soon. So the next meeting's this Thursday, October the 14th, and that's a film called Pablo.
Ah, I read the reviews of that. It's set in Argentina, isn't it? About a child who's run away from home?
That's right. It just came out recently.
And the kid somehow gets on TV and he wins a dance competition or something.
A singing competition, yeah. I haven't seen it either, but it tells you on the posters. Yes, it sounds really good.
Well, I definitely want to see that. What's on after that?
On October the 28th, there's an American film called The Soldier. That's an old silent movie. But in this showing, we have someone who'll accompany it on the piano, just like they used to in the old cinemas, though it was sometimes an organ accompaniment in those days.
Must be a pretty old film then. When did they release the first talkies? 1926 or 27?
Yes, well, this was made in 1922, so well before, though I think they had short feature films with sound by 1923, actually.
So what sort of film is it?
Well, it's billed as a comedy, though you'd think it was a war film from the title. I don't know much about the plot. We don't have much information, though you could always look it up on the internet.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Then the next film after that, so that'll be, let's see, the 11th of November, is a film about animals. And it's just called Tiger. And that's a cartoon film, which makes it sound as if it's for children, but actually it's aimed at adults, and it's really quite frightening in places. I saw it when it first came out.
What's it about?
It's got no humans in it at all. It's just about the effect of environmental changes millions of years ago on the animals who lived then. It's a really strange film. There's a talk afterwards given by the director, so that should be very popular. You'll need to book early for that, I should think.
Right. Well, thanks for all that. Now, if you can give me the application form...
Sure.
That is the end of Part 1. You now have 1 minute to check your answers to Part 1. Part 2. You will hear a radio program in which a man called Stephen talks about an organization called extrahands.com. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 15. Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 15.
Stephen Jennings has been involved with an intriguing organization called extrahands.com. I'll let him explain.
Thanks. Yes, extrahands.com was started 15 years ago by two New Zealanders who'd bought an old farm building and some land. They wanted to go organic, but they realized they'd need help clearing the fields for cultivation, and they just didn't have the money to pay for it. But they knew lots of people wanted to visit New Zealand. So they set up a website and advertised for volunteers to come and help on the farm there. Anyway, they got lots of volunteers, and they got their farm going, and extrahands.com was born. Today, the organization matches people who need help with people who are willing to work as a way of seeing the world. You can either be a host if you need assistance, or a volunteer if you're offering to work. In either case, to become a member, you just fill out a form on the extrahands.com website and pay the $25 subscription. You only have to do that once. But for your membership to stay active, every 12 months you have to go back to the website and check the details on your form there, adding information about any help you requested or work you did over that period. So how does it work? Well, if a host has some work that needs to be done, he or she goes to the extrahands.com website and posts a description of the work. So the way most volunteers access these details on the website is by specifying the country or region they're interested in working in, but a few search according to how long they want to work for. Not many people have strong feelings about what sort of work they want to do. They're mostly fairly open about it. If you're interested in volunteering for a particular job, you can email your host to arrange the dates and establish things like accommodation and hours of work. It's all fairly informal. There are no legal documents or anything like that. But you do both need to have some sort of written record of what's been agreed before you actually arrive. What about problems? Well, there are too many members for the organization to be able to investigate them all. But there's an online message board where members can post details of any difficulties they've had, things like unsatisfactory accommodation or volunteers who haven't done the work agreed, and this works very well.
Before you hear the rest of the program, you have some time to look at questions 16 to 20. Now listen and answer questions 16 to 20.
I know you've personally had lots of extrahands.com placements, Stephen. Tell us about them.
Well, my first placement was in Portugal, where I helped a local guy with a guidebook he'd written in English. I read what he'd written and corrected the English and made some suggestions for improving it. I was very pleased with it when I finished, and I learned lots about the country. The next placement was on the other side of the world, in Australia. I was on a farm in the middle of nowhere, and since I'm pretty good in the kitchen, they had me fixing meals for 30 sheep shearers. I stayed 2 months, and it was a lot of fun, but I can tell you I was glad to get back home to California and just lie on a beach and relax. Okay, then, after a well-deserved rest, I did a job in South Korea for a small company that wanted an English speaker to show visiting Americans around. They gave me some books to read, and I learned as I worked. I loved it, and I developed a real taste for Korean food. My most difficult job was for an older lady in the USA. She had a gigantic house and grounds, but she couldn't maintain them all herself. So I worked for her, digging and planting flowers and stuff around her swimming pool. And she grew tons of vegetables, too. She was nice, but she fed me hot dogs morning, noon, and night. Now, my most recent placement was last summer in Italy. I helped a family add a room onto their house. I didn't speak Italian or know the first thing about building, but the husband had an English-Italian phrase book, and together with sign language showed me exactly what to do. And the wife's cooking was out of this world.
Thanks, Stephen. And if you want more information about...
That is the end of Part 2. You now have 30 seconds to check your answers to Part 2. Part 3. You will hear part of a discussion between two drama students called Charles and Lorna about a songwriting course. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 25. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 25.
Hi, Charles. I'm writing my report on the songwriting course for drama students. You know, the 1-week residential course for drama students from different universities where you learn about writing songs. You did that course last year, didn't you? Could you give me some tips for the report? I'm having a few problems with it.
Yes, it was great. Well, Lorna, you could start by thinking about what you got out of it.
Evaluating how useful it was is simple. The challenge is not to go over length.
Referring to published sources might help. That would make it more scholarly too.
OK, I'll go with that.
And saying why you did the songwriting course is important. Some people just do it as another string to their bow to help with auditions for work and things. I thought it was a good opportunity to try out new techniques for communicating feelings and emotions. I was already confident about singing before I did it.
I thought it was the location of the course which made it special, being held in a country house rather than in a university. They were doing some building work on part of the house, though, so it wasn't always easy to concentrate.
I enjoyed the workshop most. How about you?
Well, we were divided into 6 small groups for the afternoon, each with their own advisor. That was the best bit for me, having that discussion with an expert. When we got into pairs to start writing our songs, the idea was to combine people with different levels of knowledge and experience. But my partner preferred working on her own generally.
And what did you think of the course content? I hadn't realised before how important the structure of a song is to its success.
Yes, we learned it's no use writing the most beautiful words and melodies if there's no shape. And we learned about the importance of a chorus in a song.
I knew about that stuff from my singing classes. It's a bit obvious, isn't it?
I suppose so. It was the input on lyrical styles and forms that I found tedious. You could always look them up on the web.
Anyway, how did you get on with writing your song?
It was tough, and Peggy, my partner, was hard work, which wasn't funny, and writing was a slow process as a result of our lack of communication. By the time we finished, I was exhausted.
Writing music from the heart is like that, especially by the end of a course.
Before you hear the rest of the discussion, you have some time to look at questions 26 to 30. Now listen and answer questions 26 to 30.
Well, that's got the report sorted, thanks. Have you decided which teachers' workshops you're going to do next term?
I want to do Bob Lacey's. He's got a brilliant reputation for voice coaching. You know, getting us to use dialects and different pronunciation and stuff. He gets you to do things like read out a newspaper article in character. It's amazing.
I'm thinking of going to Evelyn Chance's workshop.
Oh, Evelyn. She's quite a character. Is she running the stage fights course again?
Yes, fencing and pretend punches and throwing techniques. She really knows how to help actors use the whole of the space available.
Lots of people like Ted Winter's workshop.
He knows how to deliver. He's keen on actors conveying emotion through their bodies and faces alone. It's a great way to reveal complex relationships and situations to an audience without making a speech of any kind. I'm definitely going to sign up for that one.
If you want to understand a director's ideas, Kevin Gray's workshop would be perfect for you. He likes telling people what to do, and he's always saying you can't have a company of actors reading a play any way they want because they'd end up fighting amongst themselves. They must listen to the director.
What about Dorothy Thomas? She's good at activities for getting rid of stress and, emptying your mind of all thoughts about the past, and that can really help when acting.
Well, I think I'll put my name down for...
That is the end of Part 3. You now have 30 seconds to check your answers to Part 3.
Part 4. You will hear part of a talk about recent research into the design of workplaces. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
Hello, everyone. I recently completed some important research into the way office space is designed and its impact on employees. The open plan office had been the norm for offices around the world. I'm sure you can picture one. A big room with maybe 50 or 100 workers sitting at their workstations. You might think open plan designs are a recent phenomenon, but they actually came about in the early 20th century when businesses needed large numbers of people to do typing. These employees, usually women, used to have to sit in rows working away at their typewriters under the watchful eye of their supervisor. Over the years, designers have come up with several variations on the open theme. In particular, this has been achieved through furnishings. The early designs featured separate desks. A subsequent design introduced the concept of the cubicle. These can have either high screens that workers can't see over, or a screen just low enough to keep a lookout for the manager. And nowadays, with the increase in large call centres, a phenomenon known as hot desking is common. In this system, employees working on different shifts are asked to share the same workstation. As you can imagine, this is not very popular with staff as there is little opportunity to personalise your workspace. In fact, my research shows that employees in general dislike the open plan design. As a part of my research, I conducted a survey of the staff in several large companies with open plan offices. The employees all voiced similar concerns about the design. Firstly, they felt that the open plan took away their privacy, but many also felt the need to carry their valuables with them at all times. So, to some extent, they also felt there was less security with these designs. Another common complaint may be something for employers to consider when choosing this type of design, and this was that these types of office space are bad for the health. I was intrigued by this possibility, but looking at staff records, it does seem to be borne out. So, if this design is so unpopular, why is it so commonplace? Well, the answer to that is in the benefits that the employers feel this type of design has. Of course, there is the obvious benefit that this design significantly reduces costs, both in terms of rent and even in terms of energy use. Employers also argue that an open plan design leads to better teamwork and communication.
They also feel that new staff can learn from observing other workers, so this design can actually help in training staff. However, the complaints voiced by employees seem to suggest that the disadvantages far outweigh the advantages. The reality is that unhappy workers are unlikely to work well together, and there is plenty of evidence to suggest workers are frequently distracted from their work by the noise that is all around them. What is clear is that as designers, we need to think carefully about the impact that our design has both on the staff involved and the work that they do.
That is the end of part 4. You now have 1 minute to check your answers to part 4.
That is the end of the listening test. You now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet.
You will hear 2 friends choosing a campsite together for their holiday with their families. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 5. Now listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 5.
Shall we have a look at this information about campsites, and then perhaps we can choose where to go on holiday?
Yes, my children are very excited about our 2 families going away together again this year. Shall we look at Westerly campsite first?
Yes, it says it's most suitable for children under 12 years old. So that should be fine for us. Your daughter's just 11, isn't she?
Yes, that's right.
Now, where is the Westerly campsite? Is it the one next to a lake?
That's another one. This one's by the sea. Perfect.
Yes, that's a good place to go in the summer when the weather's hot.
This brochure says that most children who go to Westerly campsite love the animals they can see there. There's a special area where they can go and feed them.
We might see some interesting birds too. Oh, and look, it says a farmer comes every day and you can buy eggs from him.
Great for breakfast. I wonder if he sells other things like cheese, but it's not mentioned.
I don't know. I think they grow a lot of fruit in that area, so he might sell that.
Another thing I like about this campsite is that they let you make a fire. We could cook some sausages and sing songs around it in the evenings. And perhaps it would be a good way to meet other families there too.
Great. And it isn't too expensive. £6 per adult per night. £3 per child. But wait, families of 4 can get it for £15.75 a night. That works out even cheaper.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 6 to 10. Now listen and answer questions 6 to 10.
Let's look at a couple of other campsites before we decide.
Yes. Let's look at Snetton Forest campsite. It's even cheaper. £5 per adult, and children under 10 are free. They say it's a very good place if you're keen on fishing. And they even give you tips on where to go to have the best chance of catching some.
I prefer walking or hiking, and so do the rest of my family, so I'm not sure that will attract us that much. Oh, look! It says you can rent a bike to go around the forest. I'd do that. And your children would like that too, wouldn't they?
Absolutely. We could all go somewhere and have a picnic. Look, this is interesting too. At Snetton, they get all the children together to play football. Your children would love that. And your husband, Mike, plays too, doesn't he?
Yes, that sounds good. Well, Mike's more into tennis, actually, but I'm sure he'd be happy to be a referee if they needed one. Here's some information about Trent Valley campsite. I've heard about this one. There's a festival near the campsite in June, and it's really busy, so they say for families it's better in July when it's a bit quieter.
Well, that would be just right for us because we have to go in the school summer holidays. Let's look at what it says about it. Oh, look. It's quite a long way to the nearest village. 8 kilometres. It's too far to walk.
But this one has got an open-air pool, which we'd all love in the summer. And they have a little shop where you can buy basic things like bread and milk.
That's really useful. And there's lots to do there. I think on Saturday nights...
That is the end of part 1. You now have 1 minute to check your answers to part 1.
Section 2. You will hear a radio program about starting a business. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 16. Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 16. Good evening. My name is Arthur Jones. I'm very glad to have this opportunity to speak to you over the radio. The host asked me to give a talk about my experience of starting my own business. I can't say my business is successful, but there are some things that I want to share with you, which I think will be helpful if you want to start your own company. I've talked to many young people, and they told me that they are afraid of making mistakes when they start their business. What I want to say is that mistakes are very common, especially when you do something new. Mistakes can actually show you where you need to improve, so you can take actions about them and use the chance to learn new methods. This is a very important attitude you should have. Besides, most mistakes are not that fatal. Don't be too anxious when they occur. Next, I want to go on to talk about self-confidence, which is quite important in achieving business success. Being self-confident means that you can have faith in yourself and what you do. Self-confidence can be gained through hard work, even playing sports. However, sometimes self-confidence may make you ignore problems and even cause failure. Business leaders should remain calm and not take impulsive actions. I know that when people start their business, they have confusions. They don't know how they can be more professional. They read business journals or watch related videos, but these don't seem to help sometimes. My suggestion is that instead of aimlessly trying many new things, they should always be committed to their goal. As long as they stick to it, they will not be easily distracted or confused by other things, and they are sure to get better. We will all meet difficulties, especially at the beginning. We can't always rely on ourselves to solve all the problems. I had a problem with marketing earlier this year. Luckily, I found an expert to help me deal with it. So there's always a way, but we should know how and when to seek help from these people. Business leaders have different kinds of styles. Some are very good at public speaking, others are very down-to-earth and have strong executive skills. But in general, they should be able to win the respect from their employees so that they can carry out their orders more easily. There are times when a company might face risks. During such times, leaders will need to take prompt actions, and they can't always plan for distant future. Leaders should analyze and deal with the risks with caution. If they bear this in mind, there is always a way out. Before you hear the rest of the radio program, you have some time to look at questions 17 to 20. Now listen and answer questions 17 to 20. At the beginning of my business, I experimented with quite a few strategies, hoping to find out the best solution for my business. Here is what I found. At first, my company wanted to work out prices for the products and make them realistic. However, prices are always changing, so they can't be fixed. Another thing I always keep in mind is that leaders must stay committed to their jobs. Without enough commitment, you may easily give up when problems happen. I have some friends whose businesses didn't survive during difficult times. It wasn't because they were stupid, it was just a lack of commitment. I can't always be sure that my products or services are better than my competitors, but I pay attention to details and try to improve all the little things, as they can actually make a big difference. You might worry that you don't have a very clear and sophisticated business strategy. Personally, I don't think it's a problem, because you will be changing them all the time anyway. In terms of support, at any stage we do need support from others to back up our business. The support can really make a difference. Before I started my business, my family helped me a lot, both financially and mentally. There were also people who gave me advice on how to run businesses successfully. However, these advice and ideas were not so practical to me, so I didn't really use them. Looking back, I felt lucky that I followed my own way of thinking. Also, I was short of funds back then, and I loaned money from the bank to start my company. I was grateful for that. That's what I want to share in today's program. If you have any questions for me, please send it to my email, which is... That is the end of Section 2. You now have half a minute to check your
Section 3.
answers.
You will hear a discussion between two students called Mark and Fran about their presentation on some dolphins which are unique to New Zealand. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 24 on page 5. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 24.
Hi, Mark. Thanks for coming around.
Hi, Fran. No problem. We need to try and get this presentation finished.
Mark, let's start with the way dolphins make sounds.
Well, we all know that dolphins make clicking noises to communicate.
Yes, they have tongues and larynxes as humans do, but what's really strange about the dolphin is that the sounds are focused through an extraordinary organ called the melon, which most other sea mammals don't have.
So, shall I take over from there and speak about the different dolphin types? I want to share what we found out about those rare dolphins that are special just to New Zealand in particular.
Yeah, great. Put the emphasis on them. The rarest of all is the Hector's dolphin, isn't it? They are endangered, aren't they? I think that's mainly because so many of them get tangled up in fishing gear, especially gill nets, and die. I know that some conservationists are worried about the impact of the tourism industry on dolphin numbers, but I don't think that's a problem yet here. Also, remember that this species has a very long reproductive cycle, so their numbers don't get replenished quickly.
Yeah, that's really sad. But at least the New Zealand government established a sanctuary for them, didn't it? The fishing industry was against it, but I remember reading that the general public were very supportive of the decision. It was a consequence of a study done by some marine biologists. Having a protected breeding area has made a big difference to the dolphin population already.
Yeah, I think their numbers have swelled to over 7,000 in total, with a tiny group of just 89 living down off Southland, nearly 2,000 living near Christchurch on the east coast, and the biggest group surviving off the west coast. It's pretty wild country over there, so I guess there aren't as many tourists and fishermen to disturb them.
Before you hear the rest of the discussion, you have some time to look at questions 25 to 30 on page 6. Now listen and answer questions 25 to 30.
OK, so how do you suggest I structure my part of the talk?
Well, you could start with the common dolphin, which inhabits the whole of the sea around New Zealand. And once you've covered everything to do with them, feeding and so on, you could go on to the more unusual types. The dusky dolphin is especially interesting because you know how all the dolphins travel in small social groups called pods? Well, the dusky dolphins travel in pods as big as 800 members.
And I think the duskies like to travel along beside fishing and tourist boats, don't they? Whereas the Hector's dolphins are different in that they prefer to go in the wake of boats, that is, coming along in the rear.
Yeah, they do. But they also dive down deep to avoid fast boats.
Oh, let's not forget the Maui, because they are endangered too, aren't they? There are only 150 of them left, and they inhabit only the western coastal waters off the North Island of New Zealand.
Yeah, it's a pity. They also face problems because of their tiny size. Now, the orca is actually a dolphin too, right?
Yes, surprisingly. So I'll include that in my talk. People call them killer whales, but in fact they're not whales. They're a huge and very fierce type of dolphin. In New Zealand, Kaikoura in the South Island is the best place to spot orcas swimming by, so people mistakenly think that's where they live. But actually, orcas cover vast distances.
Let's not forget to mention the bottlenose. It's bigger than nearly all the other dolphins, even the common dolphin.
Oh, but still not as big as the orca, right?
That's right. Well, I think that's our presentation done now.
That is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 4 on page 7. Part 4. You will hear a man giving a lecture on his tyre recycling company to environmental science students. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
Good afternoon. I'm the Managing Director of Melectra Technologies, and we're involved in recycling tyres from vehicles such as cars and trucks. This might not sound new or exciting, but the method we use is quite radical compared to traditional tyre recycling methods. We strongly believe that the business of recycling tyres is crucial, as amazingly, every month in Australia alone, the number of old tyres that are discarded exceeds 1.5 million. And when you look at the figure globally, it is a staggering 1.2 billion each year. For decades, various recycling methods have been trialled with varying degrees of success. In some cases, the solution was as bad as the problem. Incinerating tyres, for example, generates toxic fumes which are harmful to the environment. Breaking up whole tyres is energy intensive and produces a contaminated product with very little value. As a result, there was little incentive to get into the business because there was no profit in it. And yet, a tyre is made up of so many valuable components. And it is for this reason that we started trying out new recycling methods. In the end, our factory came up with a much improved system for recycling old tyres. The Melectra process is different for a number of reasons. Firstly, it is a lot cheaper to run because our machines are much more compact in comparison to traditional systems. This in turn reduces energy consumption. The wear and tear on the shredding equipment, which cuts up the tyres, is also reduced, as the tyres fed through them have already been softened. Costs are reduced by over 30% using our system. And, significantly, our machines can handle a tyre of any size, from the smallest bicycle or wheelbarrow right up to the largest earth-moving truck. Most other processes can only handle car tyres. Our technology has proven to work, and we have won many awards, including the Australian Museum's Eureka Award, and last year on a national TV program, we were chosen as the Invention of the Year. Winning that certainly opened many doors for us, with interest coming from 27 countries around the world, including the United States and China. To cope with the demand, we will soon have 10 more factories which will operate 24 hours a day just to stabilise the current stockpile. We are passionate about taking this process further, and so we have chosen to dedicate 5% of every dollar we make to research. In this way, we can ensure we are always the best in the business. So, let's look at the process we use, what we extract from the tyre in each stage of the process, and the uses that those materials can be put to. The first step of the process mechanically extracts the steel wires from the rim of the tyre. This high-quality wire can be cut into small pellets suitable for sandblasting shots. Next, after the tyres have been sliced into a number of segments depending on tyre diameter, they are chemically treated. This chemical treatment is essential
as it removes dirt from the rubber prior to the rest of the process. The cleaning process also softens the tyres, making them easier to chop up. In the next stage, the fibre cords contained in the tyre segments are separated from the rubber using rollers. The fibres, which can include nylon and rayon, can be used as a reinforcement for concrete, or they can be used to form plastic panels. Then, the rubber is cut up into very small pieces known as crumb rubber. For a tyre weighing 10 kilograms, Melectra can recover 7.5 kilograms of crumb rubber that can be used to manufacture a range of rubber products, such as asphalt, used in road making. It is also used as insulation in buildings, or something simple like tiles for the floor. Alternatively, any or all of this crumb rubber can continue through to the final stage. This final stage involves our patented Melectra vac machine, which uses industrial microwave energy. This changes the remaining rubber into hydrocarbon, which can be used to make 3 different products. We can cheaply produce activated carbon, which is usually quite expensive to make from new materials. It's used for treating water, as well as being an integral part of air filters. Secondly, as the carbon produced is very pure, in fact it's over 97.4% pure, we can crush it to form something called carbon black, which is used in the manufacture of batteries and also ink. Our process is very flexible, and we can alter the quantity of each of the 3 products depending on demand. Finally, we can even use the hydrocarbon to make oil. And we use this to generate electricity to power our own machines. It certainly helps to keep the costs down. And that's just about it. So if there are any questions...
That is the end of Part 4. You now have 1 minute to check your answers to Part 4. That is the end of the listening test. You now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet. version 30677. You will hear a number of different recordings, and you will have to answer questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions and questions, and you will have a chance to check your work. All the recordings will be played once only. The test is in 4 parts. Write all your answers in the listening question booklet. At the end of the test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to an answer sheet. Now turn to Part 1 on page 2 of your question booklet. Part 1. You will hear a telephone conversation between a customer and the manager of a house-sitting agency. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 6. Now listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 6.
Hello, Oz House Sitters. Adam here.
Oh, hello. My husband and I are going on a trip overseas, and we'd like someone to stay in our house and look after it while we're away. Is that something you can help us with?
It most certainly is. We can take care of all the arrangements for you.
Okay, great.
Now, can I just get some contact details from you for the form? Your name is...
Jenny Hall.
Thank you. Now, what's your address?
14 Grey Street.
Is that G-R-E-Y or G-R-A-Y?
A-Y.
Right. And what's the suburb?
Greenfield.
Oh, I know it. And if I can just get a contact telephone number?
I'll give you my mobile number. That's probably the best one to use. It's 0491 577 248.
Thanks. Now, when did you want the house sitter to start?
We're flying out on the 25th of September, but my brother will be in the house for a few days until the 28th. So from the 29th of September, please.
I'll note that down. And how long do you want the house sitter for?
Well, I'll be attending a training course in Paris for 2 weeks, but we're also going to visit my niece in Singapore on the way home to Australia for a few days.
So, shall I put down 3 weeks?
That sounds about right. I think 4 would be too long.
Sure. Now, Jenny, can you tell me more about the features of your house? This helps us to match house sitters and homeowners.
Sure. What do you want to know?
Does the house have air conditioning?
No, we don't like using it. We prefer the fresh air. But last year we did put in a pool.
Very nice. And are there any other attractive features? Is your house near a beach, for example?
No, not really. We're about an hour's drive away. But we are close to a station, so it's handy for anyone getting into work and so on.
Okay, great. Now, if our house sitter has their own transport, is there any space for them to park?
Well, we won't be taking our car, but it's a large double garage. There will be space for one more.
Okay, great. I'll note that down too.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 7 to 10. Now listen and answer questions 7 to 10.
And are there any special duties that you'll need the house sitter to carry out?
Oh, I don't know. What do people normally ask for?
Well, for example, one common chore is looking after the garden.
Oh, yes, we have an orange tree and an apple tree, which are both watered automatically, but we haven't connected the sprinkler to our lemon tree yet, so they'll need to water that one.
Sure. Now, Jenny, do you have any special requirements for your house sitter?
Well, I don't know if this is possible, but I'd probably rather have a couple than someone who's single. The house might be a bit too big for just one person.
Sure. Now, many of our owners ask for sitters without children. What's your preference?
Oh, that's no problem. There's nothing they can break.
What about smoking?
Oh, no. I can't stand the smell. Definitely not. Now, how do I know that my house is going to be safe with the house sitters?
Well, we check all of our house sitters very carefully. They have to provide references. But as well as that, you can ask for a police check if you want to.
Oh, yes, I'd like to do that, please.
OK, no problem. That's all I need for now.
OK.
That is the end of Part 1. You now have 1 minute to check your answers to Part 1. Part 2. You will hear a manager talking to staff of a graphic design company about the move to their new office building. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 15. Part 2. You will hear part of a radio program in which a successful businessman is advising listeners on how to become a self-made millionaire. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 16. Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 16.
Everybody dreams of becoming a millionaire one day. So we asked Arthur Knowles, who made his millions in the plumbing business, to give the budding entrepreneurs among you a few tips on how to make your first million. Arthur, welcome to the programme.
Thanks, Sue.
So, Arthur, what advice do you have for our listeners?
Well, one thing I've heard people say is that when you're starting up a business, you can't afford to make mistakes. Well, I believe in the old saying, a person who never made a mistake never made anything. You can't really predict when you'll make mistakes, and you have to look at them as a positive experience, and one that means you won't make the same mistake again. You need to be able to cope with the world of business. But according to recent American business school studies, believing in yourself isn't enough by itself to guarantee success. Confidence can be a good thing, but a person can have too much confidence.
And people who try to learn to be confident by buying those How to Succeed books are just wasting their time. The advice given in these American studies was that being a successful entrepreneur comes down to having the right attitude. It's no good getting depressed every time something goes wrong. Always keep your goals in mind and never give up. And don't listen to all the people around you who say, "Oh, this will never work." One thing I've learned in business is that you don't have to be an expert in everything, like marketing, for example. When I started my business, I tried to do it all myself, but I soon realized that although I knew everything there was to know about plumbing, I didn't have much idea about how to sell my ideas. So, I got someone who knew more about this to take care of the marketing side of things for me. And as for leadership, well, you've got to be someone your workers look up to because you've been seen to make the right decisions. You have to be able to control people, but listen to them at the same time. Some people are driven to make their companies successful, but that too often leads to a ruthless approach. Then there's the question of taking risks, even calculated ones. I personally feel it's actually better to tread carefully when it comes to taking short-term risks. You need a degree of vision, certainly, but it's easy to get carried away by your desire to increase profits. And if things go wrong, you can end up losing more than you gain.
Before you hear the rest of the program, you have some time to look at questions 17 to 20. Now listen and answer questions 17 to 20.
So, if you have a great idea for a business, what should you do next?
Well, the first thing to ask yourself is whether there's a need for your product or service. Can you cater for people's needs better than existing companies? You don't need to worry about whether it's original or not because there isn't always enough of a demand for completely new ideas. And the second thing to ask yourself is not what colour should the packet be or how much should it cost, but do I care enough about this idea to dedicate the next 10 years of my life to it? Because realistically, that's how long it will take.
Tell us how you got started, Arthur. How do you explain your early success?
Well, I started my business just as the economy was going into a recession, which wasn't the best time, and I was lucky to survive, especially as the banks weren't being particularly supportive to small businesses at that time. If I'd listened to the business advice I was given back then, I'd never have got started. My strengths were that I knew I could provide a better service than my competitors, who really hadn't spotted the opportunities that were out there, and that my wife had a good job and was able to pay the household bills while I was getting the company on its feet. The first couple of years were very tough, but I knew I would make it eventually.
OK, now we're going to take some calls from listeners.
That is the end of Part 2. You now have 30 seconds to check your answers to Part 2.
Section 3. You will hear two primary school trainee teachers called Stefan and Magda discussing their placements for science teaching. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 26 on page 6. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 26.
Hi Magda, how was your placement?
It went really well. The kids really enjoyed the science I did with them.
So did mine. I think they found it very motivating.
Yes, the programme we had to teach was much better than the old-style science experiments we did at school.
Yes, though I don't understand why the children should have to build a model of a steam engine. I tried it with the kids, but I couldn't get it to work.
Me neither, and it really shows it's hard to get any real results.
Yes, and it's usually the children's parents, rather than the kids themselves, who favour that type of experiment. So what experiments did you do?
Well, one day a discussion started in class about breakfast cereals, about which one was best. One child then said that we should test them in class.
That's a nice idea.
Yes, and it wasn't expensive. We brought 4 different brands of cereal and had everyone evaluate them for taste, appearance and sogginess in milk.
And are you going to tell me which one won?
No, I'll let you do it yourself. It obviously isn't difficult to set up. Another experiment we did, the sports teacher's idea actually, was to spend a morning seeing how high various balls bounced. For example, do new tennis balls bounce higher than old ones? And do basketballs that are fully inflated bounce better than flatter ones?
And I guess you got some interesting data?
We did, and they had to make a chart to plot the results. It really improved their grasp of charts and graphs and calculation. Apparently they'd had problems understanding the point of graphs in the past.
Did all your experiments work out okay?
Well, we had one lesson on making paper from grass. The children made a terrible mess in the classroom. Whatever they did didn't work, and it wasn't because it was difficult. I think it was because it didn't engage them at all. It didn't seem to motivate them.
My tie-dyeing experiment went well. They had to get a piece of material and twist it into a rope and then dye it. The children did end up with blue and green hands for a few days, though.
But don't you need to spend more than one lesson on that?
Yes, we did it over 3 classes. The children really loved it, though, and one suggested we make scarves from the result. I declined, as my sewing skills aren't up to much.
I guess the one experiment that everyone loved in my class was making glue from milk. I thought it would be a complete failure, but in fact it worked brilliantly. One reason, I suspect, is that they got feedback straight away. Some children get really restless if they have to wait for anything interesting to happen.
Yes, I think that's always a good idea. Really helps to make it a success.
Before you hear the rest of the discussion, you have some time to look at questions 27 to 30 on page 7. Now listen and answer questions 27 to 30.
I see you've got a diagram there for one of your experiments.
Yes, it was an idea I got from the internet. It was very easy and straightforward to set up. The idea is to make a condenser to extract essences from plants. The large container's made of metal.
Right, and that holds the hot water?
That's right, and it has a strainer which sits inside it. This is where you put the plant matter. We use plants like rosemary, as the essence you can extract is quite strong.
So what's the container right at the top?
It's made of glass. It's where we put the ice. The glass container has a drip tip at the bottom.
What's that for?
It's where the essence collects.
Where does the essence go then?
Into the dish at the bottom. It's made of pottery.
Sounds good. I might try it with my class.
That is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 4 on page 8. Part 4. You will hear part of a talk about recent research into the design of workplaces. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
Hello everyone. I recently completed some important research into the way office space is designed and its impact on employees. The open plan office had been the norm for offices around the world. I'm sure you can picture one. A big room with maybe 50 or 100 workers sitting at their workstations. You might think open plan designs are a recent phenomenon, but they actually came about in the early 20th century, when businesses needed large numbers of people to do typing. These employees, usually women, used to have to sit in rows working away at their typewriters under the watchful eye of their supervisor. Over the years, designers have come up with several variations on the open theme. In particular, this has been achieved through furnishings. The early designs featured separate desks. A subsequent design introduced the concept of the cubicle. These can have either high screens that workers can't see over, or a screen just low enough to keep a lookout for the manager. And nowadays, with the increase in large call centres, a phenomenon known as hot desking is common. In this system, employees working on different shifts are asked to share the same workstation. As you can imagine, this is not very popular with staff as there is little opportunity to personalise your workspace. In fact, my research shows that employees in general dislike the open plan design. As a part of my research, I conducted a survey of the staff in several large companies with open plan offices. The employees all voiced similar concerns about the design. Firstly, they felt that the open plan took away their privacy, but many also felt the need to carry their valuables with them at all times. So, to some extent, they also felt there was less security with these designs. Another common complaint may be something for employers to consider when choosing this type of design, and this was that these types of office space are bad for the health. I was intrigued by this possibility, but looking at staff records, it does seem to be borne out. So, if this design is so unpopular, why is it so commonplace? Well, the answer to that is in the benefits that the employers feel this type of design has. Of course, there is the obvious benefit that this design significantly reduces costs, both in terms of rent and even in terms of energy use. Employers also argue that an open plan design leads to better teamwork and communication. They also feel that new staff can learn from observing other workers, so this design can actually help in training staff. However, the complaints voiced by employees seem to suggest that the disadvantages far outweigh the advantages. The reality is that unhappy workers are unlikely to work well together, and there is plenty of evidence to suggest workers are frequently distracted from their work by the noise that is all around them. What is clear is that As designers, we need to think carefully about the impact that our design has both on the staff involved and the work that they do.
That is the end of part 4. You now have 1 minute to check your answers to part 4.
That is the end of the listening test. You now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet.
Test 3. This is the IELTS Listening test. You will hear a number of different recordings and you will have to answer questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions and questions, and you will have a chance to check your work. All the recordings will be played once only. The test is in 4 parts. At the end of the test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the answer sheet. Now turn to part 1. Part 1. You will hear a woman phoning a travel agency about hot air balloon rides. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 5. Now listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 5.
Good morning. Smart Travel. Jason speaking.
Hi, good morning. I saw your advert in today's paper about hot air balloon trips. It sounds pretty exciting, and I wonder how much it costs.
Well, the price may vary depending on the location, number of participants, and add-ons. A single ride may cost you up to £280 per person, but if you choose group booking, there is a discount, and the cheapest flight is £125 each for a group booking of at least 10 people.
Oh, that's not too bad. What do you mean by add-ons?
They are optional items, like taking photos for you during the ride, champagne, and sit-down breakfast after the flight. Upon completing the trip, we will provide each participant with a certificate, and that is entirely free of charge.
Can I book a ride over the phone?
Yes, that's an option. Reservations can be made 1 year ahead of your trip by telephone, but to pick a specific date, you must book online. A confirmation email will be sent to you right afterwards.
How high can the balloons go?
A hot air balloon's height is limited by the temperature of the air and how much fuel it can carry, and the highest altitude ever recorded for a ride is 1,800 meters. but most rides stay below 300 meters.
Oh boy, that's impressive. How long is a single ride?
The average hot air balloon ride lasts about an hour. The entire ballooning experience, which includes ground preparation, flight and post-flight packing up and celebration, may take 2 to 3 hours.
And what time are the flights?
Our flights generally meet about an hour before sunrise on the day. You will be notified of the exact meeting time the evening before your flight. Night flights are avoided due to weather conditions.
Fair enough. Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 6 to 10. Now listen and answer questions 6 to 10. Which month do you recommend for a hot air balloon trip?
Autumn is the best time of year to take the trip. Not only can you see the changing hues of the trees from above, but it is a great way to spend time with the whole family before it gets too cold.
I see.
But please note that our flight may be cancelled and you will be notified by phone the day before.
Why is that?
It can be quite dangerous to fly under bad weather conditions, like a thunderstorm. So our experienced pilots will not go under such conditions.
What should I wear for the ride?
We suggest wearing comfortable clothing, like a jacket. Multiple layers are always better. Wearing a helmet for safety concerns is also a good idea. Sandals are not permitted.
Can children or older people participate?
All children must be above the minimum age of 9 years old, and they have to be accompanied by at least a parent or guardian. However, an adult has no age limit as long as they meet the health requirements.
What exactly are the health requirements?
Participants must at least be in fair physical condition. For example, they shall have no significant knee, hip, or back problems, and no recent surgeries or broken bones. They must also stand unassisted for an hour during the flight. It is the required position during the whole flight. As the balloon comes to land, all passengers will need to adopt the landing position with knees bent in front of them.
Are those rides safe?
Hot air balloon companies are required to have a commercial balloon pilot license, and all our pilots go through rigorous training before they are allowed to fly. It is a relatively gentle activity. However, the impact of a balloon landing can vary drastically, depending on factors like wind speed. Sometimes it is similar to the momentum of jumping off a small chair. If you cannot jump off a small chair, speaking to your doctor before booking a balloon flight is best.
Thank you very much. I think that's all I need to know.
Thanks for calling. Goodbye.
That is the end of part 1. You now have half a minute to check your answers to part 1.
Part 2. You will hear the head teacher of Rivermead School talking to a group of journalists about facilities at the school that are open to the general public. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 14. Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 14.
What I'd like to do at this meeting is to tell you a bit about the facilities that Rivermead School offers people in the community. I'd like to start by talking about the new theatre that we've just opened in our school. Its mission is to maximise opportunities for local audiences to experience productions of the highest quality. Amongst other things, this will involve offering a place where professional drama companies in the area can perform. But there'll also be opportunities to host national and international companies, both those which are up and coming and those which have already established a reputation. Details of our first season's theatre programme are already online. I hope you'll agree that it looks very exciting. As well as music and dance, there'll be drama from modern writers, and there'll also be a high proportion of shows aimed at children and families. You'll notice that there is one empty space in November. That's because the Chinese state acrobatic troupe have had to cancel their visit, but hopefully we'll be able to announce a replacement very soon. Now, we're often asked about the theatre's sources of funding. Well, a limited amount of money will come from various government subsidies, but the bulk of the revenue will be generated by the sale of tickets, which is one reason why we'd be grateful for your help in promoting the work of the theatre. In addition, there are opportunities for individuals to support the theatre on a regular basis through its sponsorship scheme. The benefits to donors include access to rehearsals and to show previews. But the new theatre isn't the only facility which is open to everyone. The school also has a small museum. This holds various objects that were found when the ground was excavated to lay the foundations for the building, as well as other historical objects. Entrance to this is free. We also have a state-of-the-art sports hall. This is reserved for our students during term time, but anyone can use it in the school holidays. And our cafeteria is worth a visit. It has a varied menu, and it's open all day to visitors, as well as staff and students.
Before you hear the rest of the talk, you have some time to look at questions 15 to 20. Now listen and answer questions 15 to 20.
Right, I'll just point out some things on the map of the school campus I've given you. First of all, the theatre. That's opposite car park P2 on the south side. You're not allowed to park anywhere except in the car parks. There are two marked on your map, P1 and P2, but there's a new car park which has only just been completed, and that's at the most northern end of the campus. Some people might want to consider coming by bus. There's a good service from the city centre to the school, and the bus stops at the roundabout. That's where it turns round to go back, so you have to get off there. It doesn't go up as far as Park Road. Then, to get to the sports hall, you take the right fork after the main entrance and just keep going past the classroom block. You have to go straight across the roundabout, and it's further on the right-hand side of that road. Then there's the cafeteria. There are various ways to get there because it's at the junction of Park Road and Rennie's Drive, on the north side of Park Road. In nice weather, you can sit outside to eat and admire the view. Then the museum is fairly central. Just go left after the main entrance. Take the first turning on the right, and when you reach a junction, the museum is facing you. Now,
That is the end of Part 2. You now have 30 seconds to check your answers to Part 2.
Part 3. You will hear two students named Peter and Lynn discussing Professor John Smith's article about online course. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 26. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 26.
Lynn, I just finished reading Professor Smith's article about the benefits of online courses. What are your thoughts on the article?
Hi Peter, when I read that article, it was clear to me that Professor Smith does not favour the traditional methods of classroom teaching. Although I can certainly acknowledge that there are some advantages to online course, I would say that internet courses are not always the best means for teaching and learning.
I think it's about time to revolutionize the old teaching style though.
But I would hope that students consider the negatives of online learning before enrolling in online courses.
This shouldn't be a big issue since online courses are so common these days. At least, I won't struggle so much. And Professor Smith points out that computer learning is well suited for some courses, especially the technical courses.
Unfortunately, that theory doesn't work for me.
What a shame. I got an A for that online computing course last year. Anyway, next part is personal interaction. I think the personal interaction offered by traditional teaching is overrated in the article and doesn't have much value. I think it's a distraction and that time could be better spent on the subject matter of the course.
Oh, I disagree strongly, Peter. You're dismissing the benefits of face-to-face interaction between students and teachers in traditional classroom settings. The article says that learning is a two-way street, and it's much easier for students to learn if they can ask questions and have discussions with their teachers.
I'm still not sure about that, but online courses can foster students' technological skills. In learning the subject matter online, students will gain the technical know-how they'll need in their future endeavors.
I can't agree more. What do you think Professor Smith means when he says online courses should be flexible in time?
That's essential. The point of learning online is to allow those who can't attend courses at fixed time.
I agree.
Before you hear the rest of the discussion, you have some time to look at questions 27 to 30. Now listen and answer questions 27 to 30.
The second part of the article shares some thoughts about the use of internet on campus. I'm kind of lost in that part.
Well, I think what he's trying to say is that students are already accustomed to doing their research on the internet, although some people say computers could be better used for other purposes. He emphasizes that many teachers are already instructing students to use the computer as a research tool.
Thanks for clarifying that. What about the next part saying that students are divided? Do you know what that means?
Well, it's certainly not that some students are afraid to use computers. They're already well accustomed to that.
You're right about that. Most students already use the internet as their primary source for news and information.
Professor Smith probably intends to say that computers are not easily accessible and available to all students.
Yes, not all students can afford computers. And as Professor Smith note, with online courses, the student support system is already in place. Instead of asking fellow students or the professor for assistance, students would be able to get any information they need online, and this assistance would be available immediately.
So, why do you think Professor Smith is recommending the use of computers as the school's main means of educating students? Do you think he is interested in reducing some of the fees associated with traditional classroom courses?
I think it's all about the money. He is promoting online courses simply because he thinks it will enable the school to make more money.
I never thought of it that way.
Many schools already have limited space for classrooms. If the school board wants to enroll more students, they can do that through distance learning mode. Instead of recruiting more teachers, the same course resources can be sold to both online and offline students. Plus, some computer companies are willing to financially support the schools that promote this type of learning.
I see. This is profitable in every sense. All right, now we'll have something to write about in the research paper.
That's the end of part 3. You now have 30 seconds to check your answers.
Section 4. You will hear part of a lecture related to how technology contributes to education. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40. Hello and welcome to today's seminar about education. Education is a lifelong process. There is no limit on when to start and stop, and we have been using technology so much these days in each and every sector of our lives, including education. Have we ever taken out a second to wonder if it's leaving a positive impact on our work, or it's just that we have been relying on it so much that we've become used to it? Earlier, there was a lot of debate about technology in education amongst the faculty at our school. Everyone had their own views. At first, some believed that the use of email between students and teachers made them interact with each other less, and this was not a good thing. But gradually, as technology was embraced by more educational institutes, they realized the importance of technology in education. Technology and education are a great combination if used together with a right reason and vision. Moreover, there is a strong relationship with the local economy when it comes to the effectiveness of the use of IT in education. In the more developed areas, the schools and institutions have better access to more advanced technology, and the teachers are better trained to use the technology to improve the quality of their classes. In contrast, in some less developed regions and remote areas where technology is not so common, the effectiveness can't be guaranteed. However, wherever they are, the most common example for teachers using technology in education is the usage of computers in their teaching methods. In most classrooms, you can see teachers using computers to present teaching notes and other materials. This year, the IT School of Westbrook University has implemented a brand new education mode. Since its implementation, both teachers and students have been praising this new mode. It involves a kind of software which allows students, as well as teachers, to talk and discuss with each other more easily, and they said they enjoy this way of communication. What's more, the mode offers students a channel to post any work that they are proud of, whether it's a nice photograph that they take, a case study they do, a song they record, or even just a great idea they have. So it gives them a chance to showcase their strength and build up their confidence. Many students use this feature to show the best of themselves. It also provides students an opportunity to choose what they learn on the internet, so they no longer have to sit in the classroom listening to something they are bored with. And they don't have to wait all night trying to register for their favorite elective courses. Compared with the traditional platform, it is more flexible. The open source which the new mode provides is free for students to use when they are trying to look up for online materials for their papers or researches, and the data will not easily be found on the internet because only registered users have access to the database. By the way, all the materials are original works of teachers or scholars, so there is no need to worry about the quality of the content. And with the overwhelming amount of unwanted information on the internet, this mode gives students a new search engine they can use on campus. So information like advertisements and skeptical sources will be filtered easily. This is a perfect example of new solutions to new problems. Apart from that, students can arrange their daily activities and improve their time management skills by simply ticking the boxes in the timetable online. They can set up their own starting time and their deadline for each assignment. Based on statistics, the use of this function has a positive effect on the students who constantly procrastinate. By the end of the first term, the number of students who asked for extension for their papers had decreased by 10%, which was quite an achievement. Another feature that seems very creative to me is that students can help people who have questions or problems relating to their field of studies on a special platform. They can even have some income by providing people with good solutions. So this new mode is making the most of the IT. That is the end of section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers.
You will hear a number of different recordings, and you will have to answer questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions and questions, and you will have a chance to check your work. All the recordings will be played once only. The test is in 4 sections. Write all your answers in the listening question booklet. At the end of the test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to an answer sheet. Now turn to section 1 on page 2 of your question booklet. Section 1. You will hear a company manager who wants to employ some new staff phoning a recruitment agency. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 4 on page 2. You will see that there is an example that has been done for you. On this occasion only, the conversation relating to this will be played first.
Hello, Morgan Recruitment Agency. How may I help you?
Hello.
I need to employ some new staff for my company, and I believe your agency can help with that.
Yes, of course. First, I'll get some details from you. Can I have your name, please?
Sure. My name is Peter Smith.
The manager of the company is called Peter Smith. So, Smith has been written in the space. Now we shall begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 4. Hello, Morgan Recruitment Agency. How may I help you?
Hello. I need to employ some new staff for my company, and I believe your agency can help with that.
Yes, of course. First, I'll get some details from you. Can I have your name, please?
Sure. My name is Peter Smith.
And can I also get a contact number?
Our number here is 047 888 3925.
Thank you. Can I also take down some details about your company? What's your company name?
It's Vander Transport.
Is that VAN? That's N for November, DER?
That's right. We are a large trucking company.
The transport industry is really booming, especially for fresh fruit and vegetables, isn't it?
Yes. We have a fleet of refrigerated trucks, though, so we mostly carry frozen goods, fish, vegetables, pizza, all sorts.
I see. So you said that you need some new staff members. When would you need them to start?
We'd like them to start around the 27th of August.
Just looking at my calendar here, the 27th is a Sunday, so do you mean the 28th?
Ah, yes, that's right. We're hoping to hold any interviews around July 29th.
I'll get more details of that later. Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 5 to 10 on page 2. Now listen and answer questions 5 to 10. Okay, now could you tell me about the jobs you have available so we can hopefully find some suitable candidates?
Sure. The first position is an office manager.
So does the job involve typical management duties?
Yes, but they also have to liaise with our main client, which is a large supermarket chain. So a background in a company like that is essential.
Okay, I'll note that down. It sounds like an important role. What are the minimum qualifications? Do they need a university education like a degree?
Yes, candidates would definitely have one.
Okay. Can you tell me about the next position?
We're looking for a full-time mechanic.
So I assume the job will involve doing general repairs on trucks.
Yes, that's right. And one of the other key responsibilities is to produce a written report for each vehicle.
I think we have several people on our books that would be suitable. And will the mechanic be doing much travelling?
Some, yes, but not a great deal. Unlike our next vacancy, that's for a full-time truck driver.
Right. What kind of shifts are they expected to work?
They usually travel around 1,000 kilometres over a 5-day period.
I see.
This job is different to our usual ones, though. It involves moving animals.
That sounds interesting.
Yes. Our company has just got a new contract, so we've bought new trucks and want a driver with that kind of experience.
Great. Is there anything else I should make a note of?
Well, we own all of the trucks, but apart from their driving duties, it is up to all our drivers to clean their vehicle between trips. We do give them extra time for that.
Okay. And are there any other positions available?
Yes, we're looking for a warehouse supervisor.
And what will this involve?
They'll be in charge of our new warehouse. It's located close to the airport. We've recently moved out of the city centre.
Oh, that must be more convenient. And what are some of the requirements for this role?
The successful candidate would be able to work effectively in a busy environment. Sometimes they'll be on call 24 hours for our nighttime deliveries.
So, given the hours they'll be working, I assume it will be necessary for the candidate to have a car?
Yes, that's right. Buses and trains just don't operate at those times, unfortunately.
OK, Mr. Smith. I'll have a look at the job seekers we have on our books and see if we have any suitable candidates for the positions you have available.
That is the end of Section 1. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to Section 2 on page 3.
Practice of the day. You will hear a tour guide introducing a museum to a group of tourists. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 7. Now listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 7.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Barton Museum. I am Carly and I am your tour guide. I would be taking you through all the places of interest in this museum before we actually set out to go. The first building we stop at is the Barton House, which was built by the man himself, Barton. When he first came to this area, it was largely uninhabited, and as a matter of fact, this place was a vast expanse of land where an abandoned farm was situated. After he bought it, he began building, and in about 3 years, the basic structure was complete, although he never really stopped building. As a man who loved the arts, Barton spent a good fortune on them. He had several paintings from all over the world, and his gallery is still considered one of the best in town. One of the most notable of his collection is the Chinese wallpaper, which was painted in the 18th century. Rumour has it that he paid hundreds of thousands of dollars for the piece of art. Barton kept adding some features to his house every year. He did this until the night he died. He was building a new bird room in which he collapsed and never came to himself. His dining room is also beautifully adorned with antiquity, from the tables to the stools to the mats. The chairs were bought from some Japanese merchants in the area then. Looking at the location of his house, which sits some feet higher than surrounding lands, it is possible to see areas of just green, lush vegetation that run for miles. At the backyard there is a garden which he started himself. He used to care for the plants there personally and made sure they never lacked water. He detested fertilizers as he believed that it would spoil the cycle of growth of the plants in the garden. He had some trees in the garden. They are not ordinary trees, but some rare ones, and they have been alive for decades now. Under one of those trees was his favourite spot, and history tells us that he used to sing and pray under the tree. Recently, the government brought in some flamingos here, as the environment supports their growth and development well. They are believed to make the scenery livelier and more beautiful. Although there are many exotic animals in the garden, swans are still the most popular animal here. They seem to be everywhere, and it was said that Barton thought that they were a gift from the heaven.
It was forbidden to kill or hurt any of these animals in his time.
Before you hear the rest of the talk, you have some time to look at questions 8 to 10. Now listen and answer questions 8 to 10.
Now, let's take a look at other interesting places this site has to offer. Away from the backyard, there is a gallery just at the right side of the road, a few feet from the entrance, and there is usually a history exhibition every week. Halfway down the path, to the east of the toilet, we have the woodland, and the area is just beautiful. Barton decided to have it just because he loved the view. If you keep walking down the path in front of you to the west of the site, you will see a large gift shop beside the toilet. It has a large collection of handicrafts. These handicrafts are not actually made by Barton himself, but are imitations of his artistic works. As you have heard enough about this man, we would now proceed to see these things for ourselves. And I'm very sure that you...
That is the end of today's practice.
Part 3. You will hear two students, Alice and Tim, talking about the lectures they have had recently. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 25. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 25.
Tim, the lectures we've been attending recently have been very informative. I love the diversity of the information we're learning. It gives a broad overall picture of the subject.
True, Alice, and it's useful to have a mentor help us get the most out of our studies. I admit, I wasn't particularly confident before starting this course. I felt my skills were not at the level required to succeed.
I felt the same way, but with help from Mr. Jarvis, I'm growing in self-confidence and ability every day. I'm grateful he has the time to spend one-on-one with the students.
Yeah, I improved a lot.
I would like him to be able to give us more information on other subjects, however. He does give a very narrow view of economics.
And I would like some advice on how to prepare for our seminars. I'm never sure what to expect.
I'm focusing on passing my exams at the moment. Mr. Jarvis has been coaching me in this respect. He saw I was worried and offered to help.
I'm grateful for his help in this respect too.
I'll think about what to study next year once I've passed.
I'm not sure what I should do with my life. I can't see myself pursuing a career in economics.
You have many skills that could be useful in several different fields. You've talked with the tutor about it previously, haven't you?
Not regarding my career. I did discuss with him some options for next semester, which course I might choose. He had some great advice.
He suggested that I should continue studying in this field for now. I wonder if he might help me with the experiments I need to conduct. I should ask him.
Great idea. How do you feel about the essays we've been required to write?
I thought it can be difficult, and it is actually. But I'm just able to deal with it. There are so many assignments to complete. If they were any harder, I don't think I could manage.
I feel the same way. I was talking with John yesterday, and he believes the level of difficulty for our assignments could be higher, that they are too basic for him.
I'm happy for him. I think this subject poses many challenges though.
Why do you say that? Your mathematical skills are very high. I heard you aced all your exams throughout high school.
At first the subject didn't pique my interest. I've had no previous experience in economics, so this is all new ground for me.
Before you hear the rest of the discussion, you have some time to look at questions 26 to 30. Now listen and answer questions 26 to 30.
Well, you seem to be succeeding despite your misgivings. My one concern is that we don't have the opportunity to put the theory we're learning to any practical use. We learn many formulas and strategies, but with no practical application, it feels like we are wasting our time.
I don't agree. I feel that the project we worked on last month was very practical. We had the chance to test our skills and ascertain the areas we need to improve.
I will say that this course is giving us many opportunities to expand our networks, which will be of benefit when we have graduated and are seeking employment.
Yes, I've had the opportunity to meet many successful economists and businessmen, and hear how they rose to their positions through hard work and dedication. This has been of great value. Do you feel we have had enough opportunities to experience what it is like to work in a large organization?
At first I believed that to be the case. Now I'm not so sure.
I think we've been given ample opportunities, first through the work placement program, and then by means of the excursions we've taken to some of the most prominent financial institutions in the country. I feel though that through the course we haven't put enough emphasis on communication.
Communication is vital in the workplace, especially in an environment where one mistake can have serious consequences. But I believe we've been taught the necessary skills. Our lecture yesterday covered this topic thoroughly.
You mentioned you may not continue with economics. Is it perhaps because you believe we haven't been shown the career possibilities in this field?
No, our classes with Miss Hathaway have been beneficial in showing the possibilities. It seems the teachers here would like us all to continue in our study. They take every opportunity to assist us in identifying what specific career to pursue.
I agree. They have made it very clear what our options are, which I'm thankful for.
That is the end of part 3. You now have 30 seconds to check your answers.
Practice of the day. You will hear a man from a tax agency introducing taxation. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 5. Now, listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 5.
Hello all. Thank you for attending tonight's presentation. I am Mr. Dawkins from the Central Government Tax Agency, and I am here to provide you with information regarding filing and paying your taxes. First off, let me tell you that in preparing to file your taxes, evidence that can confirm your actual income has to be adequate. Then it should be submitted to the local authority. You can't just guess what your income was, or you may be charged a large sum of penalty. Income can come in different forms, including wage statements, independent freelancer statements. Currently, apart from invoices, we also take bank statements. Our tax period usually lasts for 1 year. Different states have different policies, but here it runs from April to the end of March next year. All of your current supervisors within the tax period are required to provide you with a wage statement. If you have not received an annual wage statement within 1 month of the end of the fiscal year, you should contact us and we will request them to send this statement immediately. But you need to ask your employers to provide the employment statement, because that's something we can't help. A failure to pay, along with the evasion of or resistance to taxation, is punishable by law. If you do not file an annual tax return, you may find that you will have to pay a penalty, up to $3,000 in some instances. So you'd better file your taxes promptly, since the government does not tolerate this. Everyone should make sure they file a tax return in a timely manner.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 6 to 10. Now listen and answer questions 6 to 10.
Now, I suppose you have known something about tax. They are very important. I hope you can always keep them in mind. And here are some random tips which are also helpful. When you purchase a new car during the tax period, please note that you will need to work out the latest tax rate and pay a line item tax for this. For those who just started getting to know tax filing, I do not recommend that you take multiple types of taxes into consideration at your first attempt. The calculation will be more straightforward with just one type of tax. Please know that most people use their computers to deal with their taxes. When using your computer to do your taxes or subscribe to an online tax service, you will find many advantages that don't exist when you do it at an office. One of the advantages of preparing your taxes online is that you can save whatever information you have gathered and then resume your preparations at another time. In doing this, since the tax information won't take much of the storage space, you don't have to worry about whether your computer will be able to accommodate the information you have gathered. Also, in doing your taxes online or in using an online tax service, you will find that mistakes are less likely to happen, as the online tax preparation programs have safeguards to prevent you from omitting required information. Generally, to begin working on your taxes, you will go to the tax office and inquire the office workers and finally fill in some forms. But for now, you can go to our website and download some. If necessary, you can take some time to complete a questionnaire, which will give you advice on which type of form you should fill in. If there are any questions you cannot answer, you can call to speak to someone in person. Thank you for attending tonight's presentation. Please know that my Central Government Tax Agency associates and I are always willing to help you with your tax preparation by answering any questions you might have.
That is the end of today's practice.
Section 1. You will hear a man telephoning to ask for information about swimming lessons. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 6 on page 2. You will see that there is an example that has been done for you. On this occasion only, the conversation relating to this will be played first.
Hello, City Swim School.
Oh, hello. I wanted to ask about swimming lessons. That's in a class, not individual.
Right. Well, we do group lessons at various levels. To start off with, we have what we call the Water Babies class.
The first class is called Water Babies, so babies has been written in the space. Now we shall begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 6.
Hello, City Swim School.
Oh, hello. I wanted to ask about swimming lessons. That's in a class, not individual.
Right. Well, we do group lessons at various levels. To start off with, we have what we call the Water Babies class. That's for babies of 3 months and over.
Really? As young as that?
Yes, that's really the best time to start.
Right. Well, we do have a baby, so I'll make a note of that. What do they actually do in the lessons?
Well, the main aim is just to familiarise them with the water so they feel at ease there. They get the children to enjoy themselves. They have lots of toys and things they can use to play with in the water.
Right. And how much do the lessons cost?
They're held on Tuesday mornings and each lesson costs £3.80. It's not really a course as such.
OK. Well, I'll talk to my wife about that. But I was actually ringing about lessons for me.
OK, so are you a beginner?
Not exactly, but I'm not very good.
Well, the beginners' classes are really for people who don't have any experience of swimming. They aim to teach you techniques for breathing in the water, and they get you to do things like put your head underwater and open your eyes.
OK, I can do that.
And by the end of the course, they aim to have you swimming 5 metres.
I think I can probably just about do that.
OK, so you'd be better in the intermediate class then. That's where you learn the main swimming strokes, front stroke, backstroke and so on.
What about diving?
Yes, they'd teach you how to do that. And you'd also do some underwater swimming.
Not with a tank or anything?
Oh no, not scuba, just ordinary underwater swimming. And in the intermediate course you also look at water safety, both in the pool and when swimming in other places.
OK. Well, that sounds the right level for me, I think. So how much does that cost?
£61 for a course. That's 10 lessons.
Can you tell me a bit more about the class? How many people would there be in it?
Well, the intermediate class is usually around 8 to 10. That's what we aim at, though occasionally it might go up to 12.
OK, that sounds quite a reasonable size, not too many. And the class is for adults, is it?
Yes.
OK. And just out of interest, is there an advanced class?
Yes, they focus on developing more efficient swimming techniques and on working on your speed. And they also prepare you for competitive swimming.
OK. No, I think I'd want to start with the intermediate one, really.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 7 to 10 on page 3. Now listen and answer questions 7 to 10.
Now, is there anything special I need to know?
Well, the classes are on Tuesdays and the first lesson is on January the 13th. So you need to register before then. January the 8th is the latest, but it's filling up quickly, so I'd do it straight away. You can pick up a form here or get one off the internet. And classes are at 7:30 p.m.
Right. Then I just roll up with my swimming trunks. Do I have to bring my own towel?
That's right. We provide all participants with a swimming hat, though.
Oh, I don't usually wear one.
Well, we do insist on it, actually. It helps the instructor to identify you, apart from anything else. Oh, and don't forget you need a 20p coin for the locker.
Oh, OK. Right, well, I've been meaning to do this for ages. I really need to get some more exercise, and everyone says swimming is good for your health.
Yes, and a lot of people find it improves their confidence too. And of course it could save your life, or even someone else's.
That's right. OK, well, thanks very much. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
That is the end of section 1. You now have half a minute to check your answers.
Section 2. You hear a talk by a counsellor from the University of New South Wales, who will introduce some useful facilities and services on the campus. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 15. Now, listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 15.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the University of New South Wales. The first thing I'd like to do at today's orientation session is get you all oriented. That means tell you the location of some useful facilities and services. So, first of all, take out the maps we gave you all as you came in the door. The map is the big yellow sheet of paper. As you can see on the map, north is at the top, south at the bottom, etc. Which way is north? Well, look through that window on my left, your right. See the rising sun? That would have to be east. So north must be directly behind me. Now, we're at the campus main gate. The recreational facilities are on my right hand, and its opposite is the student centre. No questions? Good. Pretty easy, right? Okay, did everyone eat breakfast at the student food service this morning? Was the food good? Yes, I am joking. I've eaten there too. So, after a meal like that, you must be eager to go to a doctor, right? Well, I have good news for you. The Student Health Centre is located about half a kilometre straight north of here. Look on your maps. You see the street on the east side of this building? Ned Kelly Avenue? Just follow that about 500 metres and the health centre will be on your left at the third cross street. Now, I know you all just got here, so you must be wondering how to tell your folks you've arrived safely, how much you miss the dog, and how you already need more money. If you don't have an iPhone, you probably are wondering where to find a computer. Well, I have good news. If you go straight out of its door and walk down the garden street, you'll see the internet unit on your left side, just next to the gym. The hours are posted on the door and the computers are free, but you must bring your student ID card with you. Like I tell everyone, if you need help with anything, you can probably find right here in the student centre. Do you see the 4 buildings there between the student centre and the library? Those are the dormitories. The men's dorms are the 2 on the south, the women's the 2 on the north. Okay, I'm sorry to have to tell you, but the university has been doing a lot of repairs and remodelling and it's not all done yet. So there may be some small problems with your dorm rooms. Maybe the window doesn't open. Maybe an air conditioner is missing or does not work. If there are any problems, you can go to the complaint office, which is right beside the teaching building between the Parker Street and the Crammer Street. Just tell them your problem and they should have it fixed by the time you graduate in 4 years. I'm joking, but please be patient. There are a lot of little things they need to take care of. Tired of the school food? No? Give it a week. Or maybe you just need a place to get coffee in the wee hours of the night during one of those marathon study sessions. Either way, you definitely have to check out the little cafe just past the women's dormitories. They've got free Wi-Fi, so a lot of students saddle up with coffee and a bagel for hours on end to get work done.
Before you hear the rest of the talk, you have some time to look at questions 16 to 20. Now listen and answer questions 16 to 20.
As for the dorm rooms, I have some bad news and some good news. The bad news is the rooms are small and you'll probably be sharing space with at least 3 other students. The good news is that each room has its own bathroom. What's good about sharing a bathroom with 3 strangers? Good question. Okay, call it bad news and worse news. Hey, maybe try this for good news. Each dorm has a kitchen. If you want to make snacks or meals, you can do it there. You can buy food containers at any campus convenience store, so you can store your food in the kitchen. But a word of warning, you should definitely write your name on your food containers. Sad to say, there are food thieves among your fellow students. Speaking of thieves, a word about security. I mean, this is Australia, and we do get drunken bush rangers wandering onto campus. Each of you will be given a key for your dorm room. Don't lose it. You have to pay for any replacement and fill out a bunch of papers too. Red tape, huh? Your key does not work for the front door of your dorm, however. To the right of each door, there's a keypad with numbers. When you move in, they will tell you the code you use to enter the door. Please do not tell the code to people who do not live in the dorm. Let's see. Have I forgotten anything? Oh yes, most of you are not rich, correct? So when your clothes get dirty, you can't just throw them away and buy new ones. That means you have to learn to do laundry. Or, men, that means you have to hurry up and get married. If you decide to wash those clothes and not get married, there are laundries in each dorm. Where? Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. The laundry for each dorm is in the basement. Some real good news this time if you're a student, it is free. You do have to buy your own soap, however. The laundry closes, by the by, at 11:30. And now that I've mentioned 11:30, please remember, the dorm doors are locked at 11:30 p.m. Your code will not work. If you want to get in, you'll have to call the night watchman. Don't worry, you can get that number at the dorm office. Yes, the dorm office and the complaint office are the same office. All right then, before we continue, are there any questions?
That is the end of section 2. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 3.
Part 3. You will hear two students called Shona and Peter discussing their internship options. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 25. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 25.
Hi, Shona.
Hi, Peter. Have you made up your mind about which internship program to apply for?
Yes, pretty much.
I'm entirely at a loss. I mean, there are so many good ones. Can you give me some tips?
Sure.
What is your top priority when weighing up these programs?
Well, I guess I'd go for ones that can help me with the skill set I lack for my future career. I still need a lot of practical training in dealing with statistics. But keep in mind that you don't want to set your goal too grand, like drawing up a business plan. You might end up nowhere.
I see. So I want to learn how to organise ideas and present them.
Good. Now you've nailed step 1.
Now what?
You must also consider your strengths for a suitable internship program. Otherwise, you might get rejected
or end up with one that you are incapable of doing.
But I have no idea what I'm good at.
Communicate with people around you or whom you've worked with. That's what I did. I thought I was a good team leader, but many people I've worked with for various projects mentioned something else. They admire that I could work around the clock to finish projects on time. And indeed, I'm more focused and perform better when I'm pushed for time.
Good point. So what do you plan to do next?
I'll visit the careers officer to help me with the school application form. You know, the one we have to submit before applying to companies.
But it is unnecessary to fill it in. It's only optional.
Really? I'm glad I heard from you. Then I'll ask the careers officer to look at my personal statement and give me some tips on polishing it up.
Don't you need help with your CV?
No, I'm good. I have already learned to write it in class.
That's good. So what kind of company did you choose?
I've decided to apply for an IT company.
Why is that?
Well, even though I've learned how the IT industry developed in the past from different lectures, I know nothing about its latest trends. I'm prepared to work in an IT company and fill in the information gap.
I see. What do you plan to do next term?
I think I'll stick to most of the optional modules I've chosen, but regarding the language sessions, I'm doing poorly in Japanese. I'd better drop it before wasting more time. I think I'll learn Spanish instead.
Oh, I learned Spanish for a year. I think you'll find it interesting. Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 26 to 30. Now listen and answer questions 26 to 30. Do you know what job opportunities these companies offer interns?
I've searched online and browsed some of the schemes. Do you know SAIC?
Yes, I heard they offer internship positions dealing with customer interaction management, but I'm not quite sure what that means.
Well, the position offers the chance to become fully aware of customer value and keep in touch with customers to keep them highly engaged and satisfied. These include activities such as PR, communications, marketing, and customer service.
Sounds like loads of work to do. What about Gemini Technologies?
It's an IT consulting company. Although many employees say it's stressful working there, I want to apply for this one.
Why is that?
Actually, the company provides service to improve software architecture. But that's pretty demanding, as a team of software engineers has to provide detailed analysis and suggestions for required changes before the deadline. As an observer and participant of a particular project, an intern can learn how to work to a strict deadline.
That's not my area of expertise, but I'm sure you'll excel at this.
I certainly do hope so. Have you checked out Deloitte?
Of course, that's a renowned accounting firm, and thus its internships offer excellent learning experiences in this regard. You know, things like examining a company's financial statements, the income statement, balance sheet, and cash flow statement. I want to give it a try, but I might get rejected, so I need a backup plan. Have you read anything about Kearney?
Yes, it is another consulting firm. It provides opportunities to reach out to other business partners and pay attention to networking.
Well, that sounds interesting.
I'm thinking about Vortex, but I haven't got anything useful from its website.
I worked there last summer. It's an international company with headquarters in Spain, so most of the managers here speak Spanish. Thanks to the internship experience, I became fluent in it.
Right, that's not for me.
That is the end of part 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers to part 3.
Section 4. You will hear part of a lecture about oxytocin and trust. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40. The development of trust is an essential social tool, allowing people to form productive and meaningful relationships, both at a professional and personal level. Trust is indispensable in friendship, love, families, and organizations, and plays a key role in economic exchange and politics. Much recent evidence indicates that trust contributes to economic, political, and social success. When we make contacts with strangers, such as doing business with a client who we meet for the first time, our trust in them can only rely on their kindness. So, from our own judgment or the comments from other people, we can have a rough idea if the stranger is trustworthy. Trust is important because it is the basis around which all human relationships evolve. Without trust, there can be no relationship. Trust can come naturally, or it can be manifested. If you find trust of this magnitude in life, then you are lucky. Also, you can always count on them to protect through all, if not most, of life's perils. Trust is important because if you don't trust someone, then they are not available. Believe it or not, reducing the chance of suffering from poverty is to understand trust, because when you trust other people, you can have more support and resources. However, our ability to trust others varies from individual to individual, just like different people's ability of recognizing a person's face is not the same. Bonds of trust are also extremely fragile. A single act of betrayal, such as a marital affair, can instantly erase years of trustworthy behavior. The consequences of such breaches in confidence can be disastrous, and not only for a relationship. The study demonstrates how oxytocin can facilitate social interactions after trust has been violated, by potentially lowering defense mechanisms associated with social risks and by overcoming negative feedback that is important for adapting behavior in the future. Luckily, oxytocin in our body has the ability to inspire trust in and among people. This chemical is released whenever interaction happens between people. To study social interactions, economists and more recently neuroscientists take advantage of a simple experiment. Two participants play the so-called trust game. The first participant is faced with the decision to keep a sum of money or share it with the second participant who has no obligation to give the money back. He would get more money if the second person returns it. In this game, the first person is left with an important social dilemma, to trust or not to trust. Although it is more profitable to trust, doing so leaves the investor at risk of betrayal. Trust is not something that naturally occurs when two people meet for the first time. It involves a process. One person has to show the quality of being trustworthy to the other person. This can be achieved by certain behaviors and communication. Therefore, trust is conditional. People should not take it for granted. Oxytocin does not only exist in human beings. Animals also have this gift, and it can be seen when they have cooperation with each other. Oxytocin in monkeys, for example, allow them to work together to find food and to fight against enemies. The Nash equilibrium's game theory, the first participant will make the best decision he can, with no expectations that the second participant would change his decision. The second participant will do the same. So the outcome depends on the decision of the other person. This game is similar to the one we just talked about. The oxytocin level doesn't stay the same in a person's body. Studies have found that people who are under a lot of stress would have higher levels of oxytocin. Oxytocin causes a substantial increase in trust among humans, thereby greatly increasing the benefits from social interactions. It's also noted that the effect of oxytocin on trust is not due to a general increase in the readiness to bear risks. On the contrary, oxytocin specifically affects an individual's willingness to accept social risks arising through interpersonal interactions. To sum up, oxytocin is like a kind of social glue that is helpful in social bonding. Further research is needed to explore oxytocin and trust, and how this hormone can be used to strengthen our trust in others and even treat mental disorders that specifically relate to deficiencies in social behavior. Next, we're going to talk about... That is the end of section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers.
You will hear a telephone conversation between a woman who is moving to London and an employee of a relocation service. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 7. Now listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 7.
London Relocation Services, Daniel speaking. How may I help you?
Good morning. My family and I are moving to London later this year, and I wonder if you can help.
Sure. First of all, I'll need to get some personal details. May I take your full name, please?
It's Anna Woods.
Thanks. Where are you moving from?
Northern Ireland, just outside Belfast, actually.
Right. And what's your current address?
It's 118 Fordyce Park. I'll spell that for you. It's Fordyce. And that's in Ballysillan.
And what's the postcode?
It's BT14 9BJ.
All right. And could I take a contact phone number?
I'll give you my mobile number, as you can get me on that anytime. It's 07840 51963.
Great. Got that. Now, we always like to get a bit more information about the families that we're moving. It helps with the search. Are you moving for work?
Yes, my husband's just got a new job in London.
And what about you? Do you work?
Well, I've been working as a teaching assistant recently, but I'm actually a qualified nurse and I'd like to get back into that if possible.
Right. And do you have any children?
Yes, a son. So we need to find a school for him.
Is it a secondary school you'll be looking for?
No, he's still in primary school. He's not quite at the secondary level yet.
Fine. So, let's go on to talk about your requirements for the property. Do you have a preferred location? Is your husband's job in the centre?
No, it's in East London, but we'd rather live somewhere quieter.
Sure. There are some lovely areas in the south.
OK, that sounds great. Now, my husband doesn't want to spend too long commuting to work every day.
So I imagine that ideally he'd like to be not too far from a station then.
Yes, he drives now, but I guess that's not going to be possible, and he's not keen on buses.
What about you or your son? Do you have any preferences? Does your son do any sport, for example?
He's quite active, so I'm sure he'd love a park nearby to run around in. He doesn't do swimming or anything like that.
Great.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 8 to 10. Now listen and answer questions 8 to 10.
So, what sort of property do you have in mind?
We have friends who live in an amazing flat over there, but as we've always lived in a house, I think we'll stick with that. We'd find it hard to adapt to a flat.
OK. And size-wise, how many bedrooms would you like?
Well, there's just myself, my husband and our son.
So you definitely need a 2-bedroom property. But how about having a guest room? I might be able to find a 3-bedroom property for you.
Yes, that would be ideal. We're sure to have family visiting often.
All right, I've made a note of that. Now, are there any other requirements for your new property?
Well, it's not essential, but it'd be handy to have an office for when my husband works from home. It doesn't need to be a big one. I guess it all comes down to budget.
Yes. OK, Anna. Well, I've certainly got enough to be getting on with, and I will...
That is the end of Part 1. You now have 1 minute to check your answers to Part 1. You will hear a manager talking to company employees about moving to a new office building. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 16 on page 3. Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 16.
Thank you for coming to today's meeting, everyone. I'd like to give you some information about moving to our new office building so that you know what the plans are. So, first, let me explain why we're moving. Even though we've taken on quite a few new employees over the last year, we still have plenty of space here, but the problem is where we are. But we've now found the perfect place in the city centre. Originally, we chose this building in the suburbs because the rent was much cheaper, but our clients aren't always keen on coming out here. I visited the new office last week, and I'm pretty sure that you'll find the greatest advantage is the huge windows. I'm not sure we'll need desk lamps at all. Of course, we'll have everything checked out to make sure we can control the temperature of each office, and we may have to put some room dividers in some offices so that you're not disturbed by your colleagues' conversations. We've just set a date for the move. The finance department wanted us to wait until after the end of the tax year, April, but we've decided to move earlier. As soon as the sales conference is over in January, we'll move. That'll give us plenty of time to organise everything before you start taking your annual holidays. We've already put quite a bit of information about the move on the company website, like restaurants and cafes around the new office, but we're still checking bus routes and things like that, so transport information will be up by next Monday. Another thing still to get confirmed is which car park we can use and how many people can use it. OK, let's move on to some practical things you have to do now. Don't worry yet about taking home your photos and things like that. That can be sorted out much nearer the time, along with getting rid of any unwanted paperwork. We need to find out how many new desks and chairs to order, so could you make a list of any of the ones you use that are scratched or broken? Just one thing, all documents containing non-confidential information can go into the general packing boxes, but when it comes to documents containing confidential information, you'll need to put these in special bags. You'll be given grey plastic ones for this. So one thing to do now is go through your filing cabinets and identify which folders are confidential.
Before you hear the rest of the talk, you have some time to look at questions 17 to 20 on page 4. Now listen and answer questions 17 to 20.
Now, to help you prepare for the move, I'd like to talk about lifting heavy things. You shouldn't really have to do this because a removal company will be used, but you might want to move a box out of your way or something. It's surprising how often people don't remember to use the handles on the boxes, although they all have them. You've all had the leaflet explaining that you should keep your back straight and your head up when lifting. And it also tells you to stand with your feet firmly on the ground and a little bit apart, so I think that's clear. But the leaflet emphasises the importance of not twisting to the left or right once you've picked something up, and if you're like me, that's easy to forget. I'd also like to talk about papers. If they've been stored for a long time, they can get mould on them, a sort of fungus, and as soon as you start moving them, the fungus gets disturbed. As you know, you can't open the windows in this building, but I suggest you use the gloves that we'll provide. We'll also get some face masks, but we've been advised that these shouldn't be necessary. What you should do is drink 1 or 2 litres of water a day. That's essential. Often the best time to do this sort of work is after your afternoon break, so that you can leave the building soon afterwards. Now, are there any questions?
That is the end of section 2. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 3 on page 5.
Section 3. You will hear 2 students named Mona and Ted talking about a presentation on design development. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 26. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 26.
Ted, you've looked at my presentation, haven't you? What do you think of it?
Hey, Mona. Yes, I have. Before giving you some advice, I have a question. Why didn't you write about the development of design and its influence, or connection with social advancement, or even art movement? In my opinion, this direction would have more significance.
Actually, I just want to focus on the history of design. I'm particularly interested in its history from the 1800s. That's why I wrote about it.
I see. It could save some effort.
Not really. I've covered different areas of design, such as building, clothing, and products. It's a lot of work.
Right. Is it because you want to give a comprehensive talk?
To be honest, I was worried about my teacher's reaction. If I only talk about one area, she might think I've been lazy.
You know what? Even though it's okay to talk about different aspects, I think the topic is too broad. It would be hard for the listeners to focus on any specific area.
You are right. I only have about 45 minutes for the talk. Maybe I should narrow the range.
That would be much better. And you can use computer technology to assist you in your presentation, like using the CAD or other computer software.
I'm not sure. Although computer technology can improve the visual effects of my presentation, I'd rather use the traditional way since I'm talking about the history of design. I guess traditional media is more affected by computers rather than designing industry.
That makes sense. You could do it your own way. As for the content, you mentioned purism, and you said it can save people's effort. I don't really agree with that. I think it's not really easy to achieve. On the other hand, I do think it's important to apply this concept in architecture. I mean, the buildings should look simple and elegant.
That's a good point. Ted, what do you think I should do to further improve my talk?
Well, I think you have read enough books about it. So, it's not the theories that you lack. Why don't you visit the Design Museum in the north of the city? One of my friends went there last month, and he said it was worth it. I'm sure it can give you some inspiration.
Before you hear the rest of the discussion, you have some time to look at questions 27 to 30. Now listen and answer questions 27 to 30.
How do you usually prepare for a presentation? You have done it many times, right?
You can say that. When I prepare for a presentation, I would first try to come up with an introduction telling the audience what my topic is. It's very important to grasp people's attention and let them know what you want to talk about.
Okay, I think so. A good beginning can mean everything.
Exactly. Maybe you could use a story to start. Step 2, I would research deeper into the topic and give the audience something new.
Yeah, that's what I've been working on. I always try to look for more related information online. I want them to learn something from my presentation.
Since you work so hard, they will like it. I noticed that you use a lot of pictures in your slides. What I would do is put a statement under each picture, so the audience would know what exactly the pictures are about.
I just thought it would be more impressive to use only pictures. All right, I will add that.
In the next step, you should try illustrating slide by slide. Each slide should only contain one thought or idea, so all of these thoughts will link together in your illustration.
This step would need a lot of practice.
Exactly. A lot of practice is needed before you stand in front of the real audience. There's one final step you should not forget. I suggest you prepare some text handouts with important details.
What are they for?
The audience can reflect on what you talk about in and after your presentation.
I've never thought about that. Thank you so much. Ted, you're a great help.
No problem, Mona.
That is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers.
Section 4. You will hear a talk on the research of the graphical symbol. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
Good morning, everyone. Today I'm going to talk about the graphical symbol. A graphic symbol is a written symbol that is used to represent speech, such as those used in the Greek alphabet. The term graphic symbol encompasses anything from the logographs used in Egyptian hieroglyphic writing to ancient Chinese pictograms. Early symbols were based on pictographs and ideograms before they were developed into logographic writing systems. These systems are still in use in some non-literate cultures in Africa, the Americas, and Oceania. Indeed, elements of pictography are still found in modern Chinese characters, and it is often an interesting exercise to trace the origins of some Chinese characters. Pictographs remain in common commercial use today as signs, instructions, or statistical diagrams. Road signs and public toilet signs, and even flat pack assembly instructions utilizing pictures, are considered pictographic. Ancient graphic writing systems provide researchers with a wealth of knowledge about past civilizations. In 1799, one of the most important historical discoveries was made by accident when members of Napoleon's expedition to Egypt found a stone in Rosetta that exhibited 3 different scripts. The stone, now known as the Rosetta Stone, was studied in significant depth by scholars and was first deciphered by Frenchman Jean-François Champollion in 1822. He was able to correctly determine the phonetic values of the symbols, and later research has confirmed his findings. In many of these symbols, lines are used to portray a multitude of meanings, and knowledge and understanding of these lines holds the key to comprehension of graphic writing systems. A key moment in the history of communication was the invention of the camera obscura, or camera. Although the concept can be traced back to the 5th century BC Chinese philosopher Mo Ti, the first photographic image was ultimately created in 1826 by Joseph Nicéphore Nicéph. Photography, as it was later known, enables researchers to piece together and better understand history. Today, photography forms a huge part of everyday life, and most publications contain a vast number of photographs. Photography is used in advertising and is now becoming a way to increase awareness of existing world issues. For example, animal welfare charities are increasingly using photography to advertise animals that are at high risk of endangerment. Charity workers are sometimes flown to far-flung locations to document the suffering endured by high-risk animals in an attempt to raise human awareness of their consumption activities and how they impact others. One recent high-profile campaign was undertaken by attaching a camera to the foot of a bird in order to obtain photographs of the animals in their natural habitats and understand how often they come into contact with human waste. A soon-to-be-released documentary about the suffering of animals on Midway Island shows the full extent to which human consumption is harming animals thousands of miles away from us. As photography continues to progress, with the use of drones now becoming somewhat commonplace, we should expect more and more objects to be included in the future, expanding the horizon of photography ever further. Indeed, the downward pressure on traditional media prices means that media companies are being forced to get creative on how to make a profit. Many have found that the answer to this lies in advertising, and companies are now willing to devote a large portion of their budgets to advertising in newspapers. By the same token, marketing has become an essential part of a company's business model, often meaning the success or failure of a company. As a result, much time and money has been pumped into the development of effective branding, with attractive packaging playing a large role in this. However, many governments are now seen to be cracking down on marketing and packaging in an attempt to protect consumers from being misled. In particular, tobacco companies are now subject to ever-increasing regulation. For example, in the United Kingdom, legislation is soon to pass preventing any form of branding or differentiation on cigarette packaging in efforts to curb the harmful effects of smoking. Finally, one must not forget the fundamental role that graphic writing systems have had to play in mathematics. Graphs, icons, and diagrams often form the very basis of these branches of academia. Indeed, one needs to look no further than chemistry's periodic table to see a perfect example of graphic writing systems in use today.
That is the end of section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers. That is the end of the listening test. In the IELTS test, you will now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the answer sheet.
This is the IELTS listening test. You will hear a number of different recordings and you will have to answer questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions and questions and you will have a chance to check your work. All the recordings will be played once only. The test is in 4 parts. At the end of the test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the answer sheet. Now turn to part 1. Part 1. You will hear a woman telephoning an eco-farm. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 5. Now listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 5. Good afternoon. Lakeside Eco Farm. Mark speaking.
Oh, good afternoon. My name is Helen. I was listening to a programme the other day and it said that you are a member of the Northern Hotel Group.
Yes, that's correct. Are you a member of the group?
Yes, I am, and I would like to find out about staying with you for a week during the school holidays.
No problem, Helen. May I have your full name?
Helen Pennington. That's Pennington.
Thank you, Helen. And your email address?
helen123@email.com. No dashes or underscores. Oh, sorry, actually it's probably better if I give you my work email address, which is more convenient for me. That is helen123@greenfield.com, and Greenfield is one word.
OK, and your home address?
It is 66 Lake Road, Sheffield.
May I ask where you heard about us? You mentioned a programme. Is it on TV or...?
Actually, I heard about you on the radio, and I thought it might be a good place to take my children during the summer holidays. What kind of activities do you have?
Well, here we have lodges in the woods, a couple of lakes, lots of activities and great food, so I'm sure your whole family will love it. I can give you prices for all these, but first, could I have your membership number?
Oh yes, I think it's UK 765042GE, but I will just check. It has been a while since I used it. Just a moment. Actually it is UK 765024EG.
That's fine, thank you. Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 6 to 10. Now listen carefully and answer questions 6 to 10.
Can you see my information on your system?
Yes, I've found you. So, regarding accommodation here at Island Eco Farm, for families I recommend our family chalets, as they are large and suitable for both adults and children.
Ah, OK, that sounds nice. But a lodge is probably too big for us, and I don't think we have much time and energy for cleaning, so we would like to stay in a flat, preferably near the farm.
I'm afraid there's no accommodation near the farm. Would you want to be located near the lake? It's got a great view.
Actually, my daughter would prefer to stay in the forest if possible.
That's fine. We have some lovely log cabins with room for 4 people, which would suit your family.
Yes, that's the kind of thing we want. I hope you have a wide range of food available. My husband is a meat eater. I like seafood, and my children like organic food, including plenty of vegetables.
Yes, we cater for all different types of diet, so you can get all of those preferences here, don't worry.
Great. So, what is the transport situation? Can we get there by ferry or van, for instance?
No, the best way is by train. There's a regular service from Sheffield, or there is a bike trail all the way here. It generally takes about 6 hours to ride here from Sheffield.
That sounds good, but it might be difficult with our luggage. It's a pity you don't have vans or ferry boats, but I think we will take the train. So, what activities do you have there?
We have a gardening course on planting flowers. Would that be suitable?
I was hoping for something a little more energetic to give us more exercise. A dance course, for example.
That is something guests requested in the past, but it's not something we are doing at the moment. I will bear that in mind for the future, though.
OK, that would be great. I need to get back to work, so can you email me through the prices and all the details?
Certainly. I'll send all the details through to your work email address right now.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome, and we hope to see you here at Lakeside Eco Farm soon.
Thanks, goodbye.
That is the end of part 1. You now have 1 minute to check your answers to part 1.
Part 2. You will hear an introduction from a tour guide about suggestions for an island. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 14. Now, listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 14.
Hello everyone, I'm Hazel, the guide from Travel Light Agency. Since we mentioned the trip to Moona Island in the last programme, we've received several online messages from those who have been there. As a result, we've collected some helpful do's and don'ts for new visitors, which will hopefully help you to know the island better and enjoy your stay to the fullest. The first suggestion is about tips. Although tipping is required in most circumstances in Moona Island, the amount you should give differs significantly. If you take a taxi, there is no set rate on how much you should leave to the driver. Someone may give a generous tip if he thinks the service is fantastic. It's up to you entirely. However, if you go to the hairdresser's or enjoy a meal in the restaurant and the bill comes with no service charge, a 10% tip is advisable. Moona Island has got relatively good medical service. If you get sick, the quickest way is to ask the hotel to arrange an English-speaking doctor for you. But remember, it's not a complimentary service. The other alternative is to visit the local clinic, and you have to prepare for the charge as well. I should remind you that the medical service on the island can be pricey, so it's better to buy your insurance before you leave. When you visit Moona Island, you'll see the notice nearly everywhere. Tap water is safe to drink, but you might not get used to its weird taste because it contains minerals. In this case, you can buy bottled water sold in every shop, but you'd better make sure the sealed lid is untouched, as the locals often put tap water into the bottle.
Before you hear the rest of the talk, you have some time to look at questions 15 to 20. Now listen and answer questions 15 to 20.
Then I'll focus on transportation in Moona Island. The bus is the most commonly used means of transportation for local residents. Although there aren't many bus lines, they're always on time. However, some people complained that the road was so bumpy that they even got nausea and dizziness. As a result, it's not a good choice if you want to sit peacefully and relax on the way. And another thing is, before you jump on the bus, inquire of the driver about where the bus will go. Unlike most cities, here in Moona Island, you cannot find the destination shown in front of the bus or at the bus stop. Maybe you found the bus service is not so enjoyable. In that case, you can always rent a car. If you choose this way, I advise you to prepare well beforehand. Although some taxi companies provide car rental services, many visitors sometimes find nobody answering the phone. So leave this way when you are in a hurry. It's wise to compare several car rental companies online beforehand, as the price may vary a lot. Booking via hotel may be overcharged, as it contains a 10% commission, so it's also not advisable. More importantly, don't forget to check with the company what the price covers in detail, like daily rental expenses, car insurance, commission, etc. It usually includes unlimited mileage too, but fuel is excluded. If you don't want to drive, a taxi is the quickest and most comfortable way, although few are available on Moona Island. If you want to find a taxi quickly, it's not a good idea to reserve through the taxi company, as sometimes you'll have quite a wait, especially in the rush hour. The easiest way is just waving your hands on the street to stop the taxi. Otherwise, the driver will drive away directly after he drops off the guests. Oh, another thing is, I have to remind you that there is no meter for taxis in Moona Island, so before you jump in the taxi, you'd better negotiate with the driver about how much you're going to pay. For example, if you take a taxi from the airport at night, it may cost you. So confirm the price before you get in. OK, That's all about the tips for Moona Island that I want to share today. And are there any questions?
That is the end of part 2. You now have half a minute to check your answers to part 2.
Part 3. You will hear two students called Jeannie and Dan discussing some research on the effects of music on consumer behaviour. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 26. Now, listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 26. Hi, Dan. How's it going?
Hello, Jeannie. Pretty well, thanks. Have you finished your research yet?
Yes, it's all done. I've spent several weeks on it, from the very beginning of deciding the topic to carrying out the research and writing the essay.
Congratulations. Seems like a big project. I know the research is to do with music, but what is it exactly about?
Well, at first I didn't have a specific purpose until one day I read a report that said if appropriate music is played while people are eating, it may cause some changes in their behaviour. But the report didn't illustrate the changes in detail. So I wanted to carry out a thorough investigation into this.
That's quite unique. So, how did you conduct your research?
I started by looking for 5 different restaurants and then went to each of the restaurants to order some food and observe other people. I mainly focused on how the music is played instead of how people eat. Findings of my observations indicate that the 5 restaurants have something in common. They all have a special section to play the music. More importantly, although the music is played at different times, the volume is unchanged.
Sounds attractive. I've never read anything about this before. In addition to observation, what other research methods have you used?
I also distributed the survey questionnaire to people dining there.
What questions are posed in your questionnaire?
Well, the first section of the questionnaire asks subjects to indicate the number of times they have been to the restaurant previously, the number of people they dine with, and whether they think they will return to the restaurant. These early questions don't involve musical preferences, but largely act as distractors, the intention being that subjects will be less inclined to think that the survey is about the music being played.
That sounds very reasonable. Did you design the questionnaire by yourself?
Actually, no. I read an assignment a student wrote last year, which was just kept beside a dictionary in the library. I came across it when I was looking something up in the dictionary.
Oh, you were so lucky. Is there any other question included in the questionnaire?
Yes. Subjects are also asked why they choose to dine at a particular restaurant. Several reasons are listed in the questionnaire. I thought people would put service first, but that's not the case. Only about 12% of them have chosen this reason, while the majority of respondents think whether they will pick this restaurant depends on how many available seats it has. They think it's terrible to eat in a crowded place.
Yes, everyone wants to enjoy a meal comfortably. Then I guess maybe the location of a restaurant is an important factor. since no one likes to waste too much time on the way?
It used to be, but nowadays nearly every household has a private car, so they don't have to be worried about the traffic problem. What I find interesting, however, is that a large percentage of people say they will compare different restaurants in the neighbourhood on the internet first. If one of them stands out from its rivals, they will choose it.
Wow, it's really interesting.
Before you hear the rest of the discussion, you have some time to look at questions 27 to 30. Now listen and answer questions 27 to 30.
What else then?
Well, the second section of the questionnaire asks subjects to respond to the music being played by rating, so that the relationship between music and perceived atmosphere could be examined directly. As a means of examining purchase intention, the final section of the questionnaire asks them to indicate the maximum amount of money they are prepared to spend on their main meal.
So, what have you finally discovered?
I collected all the questionnaires and analysed people's answers to get a clear idea of their reactions to different music conditions. The result shows that music has become an indispensable part of restaurants. If people find there isn't any music during the meal, they will think the restaurant charges too much.
Yes, now music is everywhere in our life. Is there any difference in people's attitudes towards different musical styles?
Yes, most people think that if jazz is being played when eating, they tend to stay at the restaurant longer and order more food to enjoy the music. But this is quite the opposite of what happens when classical music is played. Many customers think if the restaurant plays classical music, they wouldn't like to stay there for another minute, but to finish the food quickly and hurry away, because they don't like this type of music at all. And lastly, about pop music. It's very popular these days, especially among young people, as I've noticed in restaurants. They like listening to this type of music during their meals. As a result, this greatly increases the possibility of their presence at the same restaurant.
Great. I've learned a lot from your research. I think it's meaningful and innovative. Thanks for telling me, Jeannie.
You're welcome, Dan. That is the end of part 3. You now have 30 seconds to check your answers to part 3.
Part 4. You will hear an engineering student giving a presentation about a research project on design features of the International Space Station. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
For my presentation, I'm going to summarize the findings of a research project on life aboard the International Space Station in the early days of its operation, its teething problems as it were. I'll start by giving a little background information. The space station crew were essentially a constantly changing team of scientists from different countries who lived on the space station for several months at a time, and they conducted a number of experiments, including some studies of living conditions in space, which is what I'm going to be looking at now. So, what was life like on board in the very confined conditions of the space station? Well, the early impressions recorded by the astronauts were very different from what people had expected. They'd expected that the air would smell stale or artificial, but the astronauts found that it was fresh. So that was one very positive finding. And although they were in such a confined space and people worried that it would get very hot, in fact, they found that it was very easy to turn the temperature up or down in order to keep it within a comfortable range. The feedback on the food was also positive. Astronauts on previous space stations had described the meals as boring, but the International Space Station meals were praised for their variety. So that was another good piece of feedback. And something which is taken for granted today, but was a key morale booster in those days, was communication between the space station and Earth, which the astronauts said was clear and reliable. So, in the early days, it seems that the mood was overall very positive. However, after a few days, the difficulties and frustrations became clearer. Above all, the crew complained about the constant noise caused by the air filters, which used to rattle and buzz 24 hours a day, interrupting their sleep. As well as that, the astronauts complained that the Velcro fasteners, which were positioned all over the station, didn't work well. And so, a lot of the time, objects weren't secure in the cabin but floated about. A particularly serious problem was that the systems used on the space station had been developed in a number of different countries, and they didn't always work well together. For example, it was impossible to mix the water produced from different systems because it contained different sorts of preservatives, and these reacted together and blocked the pipes. Another problem was connected to repairs. At the best of times, these took up an inordinate amount of time on the station, and the crew complained that many of the tools that they'd been provided with weren't suitable for the jobs they had to do. So they had to improvise, which meant that jobs took a lot longer than they needed to. Another related problem was to do with access to equipment that needed maintaining. Because the instructions on the equipment were often located in places where they were difficult to read, like on the back of equipment, it was often difficult or impossible to read them. So, having identified these problems, the researchers came up with a number of suggestions about how conditions could be improved on subsequent missions. First, it became clear that although there had been a great deal of consultation with the crews, the systems and equipment on the space station needed much more wide-ranging testing. Then, the whole issue of language training came under review. Astronauts from different countries had to be able to talk to the controllers on Earth and to understand them. Now, although they'd had extensive language training, the astronauts sometimes had problems comprehending what was said because they weren't familiar with the accent of the speaker. And this sometimes led to quite dangerous misunderstandings. Finally, and this is the point I found most surprising, the researchers felt that the designers of the space station were paying too much attention to safety rather than considering operating issues. That is, how the station could be run comfortably and smoothly. And the recommendation was to make changes here at quite a fundamental level. So, those were the main points I covered in the...
That is the end of Part 4. You now have 1 minute to check your answers to Part 4. That is the end of the listening test. In the IELTS test, you would now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the answer sheet.
Part 1.
You will hear a man telephoning a sports club to ask about membership and facilities. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 4. You will see that there is an example that has been done for you. On this occasion only, the conversation relating to this will be played first.
Good morning. Sorry, it's gone 12. I'll start again. Good afternoon, Kingswell Sports Club. How can I help you?
Oh, good afternoon. I was wondering if you could give me some information about membership and facilities.
The name of the sports club is Kingswell, so Kingswell has been written in the space. Now we shall begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 4.
Good morning. Sorry, it's gone 12. I'll start again. Good afternoon, Kingswell Sports Club. How can I help you?
Oh, good afternoon. I was wondering if you could give me some information about membership and facilities.
Of course. What would you like to know?
Do you have tennis courts, for example?
No, I'm afraid we don't. We're primarily a golf club.
What about football? I heard you had a team.
No, I'm sorry. Perhaps you're thinking about Fresham Sports Centre.
Oh, right. I know it. I've played badminton there.
Have you? They've got a lot of facilities we don't have, and vice versa. We do have a Keep Fit studio, which is very popular with members, and then as well as that, there's swimming, of course.
That's good. I like to swim every day.
We have a range of classes, too.
Do you have judo classes? I'm keen to learn.
Well, at the moment, we offer kickboxing. We're planning to add judo and stretch classes soon. We're currently running a range of yoga classes, too.
What about relaxing after exercise? I assume you have a restaurant or something?
At the moment, we've got a salad bar, which is very popular. We'll also have a fully licensed restaurant by the end of the year.
Sounds good.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 5 to 10. Now listen and answer questions 5 to 10.
What kind of membership are you interested in?
Not really sure. What are the options?
Well, there are 3 different membership schemes.
I see. What's the difference?
Well, the first one's called Gold, and you can use all the facilities at any time of the day or week. You can also join in as many classes as you like for free.
That sounds good. Is it very expensive?
Well, you pay a £250 joining fee, and then it's £450. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's just gone up by £50. Sorry about that. It's now £500 for the annual subscription fee.
Right, got that. And what's the next type?
Well, that's silver. It's the same as gold, except you have to pay a small fee of £1 per lesson for any you do, and you can only use the centre at certain times.
I see. So when exactly?
You can only use the facilities between 10 a.m. and 4:30 p.m.
So I couldn't use the pool at 8 in the morning or evening then?
That's right.
Okay, and the price for that? Is the joining fee the same as for gold?
Actually, it's slightly less than the £250. It's £225. But the annual fee is only £300. Does that sound more like what you want?
Well, it's still rather more expensive than I thought. I'm a student here in England, and I'm only here for 6 months.
Ah, then the bronze scheme would probably suit you best.
How is that different?
Well, some of the facilities have restricted use.
And do I have to pay for classes?
Yes, it's £3 for each class you join.
I see. And what are the hours then?
Between 10:30 and 3:30 weekdays only, and you pay a £50 joining fee. The annual fee is £180. It works out at £15 a month, so that would be quite a lot cheaper.
Oh, that should be all right. I could come in my free periods. What do I have to do if I want to join?
Well, we book you in for an assessment with an instructor who will show you how to use all the equipment. If you want to organise a trial session and look around the centre, you'll need to speak to David Kinchley.
Could you spell that, please?
Yes, David, Kynchly. I'll give you his direct line number. It's 0458 95 311.
Thanks.
Thank you for calling Kingswell Sports Club.
That is the end of part 1. You now have 1 minute to check your answers to part 1. Part 2.
You will hear a local radio broadcast about the Rivendell City Theatre. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 16. Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 16.
And here on Radio Rivendell, we have Lynn Rawley, the Public Relations Officer of our own Rivendell City Theatre. Hello, Lynn.
Hello.
Now, the theatre is reopening soon after its 3-year redevelopment program, isn't it?
That's right, and there are a lot of improvements. The first thing people will see when they go in is that the foyer has been repainted in the original green and gold. Then the box office has been reoriented with its own access from the side of the building instead of through the foyer, which means it can be open longer hours and has more space too. The shop that used to be in the foyer, which sold books and CDs, is the one part of the redevelopment which isn't yet complete. The plan is to find new premises for it near the theatre, and we've had difficulty finding somewhere suitable. We hope to reopen the shop in the next few months.
Will audiences find any difference in the auditorium?
Yes, we've increased the legroom between the rows. This means that there are now fewer seats, but we're sure audiences will be much happier. And we've installed air conditioning so it won't get so hot and stuffy. We already had a few seats which were suitable for wheelchair users, and now there are twice as many, which we hope will meet demand. Something else that will benefit audiences is the new lifts. The 2 we used to have were very small and slow. They've now gone, and we've got much more efficient ones.
Anything for the performers?
Yes, we've made a number of improvements backstage. The small dark dressing rooms we used to have been converted into 2 large airy rooms, so they're much more comfortable now. And the state-of-the-art electronic sound and lighting systems have been installed.
Before you hear the rest of the talk, you have some time to look at questions 17 to 20. Now listen
and answer questions 17 to 20.
Okay, so what's the first play that audiences can see when the theatre reopens?
We've got a very exciting production of Peter Shaffer's Royal Hunt of the Sun, which is currently touring the country. That starts on October the 13th and runs till the 19th. We're experimenting a bit with the time the curtain goes up. We used to start all our performances at 7:30, but that made it difficult for people to go home by public transport. So instead, we're beginning at 7, because at 9:45, when it finishes, there are still buses running. Tickets are already selling fast. The Friday and Saturday performances sold out almost immediately, and in fact now there are only tickets for Monday and Thursday.
How much are they?
We've introduced a simpler price structure. Ticket prices used to range from £6 to £30, but now they're all £18. They're available from the box office, in person, by phone, fax or post, or online.
Okay, Lynn, now if you'd like to give the contact details for the theatre so that our listeners...
That is the end of part 2. You now have 30 seconds to check your answers to part 2. Part 3.
You're going to hear a conversation between John and Anne, two students who are talking about their survey. Answer questions 21 to 26 first. You now have some time to read questions 21 to 26.
Hi, Anne. How's it going? Thank goodness I finished that survey on television watching and reading ability. What was your survey on?
I told you before. I wanted to find out if there is any relationship between how fat students are and how many times they eat at fast food restaurants.
That's right. I'd forgotten. Have you got your report finished? All the graphs and charts, that sort of thing?
Almost done. What about you?
All ready to present to the class, apart from 1 or 2 small things. Actually, my results are really interesting. Want me to tell you what I found?
Sure, if you promise to let me tell you what I found.
No problem. Anyway, look at this graph here. On the x-axis, I have the dependent variable reading level.
How did you measure reading level?
I used the English department test, and on the y-axis, I have a number of hours usually spent watching television every week.
13 to 19, 20 to 29, 30 to 39, 40 to 49, and 50 to 59. What are these numbers?
The people's ages. I managed to get exactly 20 people from each age group to do the test. Took me ages.
And what did you find out?
Well, look at this. If we take the 100 people as one group, we see that the more television people watch, the worse their reading level.
That's not surprising. But did you find any significant difference between the different age groups?
You bet. Okay. This is the curve for the group as a whole. These lines are for the different age groups. See what I see?
Wow, that's fascinating. The 2 youngest groups are very similar. Big difference between the oldest 2 groups and the youngest 2. The older the people are, the less the correlation between reading level and hours spent in front of the TV. Why do you think that is?
Well, I need to do more research before I can say for sure. But from talking to the people, it's clear that over the past 30 years, most people have been watching more television and reading fewer books. But the older people...
Don't tell me. They spent more time reading when they were young than young people nowadays. So they learned to read well, and even though they spend more time in front of the TV than they used to, their reading levels stay the same.
Hey, you're pretty smart. That's exactly what I think. But I need to do more research before I can say for sure. How about your survey?
As the conversation continues, please answer questions 27 to 30
Nothing surprising. Well, actually, one thing is really interesting. Look, this is the number of times people usually go to a fast food place every week. And these are the percentages of people who are normal weight, overweight or obese, meaning really, really fat. Look, no fast food, only about 5% are obese. And look, 12 or more, about a third. And another graph, we have the number of hours they exercise every week.
Wow, a big difference. More junk food, less exercise, more fat. I didn't think it would be so obvious. That's great work. Why do you think people who exercise more tend to eat less junk food?
I asked everyone about that and found that people who care about their health do more exercise and eat fewer French fries and all that other greasy food, fast food stuff. Simple.
That makes sense. But I see you found lots of people who eat the stuff more than once a day on average. I can't believe it.
You'd be surprised. You're right.
Hey, who's this guy? More than 12 a week? I bet it was Richard. He must weigh 260 kilos. And he's pretty short, all fat, no muscle.
You're right. And he drinks tons of soft drinks. All that sugar.
Okay, that's it. Healthy food only from now on.
And get to the gym, fatty.
That is the end of part 3. You now have 30 seconds to check your answers to part 3. Part 4.
You're going to hear a lecture on corporate crime. You now have some time to read questions 31 to 40.
Good evening. Welcome once again to Criminology 201. I'm happy to see you all looking so alert and full of energy after a busy day. Tonight, and for the next few weeks, we will be looking at what is clearly a very important topic, corporate crime. First of all, what do we mean by corporate crime? The simple answer, of course, is crime committed by a corporation, usually by the heads of a corporation working together. But what about a crime committed by, for example, the CEO of a company, who without the knowledge of his colleagues, bribes a government official in order to get a big fat contract for his company? Well, we won't be looking at this kind of white-collar crime. Rather, we'll restrict our study to cases where the top people in a business entity work together and knowingly break the law, and especially those cases where, until they get caught, this type of unlawful behaviour is actually part of the corporate culture. First, why do they do it? The simple answer is to make more money. Well, most businessmen want to make more money, but they don't break the law to do so. So what factors make a group of men, yes, they are usually men, but women are by no means immune from this temptation, decide to step outside the law? In the next few weeks, we'll be looking into this question with a lot of case studies in some depth. We will also try to divide corporate crime into several categories and see what they share in common in terms of the psychology and organisational culture of those who commit them. And we will also look into the legal, social and political settings in which these crimes occur. A particularly interesting aspect of corporate crime is the process of detection, trial and punishment. It often seems that this type of crime goes on for an unreasonable length of time before it is detected by the authorities. Is this true, and if so, why? There is also a common perception that people found guilty of corporate crimes are treated much more leniently by the courts than, for example, your common everyday thief or murderer even. Is this true? And if so, why? I mentioned that we will divide corporate crime into several categories and look at some specific cases. What categories can we think of? Well, one is that of product safety, where a company markets a product that it knows to be unsafe. One of the landmark cases in corporate criminology of this type is the Ford Pinto case. Ford was accused of rushing the production of an unsafe car, and in 1980 there was the criminal trial of the Ford Motor Company for reckless homicide. We'll look at the research on white-collar crime and studies on organizational culture and structure to examine the lack of safety and recall regulations that may have contributed to as many as 500 deaths. As one report put it, much of the literature on the Ford Pinto case focuses on how consumer safety was willingly sacrificed in the face of corporate greed. Another category of corporate crime is manipulation of a company's share prices. One form of this is insider trading. Closely related and sometimes very difficult to prove is a kind of creative accounting, whereby, for example, profits are exaggerated in order to drive up a company's share prices. Take the Enron scandal. On November 29, 2001, the Wall Street Journal ran an article in which they reported that for years the company may have been President Bush's biggest financial backers, donating nearly $2 million to his campaigns. And it appeared that the Bush administration's National Energy Plan might have been in part an effort to help one of Bush's largest contributors. So we see politics creeping into this corporate crime question.
That is the end of part 4. You now have 1 minute to check your answers to part 4. That is the end of the listening. Now turn to part 1. Part 1.
You will hear a man telephoning an employment agency to register for job opportunities.
First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 7. You should answer the questions as you listen, because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully to the first part of the conversation and answer questions 1 to 7.
Able Employment, how may I help you?
I saw your advertisement in the Daily Gazette.
Oh, yes.
And I'd like to register with you. I'm a student, but I've got the long holiday coming up.
Certainly. I'll just get the form ready. OK, let me take your details.
Sure.
Can I have your full name?
It's Bowen. James Bowen. B-O-W-E-N.
Right. And your address, please?
Well, just now I'm staying at the youth hostel.
I see.
But I'm moving into a flat on Friday.
Well, give me that one then.
It's 4 Lion, like the animal, Road, Melford, MF4 5JB.
OK. And then I need to have a phone number for you.
I don't know the number at the flat yet, but I could give you my mobile. That's 09954 721 822. Would that do?
For the time being. But if you can let me know your new number when you can.
Of course.
Now, qualifications. What qualifications have you got? I mean, post-16 qualifications.
Well, I stayed on at school till 18 and got my A-levels.
Fine. Anything else? You said you were a student.
Yes, and then I've done 2 years at college, so I've got my history diploma, though I don't know how useful that'll be for getting a job.
Well, it depends. Everything counts in some way.
And I also did an IT course this year, and that got me my computer skills certificate, which I certainly hope is relevant. It's different anyway. That's all really.
That's quite a good range. And what about on the practical side? What work experience have you got?
Well, not too much, because I've mainly been studying.
Yes.
But 2 summers ago I worked just as general assistant in a hospital for about 3 months. It was quite hard, but very interesting.
Okay. Anything else?
If you include part-time work...
Oh, yes.
I've often worked in the college holidays as a tour guide, showing visitors round. That's quite enjoyable, meeting people.
I'm sure.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 8 to 10. Now listen and answer questions 8 to 10.
Now on to interests. There's space here for 2. What would you say?
2? Well, I like various sports, but I suppose we should put that I'm in the swimming club. I'm pretty committed to that.
Yes, that sounds good. And for the other one, something different?
I'm very keen on music too, and I love playing piano. I've been doing that for over 10 years now.
Yes, I'll put that down. Well, that's more or less it for the time being.
Uh-huh.
Just one more thing. What I do need is your availability.
Oh, yes. The college term finishes on June the 20th, and then I'm going to visit my parents. But I can be back and ready to start on June the 28th, if that seems okay.
I'm sure it is. Now, what happens next is that I process this information, and then...
That is the end of part 1. You now have 1 minute to check your answers to part 1. Part 2.
You will hear a presentation from a ship's captain telling guests about what cruises are available. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 16. Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 16.
Welcome to all our passengers. My name is Captain Gordon Peterson and I'm one of the 4 captains here at NZ Dreaming Cruises. My purpose in the next few minutes is to give you an overview of what cruises are available for you to choose from. Once you have decided which one you'd like to go on, from this central area we will board the boats for your individual cruises. I am assuming by now that you have read the brochures we sent to you, so I'll only take the time to mention the highlights of 3 of our cruises. Now we do have additional cruises on different days, but these are the 3 that we're offering passengers today. And please feel free to ask any questions you may have. Okay then, to begin. The Mitre Peak Lodge Cruise has consistently been one of the most popular cruises we offer. It's a 2-day sightseeing spectacular. You will see the original homestead of Donald Sutherland, who arrived in the area in 1877. It's a real treat to see such an old building. Most people are not actually able to go in. However, included in the $170 price, we offer a tour of the old home. The lodge itself is now used solely as a part of the Milford Track guided walk and is not available for any other accommodation. We will arrive at the Mitre Peak Lodge and there spend the first night and next day before cruising home. The Milford Sound Cruise is next. We used to operate this one daily from the wharf situated in Freshwater Basin, but recently we've upgraded the experience to a 3-day, $240 voyage. Up until 1979, this area was also used as an anchorage for the Milford fishing fleet. We offer an opportunity to go fishing on this one. Don't worry if you don't know much about fishing. We also include a free fishing lesson with the cruise. You anglers won't want to miss this one. Our next cruise is more for the outdoor adventurer. We've called it Adventure Bound. This 4-day trip starts with a visit to Lion Mountain. rising to a height of 1,302 metres, or 4,272 feet, you had better be sure to pack your climbing boots. Now don't worry if you don't have any. Boots and basic outdoor survival skills are included in the $340 price. On day 2, we go whitewater rafting, and if there's still snow on the mountain, we'll have a chance to go skiing.
Before you listen to the rest of the presentation, you have some time to look at questions 17 to 20. Now, listen carefully and answer questions 17 to 20.
Now, just to let you know what is available as far as facilities are concerned. Our boats are fully equipped to offer you most of the comforts of home. However, a few things may be different. For example, showers. Please keep them to around a minute as we have limited heated water. There are no TVs on board, but you can listen to the radio to keep up to date with the outside world. You'll find that nature will provide most of the entertainment. Speaking of water, nature will provide a special surprise. As we cruise in close to the rock face of Fairy Falls, you'll be able to try your skill at catching a cup of the pure alpine water from the falls. Not everyone is successful at this, but over the years our staff have become very proficient at filling large containers full of this beautiful alpine water. There's always plenty in the kitchen for you to enjoy. And sorry, no swimming. We wouldn't want any of you to die from exposure. Meals. Meals are served at the same times. Breakfast is always from 6:30 in the morning and 12:30 for lunch. Dinner is served at 6 p.m. and we serve all meals for 1 hour. If you come after that, sorry, but you'll have to wait for the next scheduled meal. Our staff on board work very hard to prepare meals daily for your enjoyment. All we ask is that when you finish your meal, you take your time to wash any dishes you use and place them on the main counter. Our staff will put them in the kitchen, and your cooperation here would greatly assist us in helping run the cruise. Okay, that's enough from me. Let's board the boats. Have a great time.
That is the end of part 2. You now have 30 seconds to check your answers to part 2. Part 3.
You will hear a conversation between an undergraduate student, David, and his tutor, Dr. Smith, about David's plans for doing a master's degree. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 26. Now listen to the first part of the conversation and answer questions 21 to 26.
Right. Well, David, I think it's a good idea to talk a little about your plans for going on to do an MA. Now, I understand you're thinking in terms of either Forth College or Haynes College?
That's right. Well, so far anyway.
No, I think that's a good choice to have narrowed it down to.
I'm interested to know how the services to support students work in both places.
Yes, I know you've needed to make use of those here in the last year. I have to say I'm not absolutely sure about the situation at Haynes. I expect they're all right, but certainly Forth has a good reputation in that regard. They have a large number of students from abroad, and they have to make sure they're okay.
That's reassuring. And then I'll be moving city again, obviously, whichever college I go to, and I hope that the room or flat I could expect would be nice.
Very important, yes. These days, actually, all colleges tend to have decent quality rooms or flats for their students, and Forth and Haynes are no exception.
Right. Well, what about comparisons on the academic side of things?
Well, I know you're an avid user of the limited online provision we have here. I think you'll find Haynes is about as developed, or not, as we are here, and that Forth has developed some pretty impressive stuff, which I'm sure you'd make the most of.
Well, I'd certainly try.
But that doesn't mean that the more traditional information sources, such as the good old-fashioned library, should be forgotten.
No, of course not.
While Forth has recently had a very splendid law library opened, that isn't particularly relevant for you, and I think you'd find Haynes' general university and faculty collections better suited to your needs. But that's something you could check for yourself if you visit both places.
Which I'm planning to do next month.
Good. Now there's the question of the lecturing staff, which is clearly going to be key to your progress. I think you'd find them adequate at Forth. There are some solid people working there, while Haynes have recently taken on some inspirational people, very cutting edge. It's a little hard to judge, though, because as a research student, it's not as if you have teaching all day, every day.
No, I guess not. But I'll need to consult.
Yes, and on the subject of research, in terms of the college's reputation for results, again, neither place is bad in any way, but I think you'll find, and you can check this on the Research Council's website, that Haynes has consistently scored very well. There's perhaps a little bit of an issue with non-completing doctorate students at Forth.
Well, I'll certainly look at the website as you suggest.
Fine.
Now you have some time to look at questions 27 to 30. Now listen to the rest of the conversation and answer questions 27 to 30.
I'm still a bit anxious about making this next step. I know the level of competition is very high, especially in my area. It makes me feel rather daunted, and I wonder if in a new place I may be out on my own, if you know what I mean, compared to the sense of community here. I suppose it'll be down to my determination to succeed to get me through.
Well, do remember how you felt when you arrived here. I'm sure you'll get on anywhere in the end.
I hope so.
And of course, you still don't know exactly where you want to end up. By the time you've completed your masters, you'll have a clearer idea of whether you want to progress to doctorate level. It's possible, I suppose, that you'll begin to see how much you might be interested in picking up some bits of lecturing earlier than that, since your area's fairly specialised, and may put you in demand sooner than you think. To establish yourself in your area of expertise, it would be sensible to think in terms of getting your stuff into one or two of the journals, converting parts of your dissertation into suitable formats for them. That'll stand you in good stead, whatever else you decide to do.
That sounds like good advice, thanks.
Actually, I think master's level studying has improved in some ways over the last few years. The internet you love so much was always going to make all kinds of studying easier. Or that's the idea, anyway. I'm not sure it really has the impact you might think. What I've found impressive is the way courses have developed to be more adaptable, more able to fit in with all the other demands in people's lives. So, while the exams and assignments you all have to do may not have shifted much, at least a wider range of students are now able to benefit from education at the higher levels.
I just wish I could be sure I was always making the best use of my opportunities. At the end of each week, I usually feel I could have got more done, arranged things differently, been more efficient somehow. I've got a lot better at taking down notes during seminars and lectures, which means, I think, that my written work has benefited to some degree, so there's progress on some fronts at any rate.
Yes, it's interesting seeing...
That is the end of part 3. You now have 30 seconds to check your answers to part 3.
I'm going to talk about a field trial that was carried out on heat pumps. But first, some background. The UK has adopted a very ambitious target for reducing carbon emissions. 27% of British carbon dioxide emissions come from the energy used in homes, so around a quarter of all reductions must also come from that sector rather than industry. So it's not surprising that the government, private companies and independent agencies have been looking into green energy alternatives. At present, the most popular green energy, from a range which includes wind, biomass heating and ground heat, is solar. This has been the most readily accepted by the public. However, the field trial I've looked at researched heat pump technology. Heat pump technology is relatively new to the UK market, and because there is such limited experience of this technology, people have been reluctant to invest in it. So, a field trial was needed to monitor this in a sample of heat pumps in real situations. The heat pumps in this trial are used for the same reason you'd use a boiler, but rather than burning a fuel to produce heat, they move heat from a low-temperature heat source and pump it to a higher temperature where it can be used to provide central heating or domestic hot water. Most heat pumps take heat from either the ground or the air, but water from ponds or rivers may occasionally be used. The general advice in the UK is that the temperature of the hot water stored in a cylinder should be periodically put up to 60 degrees centigrade to kill off bacteria. It is sometimes necessary to use an electric immersion heater to achieve this temperature, as most heat pump installations will be designed to produce domestic hot water at temperatures between 50 and 55 degrees centigrade. For this field trial, 83 UK sites were monitored, and they provided a wide spectrum of performance results, even in installations that seemed similar. Some installations performed as well as heat pumps studied in European field trials, but many failed to meet these levels. This field trial monitored two central heating systems, radiators and the increasingly popular underfloor systems. The observations of the field trial led to some key conclusions. One was that heat pumps are sensitive pieces of equipment. In some of the early installations, there were problems because the engineers hadn't fitted the heat pump correctly. This observation emphasizes the need for better training for everyone involved in the installation. Many different systems were monitored in the field trial, and it was found that in most cases, designs which were simple were more efficient. So this is something which both pump manufacturers and installers should bear in mind. Many customers mistakenly came to the conclusion that their system wasn't working as well as they'd expected. However, when this was further investigated, it was found that they had not realized how to regulate the controls properly. There had been a failure to explain this in sufficient detail to the householders. And it was often the case that for the installation, all sorts of workmen might be involved. For example, a groundworks contractor, a plumber, a heat pump installer, and an electrician. It was obvious that a supervisor should be appointed to oversee and be responsible for the whole installation. So, what are the implications of this technique?
Now turn to part 1. Part 1.
You will hear the manager of an electronic goods store giving instructions to her new assistant. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 3 on page 2.
Hello, come in and take a seat.
Oh, thanks.
Good. And how can I help you?
Well, I'd quite like to join this international social club, and I was hoping you could help me.
Yes, no problem. Let me just get the form up on my screen and I'll fill in your details. Let's see. Yes, here we are. Okay, the first thing we need is your name.
Jenny Fu. That's FOO.
Okay, great. And can you tell me how old you are, Jenny?
I'm 21.
Great. And how long have you been here in Australia, by the way?
I arrived just last month, 2 weeks before the start of the academic year, just to sort things out and settle in a bit.
Good idea. Where are you from originally?
I'm from Kuala Lumpur. That's where I was born and brought up.
So you're Malaysian, are you?
That's right. Though I lived in the United States for a couple of years when I was a teenager. We went there for my father's job.
Right. And can you tell me your current address, please?
Sure. Just at the moment, I'm lodging with a family at 13 Anglesey Road in Bondi.
Okay, let me just type that in. How do you spell Anglesey, by the way?
It's spelled Anglesea.
Thanks. That's quite a long way from the city centre, isn't it? Is it a problem getting into the city centre?
Not really, because the buses are good and it's a nice, quiet area to live in.
That's true. So I guess you must have a cell phone number you can give me so we can keep you informed of events and so on.
Yes. Let me just have a look. It's a new one, so I haven't learned the number yet. Here it is. It's 040-422-9160.
4229160. Okay, good. And you like the family you're living with?
Sure. They've got a little boy who is quite noisy, but he's really no trouble.
Fine. Now, let's see, what's next? Yep. Can you tell me what you do? I mean, are you working or studying?
Well, at the moment, I'm doing a temporary job with a company here in Sydney. I'm an economist, in fact.
Okay. And how long do you think you'll be here in Sydney?
At least a year. I may look for work here afterwards.
Great. Now, you want to join the International Social Club, and it will be good to know a bit about your free time interests as well. What do you like doing?
Well, I'm quite musical, and I really enjoy singing. Back home, I sang with a band, just, for fun. But for me, what I like best is dancing. The modern sort, I really love it.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 4 to 10 on page 3.
So, how are you getting on here? I mean, your level of English is better than most people who come from overseas to work. And you've got a really nice American accent, so I don't suppose you have any communication problems in the office. Though you might find some of our Australian slang more difficult to understand.
Well, a bit. But I haven't met that many Australians yet, outside of work, I mean.
Right.
But could you tell me a bit about the International Club now I've joined?
Sure. We've got, let's see, currently about 50 members, but people join all the time, so I should think that figure will go up. Last year we had 30 members, and the year before just 18, so we're growing and getting better known. I reckon that at this rate, next year we'll have about 80.
And does the club hold regular meetings?
Yes, every second Thursday evening, in fact, so a couple of times a month. Though, of course, when you start making friends, you'll be getting together with them more often than that, I guess. The next meeting will be next Thursday, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, that's right.
And what happens when the club meets? I mean, what sort of things are organized?
The usual thing is for one of the members to give a little presentation about where they're from, their customs and so on. But from time to time they do other things, outings to places around Sydney, or meeting up to eat together in a restaurant, or go to a concert together, or something like that.
Okay, that sounds fun. And the members aren't just people from other countries? Non-Australians, are they?
No, not at all. The main point of the club is to give people like you the chance to mix in more with people from this country, people of all ages. You'll find us very friendly. I think the contact has a positive effect on visitors to this country. And in fact, it affects us locals positively as well. You know, it's a sort of intercultural experience for everybody. And of course, you should get the chance to do all sorts of activities with other members of the club if you want to. It's not just for talking. And hopefully you'll make friends with people who have similar interests.
It sounds great. I'm really looking forward to the first meeting.
That is the end of part 1. You now have 1 minute to check your answers to part 1. Part 2.
You will hear the leader of a college camping club talking to members about a cycling holiday that they are going to have together. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 16 on page 4. Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 16.
Right, now let me bring you up to date with arrangements for our cycling tour next month. First of all, there's the question of tents. As you know, the original idea was that I'd arranged to borrow some tents that belong to the college, but it turns out that the mountaineering club will be using them at the same time, so I'm afraid you'll have to bring your own. So could you let me know whether you'll be using a single tent or sharing, please? I'll need to know how many tents there'll be for when I make the reservation at the various campsites. Last time, some of you said you'd like to hire bikes and pick them up when we arrive, rather than taking your own with you. Well, I've inquired about bike hire in Westbury, the town where we'll be arriving, and unfortunately there aren't any shops that hire them out, so I'm afraid it means taking your own. I'll book them on the train when I book the train tickets, which reminds me I'll need to know the final number of people going so I can get a group discount on the train fare. Something else that'll need to be booked is tickets for the football match we discussed last time. I've inquired about availability and there are only a few seats left, so anyone who wants to go will need to get tickets very soon, ideally today or tomorrow. At our next meeting, I'll be able to give you all individual packs with the final programme and something about the area we'll be cycling through and places we'll be visiting. I'm afraid I haven't had time to do that yet.
Before you hear the rest of the talk, you have some time to look at questions 17 to 20 on page 5. Now listen and answer questions 17 to 20.
Now I'll tell you briefly about some of the attractions in the places we'll be staying at. As I said, we'll be taking the train to Westbury, which has one or two very good restaurants. One thing that's definitely worth visiting there is the site where the original town was constructed nearly 1,000 years ago. There's not much of the original buildings left, but there's still plenty to see. The site is being excavated, and you'll be able to help out if you want to. Our next overnight stop will be in the village of Cluny. There are several old barns here that have been converted into a museum showing the importance of sheep in the area over the centuries. The wool used to be sold for cloth and it made the district quite rich. There are plenty of photographs showing how agricultural workers used to live too. From there we'll go on to Pennerley. Pennerley is famous for its Museum of Village Life, but that's being refurbished at the moment and isn't likely to reopen by the time we go there. But there's an open-air farmers market every day, selling fruits, vegetables, cheese and meat, all grown or processed within a few miles of the town and sold by the farmers themselves. It's definitely worth a visit. In Farlow, which is one of the oldest towns in the area, there's a museum that shows how horses used to be the most common way of travelling around and how they were gradually replaced by steam trains and later, of course, diesel and electric trains, buses, cars and bicycles. Right, now I'll pass round this sheet of paper.
That is the end of part 2. You now have 30 seconds to check your answers to part 2. Part 3.
You will hear a conversation between a female student called Karen and her course tutor. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 27 on page 5. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 27.
Oh, Karen. Hi. Come in. Sit down. I wanted to talk to you about this assignment you've given me. I'll give it back to you with my comments, but there are several things I wanted to run over. You know, pointers for next time. When you hand in your next assignment, can you check that you've dealt with these?
Yeah, okay.
Now, the first thing is, your literature discussion was a bit thin, so I would actually like to see your book reports to get your complete view. So can you submit those with the next assignment? Then I can see which bits you've chosen to leave out.
Yes, sorry. I didn't realize you needed them.
And I found some errors, just small ones, where you had quoted people but not recorded the information properly at the end. Don't forget to go through and make sure that your references are accurate. Your actual quotes were very relevant, but the references just need tidying up. OK?
Yes, I'll remember to check that.
Now, you make some good points, but it might be helpful if you could see if you can include a few extra examples, just to really hammer the point home. Don't start writing more paragraphs, just slot them in at the end of what you've already written. Now, the thing you have to do if you really want to get better marks is to expand the ideas you're presenting. Then your argument becomes more convincing.
Okay, fine. Can I talk to you about this presentation I've got to do?
Yes, of course.
Am I doing it next term? I can't remember what we said.
Well, the thing is, Marco couldn't do it, so you agreed to do it at the next seminar, didn't you? So how can I help?
Well, I was wondering, what do you consider to be the core part of the presentation? I mean, what should I focus on?
Good question. Well, you have very little time, really, so it's absolutely essential for you to explain the experiment. Of course, you'll have a summary in the handouts you give out, but you need to go through it carefully when you do the presentation.
And do I have to give you the abstract first, or shall I just email it to all the students?
No, I do need to see it first. We'll get some printouts done. Now, they'll need to be done by the 3rd of December, so I'll need to see it by the 26th of November, if that's okay?
Yes, fine.
Oh, and I need to talk to you about where it will be. We've had problems with the rooms, because we'll need something bigger than usual. In our faculty, the only room free is the computer room, which is far from suitable. So we'll have to go across the road and do it in the chemistry lab. They've got all the proper overhead equipment in there as well.
Okay, right. And I get a grade for this, don't I?
Yes, your first one is graded by your tutor, but this one will be assessed by the professor. But don't be worried, it'll be fine.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 28 to 30 on page 6. Now, listen and answer questions 28 to 30.
Oh, and I've sorted out my modules for next year. You asked me to tell you my choices.
Yes. What have you decided?
Oh, it was really difficult to decide. I've already done the data collection one, so that wasn't really a choice. I couldn't make up my mind between language and society and communication skills. I read the syllabuses, but they sound more or less the same to me. Anyway, I went for communication skills in the end because I know the lecturer. Actually, social interaction seems to cover much the same ground, so I didn't bother with that either. I thought discourse analysis looked really interesting, and in fact, they cover a little bit of research methodology in it, so I thought I'd do that rather than the full methodology course. Kill two birds with one stone, as it were. And then I fancied something completely different, so I thought psycholinguistics would be interesting. Unless you think it'll be more worthwhile for me to do the phonology course?
No, I think you've made sensible choices. I'm glad you're organised. Okay, let's meet again in a couple of weeks to see how you're getting on.
Okay, thank you. See you then.
That is the end of part 3. You now have 30 seconds to check your answers to part 3. Part 4.
You will hear a talk given by a specialist at a zoo about the implications of the extinction of species. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40 on page 7. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
Good afternoon. From my work as curator at the Brisbane Zoo, it is becoming increasingly obvious to me that the animal world is a highly endangered one. It sometimes seems as though a new species is added to the endangered list every day, and a great deal of this is due to human activity. You may have read about the orange-bellied parrot colonies in South Australia. These are under threat from wind farms. So even our attempts to save energy can have a negative impact. A further example is provided by the expansion of our cities. Here in Australia, many species of frog are losing their habitat as a direct result of this urban development. What's more, thanks to the increasing use of pesticides, fewer insects are surviving. Many species depend upon these as a food source, birds in particular, and so their numbers are declining as well. So, even in rural areas, we are having a damaging effect on species. In fact, when our farmers choose to grow large amounts of one staple crop each year, corn is a perfect example, this often results in the greater need for chemicals and fertilisers, which has a devastating effect on local wildlife. Clearly, something needs to be done about this. However, very little can be achieved without full public support, and our general attitude is not always a positive one. Of course, it is easy to get people interested in animals such as the panda. Thanks to the attention it is given in the media, people are very aware of its plight and so are willing to give a great deal of support. However, it is not so easy to attract sympathy for those essential smaller species such as insects. They may seem insignificant, but these tiny creatures have an enormous effect on our ecosystem. And it isn't only size that is a problem when it comes to our attitude towards animals. There are certain animals that we would prefer to simply ignore for various reasons. Firstly, we might do this because of fear. That is the normal reaction when people see a shark or a snake, for example. Another reason might be that we believe that certain animals are rivals when it comes to food. Locusts and even mice could come into this category. Then there are animals that we view with disgust because of how they look or feel. The many different parasites, for example. You may well ask, what does it matter if any of these species dies? Extinction is a fact of life, after all. I would argue that there are several reasons to be concerned about the extinction of any species. Each species helps us to understand more about how our ecosystem works. One species can be linked to many others in the food chain, for example. And, inevitably, they all lead back to us in some way. We now know that the more complex the ecosystem is, the more stable it is. When this is the case, large numbers of one animal are quickly controlled by outbreaks of its predators. We've also begun to realise that the presence or absence of certain plants can alert us to changes in our environment. One type of plant might indicate the presence of rich mineral deposits. Another might alert us to toxic water. And so even seemingly insignificant species can be helpful and beneficial to us. This is especially true in the area of medicine. There are many well-documented cases of the health benefits of pet ownership, especially with the ill or the handicapped. But not many people know that spiders are also being used in medicine. The cobwebs they make can be used to assist with certain blood disorders. It actually helps blood to clot. Imagine how much more there is for us still to discover from plants and animals. But we can only do this if we can save these creatures from extinction. Perhaps, in the end, it is our self-interest that will save the animals.
That is the end of part 4. You now have 1 minute to check your answers to part 4.
IELTS Listening, version 30623. You will hear a number of different recordings, and you will have to answer questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions and questions, and you will have a chance to check your work. All the recordings will be played once only. The test is in 4 sections. Write all your answers in the listening question booklet. At the end of the test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to an answer sheet. Now turn to Section 1 on page 2 of your question booklet. Section 1. You will hear a telephone conversation between a woman who is looking for information about holidays and an agent for a tour company. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 7 on page 2. You will see that there is an example that has been done for you. On this occasion only, the conversation relating to this will be played first.
Asia Pacific Tours, can I help you?
Yes, I've been looking at your website, and I'd like some more information about your activity holidays.
Certainly. You know, of course, the prices of the tours include stays in 3-star hotels, and they include airfares.
Great. What about your tour of Vietnam? My sister went there last year and loved it.
The first tour the caller asks about is Vietnam, so Vietnam has been written in the space. Now we shall begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 7.
Asia Pacific Tours, can I help you?
Yes, I've been looking at your website, and I'd like some more information about your activity holidays.
Certainly. You know, of course, the prices of the tours include stays in 3-star hotels, and they include airfares.
Great. What about your tour of Vietnam? My sister went there last year and loved it.
Yes, it's a really beautiful place, and probably our fastest growing destination. Now, that package includes several opportunities to take courses.
Don't you have a cookery course of some kind?
We certainly do. If you love eating out in Vietnam like most people do, and want to know how to prepare a meal, you can learn how from a master in a 5-star hotel. On another day, you have a choice of 2 activities. The first is instruction in diving in the South China Sea. Not a certificate course, but just an introduction. Most people think it's wonderful. Or, if you want to stay dry but still want some exercise, you can spend the day on a trek through the jungle near the beach. It's not difficult, and everyone seems to enjoy it.
Anything cultural on offer?
We used to take people to a Vietnamese opera, but that didn't prove so popular. So now we include a dance show, and our clients all rave about that. They say the colours are just magnificent.
What's the cost?
I've just noticed it's now a special price. The holiday used to be £1,600, but it's just been reduced to £1,450, so you do save quite a bit, and as I said, it seems to be our up-and-coming tour.
Well, let's see. Perhaps you could tell me a little about the Hong Kong tour. I notice it includes a walk in the hills of one of their country parks, where you have the chance to see birds of all sorts.
Yes, that's a very popular activity. People don't realise that Hong Kong isn't just a crowded city. That's a half-day activity, and you go with a trained escort, and it includes dinner in a monastery where you end your day. And then we wouldn't want you to miss out altogether on shopping, so there's another day when we take you round an electronics factory. Now, That might sound like an odd thing to do, but it's actually really fascinating and not like your usual ceramics factory. And you can buy their products there quite cheaply. Now, the whole Hong Kong package is just £1,320 per person.
Sounds interesting.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 8 to 10 on page 2. Now listen and answer questions 8 to 10.
But let me find out about one more place. I've always wanted to go to Korea, but not on this trip. And I've been to Thailand, which I loved. But what about your Japan package?
Good choice. Well, that tour includes a terrific trip to a museum of traditional costume. The exhibits are gorgeous. They've got an absolutely priceless collection.
And I think the website says you take your clients to a market, don't you? A crafts market, I think.
Well, we do go to a market, but it's one that sells fish, and it's one of the largest in the world. And you have the chance to sample the wares in a little restaurant nearby. We also give you plenty of free time to wander around the city with our guides if you want.
And what's the cost of all that?
£1,800.
Well, you've been ever so helpful. I've noted all the details down, and I'll get back to you when I've made up my mind.
If we can give you any more help, do ring back.
Thanks, I will.
That is the end of section 1. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 2 on page 3. Section 2. You will hear the organizer of a weekend dancing course for adults welcoming a group of participants to the community center where the course is being held. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 14 on page 3. Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 14.
Hello everyone and welcome to this weekend dancing course. Nice that you're here safely. Since you've all just arrived, I'd like to tell you firstly a bit about today's program and secondly how to get around this community centre. Firstly, straight after this talk you'll go off to the office where you should check in at the registration desk. Make sure you're wearing the name tags that we posted you out in the mail last week. The staff there will give you each a cloth bag as a little present from us to keep your dancing shoes in for the weekend. Other things useful to take to class each day will be a bottle of water, hopefully you've all brought one with you, and a towel for your face if it's hot and you feel you need one. Also at registration, you can pick up a list for the level class that you're in, so you can start learning people's names. After checking in, this first afternoon is free for everyone. You could use this time to start thinking about your costumes for the final show, but we won't be making them until tomorrow. For those of you who are interested, there's a lecture this afternoon in the main hall on the history of dance. Or you could practice for Sunday's concert in the music room. There is also an informal gathering planned for tonight, consisting of mainly easy dances where you can get to know each other. The tests of different levels won't be held until the final afternoon, so there's no need to worry about those yet.
Before you hear the rest of the talk, you have some time to look at questions 15 to 20 on page 4. Now listen and answer questions 15 to 20.
Now, I said I would tell you how to find your way around the community centre. Well, we're standing at the south end of the site. I'll tell you where the bathrooms are first. That's the most important thing. Walk straight ahead from here, past this first big block on your left, and you'll find the bathrooms on your left just after it. Now, equally important, of course, is where you'll sleep. So the bunk rooms are just here on our left. You can see them beside where we're standing now. Now, we also have a games room where you can entertain yourself during your free time. Well, you'll get there if you go straight ahead from where we're standing now, take the first turning right, and carry on to the second building. It's on your right, just before the bike racks. Games and books are in the cupboard there, and there's a ping pong table, air hockey, things like that. Good for a rainy day. OK, what else? The hall is where we'll be for class photos. You can find that in the middle of the site, just south of the music room. The medical room, in case any of you get injured while you're dancing, can be found in the centre of the site also. Go straight on from here, past 2 pathways, and it's on your right beside the music room. The nurse there is very good with sports injuries, so don't hesitate to visit her if you need to. Any questions? Oh yes, the reception office, of course. You'll need to go over there after this talk to register. That's quite a long walk away from here. Go straight ahead and take the third turning on your right. Then you will find that the office is the second building on your left. The staff there are very friendly, and if you have any problems during the weekend, go to see them and they'll help you out.
That is the end of section 2. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 3 on page 5. Section 3. Following instructions from their tutor, you will hear 2 environmental science students called Dominic and Ella discussing some ways of solving environmental problems. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 25 on page 5. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 25.
Okay, everyone, get into pairs and look at the innovative environmental solutions we've been reading about this week. Discuss some of the pros and cons of each one.
You want to work together, Ella?
Sure, Dominic. Which solution do you want to look at first?
I think the supermarket garden project's interesting.
That's where the supermarket grows fruit and vegetables in the store and sells them.
Yes. Understandably, only a few shops have decided to adopt this idea. It's hard to set up.
What's the reaction from customers?
Well, of course, they love the idea. One thing I didn't expect, though...
What was that?
The idea is hugely popular with local chefs, and many of them are finding new ways to use the plants in all their different stages of growth.
I see. I found the solar car park idea to be really practical.
I know what you mean. Putting solar panels on the roofs of car parks to generate electricity might be a cost-effective way to power a whole shopping centre.
The difficulty could be finding space to put all the panels. Some smaller shopping centres probably don't have covered car parks.
That's right. It's a shame because the technology seems to be all there and ready to go if the conditions are right.
What do you think of the wildlife crossing solution? You know, when a bridge or a tunnel is built over or under a major roadway so that animals can cross.
That idea has become very popular and has so many benefits. A lot of research has been done, hasn't it?
Yes. It's not surprising that the data reveals a huge drop in the number of road accidents in areas where there are wildlife crossings. That's one of the predicted outcomes.
Something I read about in the research, which I'd never considered before, was how the animal populations in these areas are affected. Naturally, more of them survive, but because their habitat is not interrupted too much by the roads, the genetic diversity of local species has improved.
That's true. It's worth the huge cost of building them if the result is a win-win for people and animals. I found the 100% renewable energy campaign, like solar and wind energy, to be really impressive.
Yes, it's not so much the size of the movement, I mean only a few countries are involved, as the amount of support offered once a community joins.
Considering the sheer amount of time and planning it takes for a city to convert completely to renewables, the organisers of the movement would need to do that. Did you read about carrot mobbing as an environmental movement?
What's that?
It's where huge numbers of people learn through the internet about where to shop at stores that use the profits to support environmental projects.
So they stop buying products that aren't eco-friendly, like a boycott?
No, actually it's the opposite of that. It allows businesses to fund initiatives to help protect the environment by boosting their profiles. It's a pity that most participants don't get to know each other personally. It's all through online notices.
Before you hear the rest of the discussion, you have some time to look at questions 26 to 30 on page 6. Now listen and answer questions 26 to 30.
Now everyone, let's look at one particular environmental innovation, aerial reforestation. With your partner, discuss the process involved in this idea.
So, aerial reforestation is where they drop mixtures from planes to sow vegetables, grains or trees and so on in areas that might be hard to reach. Let's see, what are the steps?
Well, the first step is choosing the right area. Whatever size land you're working on, ensuring there's enough light is crucial.
The next step, whatever you're planting, is to make sure you have the right seeds.
To give them a better chance against the competition from other plants, you need to use a lot.
So then you make a mixture with decent quality durable compost for nourishment.
Then do they infuse it with insecticide?
That's not necessary in this model. The next step is pressing the whole thing into a small chunk of clay to make a ball. This may then be covered in an outer material such as paper.
Right. That way, when it lands, it will add balanced nutrients to the mixture.
Yes, and it may also protect it from insects and other plants.
So a few days before they release it from the plane onto the land below, the final step is dipping it in water, just enough to get the germination process started.
Yes, and after that...
That is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 4 on page 7. Section 4. You will hear a lecture on a very popular Canadian food product called maple syrup. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40 on page 7. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
Maple syrup can be described as very sweet. Canadians pour it generously over things like pancakes for breakfast. The syrup is produced from the maple tree, and it actually comes from the tree's sap, which is the watery substance that comes out of the trunk of the tree when this is cut. In order for enough sap to be produced, very special climate conditions are needed. In spring, the temperatures need to drop to well below zero at night, but then they need to rise sharply during the day, so they're hugely different over a 24-hour period. And that's exactly what happens in northeastern Canada every spring. The indigenous peoples of North America, known as the First Nations, discovered the maple's secret long before the Europeans arrived. Early folk stories say it was first discovered by a chief who threw his tomahawk, which is similar to an axe, into the trunk of a tree. Clear sap started to run from the cut. His wife used this sap to boil meat, and the heat turned it into a sweet syrup, which they found delicious. Whether or not that story is true, we do know that the maple tree was very important to First Nations peoples for hundreds of years. Collecting the sap each spring became a tradition among them. Whole families would migrate to the areas where the maple trees grew and set up camp there. They collected the sap from the trees using buckets. Then they needed to concentrate the sap, removing some of the water from it to create syrup. They had two ways of doing this. One way was to drop hot stones from a fire into the buckets to create steam. If repeated often enough, this would eventually concentrate the syrup. Another method that they used to concentrate the syrup was to leave the sap outside overnight, exposed to freezing temperatures. This would mean that a thick layer of ice would form on top, which could be discarded, leaving the sugary sap below. Again, this process could be repeated over several days, and eventually a sweet brown syrup was produced. The First Nations people had various uses for the sap and syrup. They drank the sap fresh from the tree as a tonic,
knowing that it was an important source of energy. But for the most part, they reduced the syrup further and then cooled it so that it crystallized into sugar. This was easy to carry and kept indefinitely. European settlers who arrived in Canada began to learn about the syrup from First Nations peoples and further expanded its uses. For example, they incorporated it into medicine of different kinds. They also discovered that by adding yeast to the sap, they could make a maple drink. And by throwing the hot syrup into the snow, they could make a toffee-like candy. But, like the First Nations, they turned most of their sap into maple sugar. For most people, it was the only type of sugar they could afford, since the only alternative was the sugar imported from the Caribbean, which was made from sugar cane, and this was very expensive. However, after 1880, the Canadian government decided to stop charging tax on Caribbean sugar, and this made it much cheaper. That meant it was no longer cost-effective to produce maple sugar, and so syrup making became the only viable industry remaining for Canadians, and that's what we've been doing ever since. At present, maple syrup is enjoying a boom. In the last 2 decades, production has doubled in Canada. However, serious threats remain. Like any agricultural product, the harvest is subject to such things as major storms or the arrival of invasive insects, both of which have happened, and these could destroy everything. It is predicted with some certainty that, in the longer term, climate change will also have an adverse effect on the sap run. Then there are the social factors. Producing maple syrup is a very labor-intensive process, making it an expensive purchase. And of equal concern is the fact that nowadays there's a lot of competition from cheaper, artificially flavored brands. Furthermore, we're at a time when obesity is a major issue, making a product that is 67% sugar increasingly difficult to sell. Nevertheless, there are reasons to be optimistic. Producers are developing markets abroad. Our syrup is currently being exported to over 50 countries. Back here at home, chefs use it enthusiastically. It's certainly high in calories, but it also contains proteins, minerals, and antioxidants. As such, it is still relatively healthy when you compare it with sugar or corn syrup. Canadians are proud of maple syrup and its deep roots in our history and geography. However, the primary reason for maple syrup's success around the world remains its taste. There's nothing quite like it.
That is the end of Section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers. That is the end of the listening test. You now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet.
Part 1. You will hear a number of different recordings, and you will have to answer questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions and questions, and you will have a chance to check your work. All the recordings will be played once only. The test is in 4 parts. At the end of the test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to an answer sheet. Now turn to Part 1. Part 1. You will hear a conversation between a man who wants to make an insurance claim and a woman who works for an insurance company. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 4. Now listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 4.
Good morning. Star Insurance. How can I help?
Oh, good morning. I'm calling to make an insurance claim. It's for damage to my house.
All right. I'm just going to get a few details down first. What's your name, please?
It's Greg Williams.
OK, thank you. And what's your policy reference, please?
Is that the long number with the letters in the middle?
That's right.
It's 05443 CHI 771.
OK. Right, yes. I've got your details on the computer now. So, can I confirm your address? According to our records, you live at 102 Market Street in Northbridge. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, good. And the last thing I need to check, what's the best phone number to get you on? Is it the number you're calling on now?
No, I'm calling from work. Let me give you my mobile phone number. It's 018 669 925.
Thanks. So, can you give me a description of the damage? When did the incident occur?
Sunday the 17th of June.
I see. And what was the cause of the incident? How did the damage happen?
Right. No one was home at the time, which was fortunate, I suppose. There was a big storm, and I guess it blew down one of the trees at the back of our garden, and it smashed through the window in our daughter's bedroom.
Yes, a good thing you were all out. So, have you got the window fixed?
Not yet.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 5 to 10. Now listen and answer questions 5 to 10.
All right. And so, apart from the window, what are you claiming for?
OK, like I said, it was my young daughter's room. Anyway, right below the window is her desk. That's all right, but she'd left her glasses on it, and they got really badly scratched. She'll need a new pair. Luckily, she hadn't left her headphones there, like she normally does.
Is there anything else?
Yes, because the window was broken, the rain got in. And what's really annoying is that, when was it? Just last month, we'd gone shopping and bought a carpet. We'd only had it for a couple of weeks and it got soaked. We had to remove it.
Oh dear. Are there any other items you'd like to claim for?
Yes. I suppose we should be grateful that the rain didn't reach her computer, but when the tree came through the window, it tore a hole through the curtain that was hanging there.
OK, I'm making a note of all this.
And one more thing I need to claim for.
Yes, go on.
We've had some repairs done already for a door we can't open.
to the back of the house?
No, it's for the garage. The tree hit that as well.
OK. So, have you contacted a professional builder yet?
Yes, it's the same builder we always use. Do you want his name?
Yes, please.
OK. It's Stephen Honeywell. Honeywell.
All right. Now, apart from damage to the house itself, what else do you think the builder will be looking at? Because we're going to need photographs.
Oh, yes. Well, he'll be putting up a fence for us between our house and the neighbours, because the one we've got now was smashed by the tree. So I'll take some pictures before he does the work.
Please do that. And then you can send them in with your claim.
That is the end of Part 1. You now have 1 minute to check your answers to Part 1.
Part 2. You will hear part of a radio travel program about a tourist resort called Stanley Island. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 15. Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 15.
Welcome once again to the show where we give you travel tips on popular tourist destinations in the Pacific region. And today, our focus is on beautiful Stanley Island. Now, before we get started, a word of warning. The seaplane service to the island was discontinued last week, so for the next month at least, the sole link to the island is provided by the old ferry service, since plans to run a hovercraft service to the island have been delayed. So what is there to see and do on Stanley Island? Well, the main tourist areas are on the north, south and east coasts of the island. As far as recreation goes, in the south you'll find several leisure parklands such as Waterworld and Fantasy Island, which seem well equipped and reasonably priced. If it's golf you're after, the 18-hole course in the south of the island is currently being turned into a conference centre. But don't despair, there are 2 excellent courses just 30 minutes away on the east coast. The south of the island has many large resorts and hotels, with plenty of children's activities and clubs. This part of the island caters mainly for those seeking luxury to medium-class accommodation, but the east coast has basic apartment complexes with fully equipped kitchens, so that at least you can cook for yourself. For those who like to get back to nature, you'll probably find the south coast rather overdeveloped. The rainforest areas on the west coast are largely inaccessible because of the surrounding mountains, but those on the north coast are within easy reach, and a local agency runs guided treks through the jungle. If you're into water sports, all of the areas have something to offer.
Before you hear the rest of the program, you have some time to look at questions 16 to 20. Now listen and answer questions 16 to 20.
Now, here are a few bits of advice for those visiting the island for the first time to make your stay safer and more enjoyable. The island is generally safe, but it's as well to take a few precautions. If you're on any medication, bring this with you. It may not be available on the island. And it's also a good idea for everyone to pack some insect spray in their luggage. If you're thinking of going into the more mountainous region in the west of the island, let someone know where you're going. And remember, the reception for your mobile phone may be unreliable, so don't depend on that. Take your own water. Don't drink out of rivers. You're likely to come across lots of monkeys. They're cute, but watch out, as they can bite. Finally, when you're back in the more inhabited areas, take a break from steak and do try the local seafood. It's fresh and very good value.
That is the end of Part 2. You now have 45 seconds to check your answers to Part 2. Part 3. You will hear a business student called Laura talking to her tutor about some research she is planning to do on employee absence. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 24. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 24.
Hello, Laura. Have a seat. So, I understand you're planning to investigate absence from work for your research project.
That's right. I'm going to base it on a local company called Burcock Engineering.
Is there any particular reason why you've chosen Burcock?
Well, I'd originally thought of asking another company, FG Engineering, because I did my placement there and I knew the staff there, but the CEO wasn't very keen. But she knows the managing director at Burcock, and she spoke to him, and then he got in touch with me. Apparently absence is a major problem there, so he's quite interested in having it investigated.
Okay.
So my central theme is absence, but I'm thinking of concentrating on long-term absence. I thought that might allow me to give more helpful feedback to the company.
If I were you, I wouldn't be that specific. I'd look at absence as a whole. You might get more interesting results.
Oh, okay.
So what's the main thing you expect to find? Rises in absence rates over time?
Not really. Initially, I wondered if workers often take time off without real justification, but I think that'll be hard to determine. So, well, I think I may find that it's something to do with what sort of job the employee is doing.
Okay. Now, have you thought how you'll get your information?
Well, first of all, I need access to the company records.
Yes. Obviously you'll need overall absence figures, though it's unlikely they'll let you have them for individual workers. And you probably won't have access to personal information like when they were born, but you should be able to use anonymous details like the type of work they do or how long they've been with the company.
Okay.
Before you hear the rest of the discussion, you have some time to look at questions 25 to 30. Now listen and answer questions 25 to 30.
So let's think a bit more about your questionnaire.
I know that it shouldn't be too long or people get bored.
No, but if it's too short, you don't get enough information. The trick is to get the balance right.
I think the questions should be closed questions too. I mean, where people choose an answer from a list.
But then you miss the chance of getting unexpected information, so I'd include 1 or 2 open-ended questions too.
Okay. And I won't ask for names or addresses or anything.
No, it needs to be anonymous. And after you've drafted it, you need to give it to at least one person to check there aren't any problems. So you need to leave enough time for that and any revisions necessary.
What about the covering letter that I'll send out with the questionnaire? I'll need to introduce myself and explain what the questionnaire is for, but what else should I include?
I'd reassure people that the survey isn't going to be used to assess them personally. Otherwise, they might choose not to take part.
Yes, I'll make that clear. And what about when they do it? Will they be allowed to use work time?
That's really up to their manager, but you should say roughly how much time it'll take.
Okay.
So now you need to produce a schedule with dates. For example, when you'll send out the questionnaire.
Yes, okay. Once I can arrange that date with the manager, I'll be able to fix the deadline for getting the completed questionnaires back. And I want to use the time in between to analyse the figures that HR is going to give me from their database, though they haven't said exactly when I'll get them.
And you have to submit your assignment by the end of June.
Actually, I have to get it finished by the 2nd because I've arranged a work placement after that.
OK.
So, our next meeting is 2 weeks today. Is that still okay?
Yes, and in the meantime, I'll send you an email.
That is the end of Part 3. You now have 30 seconds to check your answers to Part 3.
Now turn to Section 4. Section 4. You will hear a lecturer in development studies talking about transhumance. That is the way groups of people move from place to place with their animals. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm going to talk about what may be a new concept to you, the movement of people with their herds of animals from place to place. This is known as transhumance. These peoples are pastoralists, and their animals include cows, sheep, goats, horses, camels, and reindeer. Now, researchers sometimes make a distinction between 2 types of transhumance, fixed and nomadic, and talk about various factors which differentiate between them. The first and most important distinction they make is to do with the climate. Fixed transhumance occurs in countries such as Switzerland, where seasons are predictable in terms of weather and timing. Nomadic transhumance, on the other hand, is generally practiced in areas where climatic conditions are difficult to predict. An example of such a location is Somalia, as the anticipated rains often just don't appear. Secondly, researchers sometimes look at the type of journey that pastoralists make, their movement. For fixed transhumance, the pattern is sometimes known as vertical because it typically consists of a journey from lower ground in the winter season to higher ground in the summer, and vice versa. In the wild, of course, animals frequently follow these kinds of migration patterns themselves. Nomadic transhumance generally takes place over a longer distance, and it's far more complex. The actual pattern varies from year to year, and it's determined primarily by the animal's needs for grass and also for water. Another distinction is sometimes made in terms of homes. In the case of fixed transhumance, the group will typically have permanent homes in the valley and a shelter which is semi-permanent in the mountains, such as a cabin, to offer some protection from the weather. In nomadic transhumance, however, the pastoralists always live in temporary shelters, which are transported by their livestock from place to place, and are usually light and portable. In northern Kenya, for example, the Gabra pastoralist carries the frame of his home on his camel, and then covers it with branches when he stops for the night. A fourth factor often mentioned is the number of people taking part. In the case of fixed transhumance, only the people who actually look after the herds travel. These are normally the young ones because they can withstand adverse physical conditions more easily. By contrast, in nomadic transhumance, the whole group moves with their livestock. The last points of comparison often made by researchers are diet and goods. In fixed transhumance, those who do not move from the valleys often start working as farmers, cultivating the land. They build up contacts with other communities, and in some cases, they may also trade animals for grain. In nomadic transhumance, there are fewer contacts. The group are generally regarded as providers of all their own needs, and they obtain food such as cheese and meat and also their clothing from their herds. Another example is found in Algeria in North Africa. To see how far this model applies to transhumance there, fixed transhumance from valley to mountain pastures is common in the area, but some recent pastoralists also take their herds on longer journeys at the end of spring, from the Sahara in the south to the plains in the north, where there is more abundant rainfall. They have traditionally assisted local farmers with the harvest, which takes place while they are temporarily a resident there. We have to decide whether their move would fall within the category of fixed or nomadic transhumance. It is true they live in tents, and these are movable and temporary right through the year, whether they are in the Sahara or in the north of Algeria. So, in considering their homes, they appear nomadic. On the other hand, in relation to their patterns of movement, they do not. They drive their livestock through the same passes and mountains each year, which suggests fixed transhumance. Here, in fact, we have a case showing some features of both types of transhumance, which we might more precisely refer to as intermediate. This all goes to show that you should treat every theory with great care, and not force your case history into a model if it doesn't fit.
That is the end of Section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers.
Now we shall begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 6.
Hello, Bakewell Travel. How can I help?
Oh, hello. My name's Sarah Carter. I wonder if you could tell me about the price of plane tickets to Dubai.
Our computers are down, so what I can do is take some details about you and your travel plans. Then when everything's okay again, I can call you back, all right?
Okay, then.
Right. So, some details first. Your name was Sarah Carter, wasn't it?
That's right.
And can I take a contact phone number?
07958 847 222.
Now, I'll probably need to get back to you on this. Shall I call you back tomorrow morning?
Oh, I work on Wednesdays. Can you call me back on Thursday before 12?
Fine. OK, so, Mrs. Carter, how many tickets will you need?
3 adults and 4 children.
So, 7 altogether. Are all the children under the age of 14?
They are, yes.
Which date do you wish to travel on?
Well, we definitely need to be there for the 24th. So if we leave the UK on the 22nd, we'll have time to recover on the 23rd.
So, the 22nd of October?
Not this month, next month, November.
Right. And I assume these are return tickets?
Yes, we want to fly back on the Tuesday. Is that the 25th or the 26th?
It's the 25th, so it's going to be a short holiday.
We're going to a wedding. We're not going for a holiday.
Oh, that's nice. Now, do any travellers have any special requirements? You know, special assistance with mobility and that sort of thing?
Oh, well, actually, yes. My son's allergic to cheese. It makes him really, really ill.
Fine. So, as soon as I can, I'll look into finding some tickets for you.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 7 to 10 on page 2. Now listen and answer questions 7 to 10.
Now, I wonder if I could just ask you a couple of questions as part of our market research. Would you be happy to do that?
Will this take long?
Just a couple of minutes, that's all.
OK.
So, how many foreign visits have you made in the last 12 months?
About 6, I suppose.
And where was your last foreign trip?
Well, I was in Egypt in May, then most recently India.
Oh, nice. Yes, I'm off for some IT training in Bangalore next month, actually. And was that a vacation?
I'd love to go back there for a holiday, but it was for business this time.
And I presume you use the internet?
I do, yes.
And so you've seen our website?
Yes, I had a look this morning, actually.
Well, we had it redesigned a month ago, and we're keen to get feedback on how our customers find it, so...
Oh, right. OK. Well, I have to say I found it terribly slow, so I just gave up and thought I'd give you a call.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that. But yes, it does happen sometimes. Would it be OK for us to email you with any promotional offers?
I suppose so. Well, OK, my address is carter.s@speedtech.com.
Is that SPEEDTECH?
Yes.
That's great. And can I ask how you found out about Bakewell Travel?
That is the end of section 1. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 2 on page 3.
Part 2. You will hear the manager of Cretan Running Sports Club, called Dave, giving some information about the running competition which will be held next month. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 17. Now, listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 17.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dave, the manager of Cretan Running Sports Club. Today, I'll tell you something about the running competition which will be held next month. As we know, the annual run is one of the most popular events in our town, and it attracts young and old every year. This year, we will continue the tradition, but there'll be some small adjustments. First, about the date. The exact time of the run is still on the first Saturday of May, but we'll inform you in advance if it's to be delayed due to bad weather. The run used to start at the park, which is being refurbished at the moment, so this time all the runners are expected to gather in front of the castle and start from there. The actual run begins at 9 a.m, but the runners start arriving at about 8:45, so some of you might have to get up early that morning if you live far away. Someone has asked how long you'll be required to run. In the past few years, the runners have had to complete the distance of 5 miles, but most people want to do a bit more than that, so we will lengthen it to 7 miles this time. Some of you might not be sure whether you can run that far, so you'd better start doing a bit of training. I'm excited to tell you that this year we've got the sponsorship from a big company who has promised to cover all the competition expenses, including the prize for the champion. The runner with the shortest time will be awarded sports equipment worth about £1,000. Each runner will be timed from the starting point till the end. When you cross the finish line marked on the ground of the station, you'll be given a barcode, and you should take this to one of the run volunteers who will scan it. Then you can get your time on the computer immediately, and the volunteers will collect all the results. If you are interested in the run, I suggest you register as soon as possible. The deadline is next Sunday. However, I should tell you this year you can't enrol through the internet, but have to go to the town hall and give all the personal information and sign your name. It doesn't cost anything to register. As I've just said, all the costs related to the competition will be paid by our sponsor. As for the age limit, you have to be at least 16, and the top limit is now 70, though you need to obtain a health certificate from your doctor if you're over 60 years old. If you do come and participate in the run, I definitely recommend that you should prepare an extra pair of shoes, as last year one of the runners got something wrong with his shoes during the running and had to give up halfway through the competition. Besides, a jacket will also be advisable, so you don't catch a cold after sweating a lot during the running. There is no need to worry about snacks or drinks, as every runner will be supplied with chocolates and bottled water.
Before you hear the rest of the talk, you have some time to look at questions 18 to 20. Now listen and answer questions 18 to 20.
To prepare for this annual running competition, our club is going to organise a training class for all the participants. In the class, an experienced trainer will teach you the professional steps on how to do a running competition, like warming up before running. For those who plan to do training by yourselves, there are some suggestions for you. First, don't just do morning jogging with your dog. Remember that you're going to compete with others. I know some people like to exercise in groups, but it's more effective to run with your friend who can be your rival and stimulate your potential. Then I suggest you make a record of your running time. It can show whether you've made any progress day by day. What's more, you'd better get used to different roads and paths in the countryside or village, as you won't just be running on level ground during the competition. By the way, you don't have to run in all kinds of weather. As I've just said, our competition is going to be held in good weather. Well, that's all the details about the running competition. If you have any other questions, please call our club at 8345 6234. Anyone who is interested in the run, just get started.
That is the end of part 2. You now have 30 seconds to check your answers to Part 2.
Section 3. You'll hear two students named Rick and Nina discussing about selective courses. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 26. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 26. Hey Nina, have you chosen a selective course yet?
Not really, Rick. I haven't made up my mind yet. What about you?
Me either. We have to decide as soon as possible though.
Why? Today's not the final day for choosing selective courses, is it?
No, but they will be booked up very soon. Actually, some courses are already full.
Really? That's too bad. Well, I was thinking of taking a language course. What do you think?
Yes, you can do that. You can choose all courses on the school website except mathematics, since it's a required course for all students. By the way, I think business course is a good choice.
Yeah, it's not bad. I think it's going to be quite helpful after we graduate.
I think so. Guess what? I wanted to choose information statistics.
Why?
It's related to our major, so I think it's very useful for us. I mean, we will have an advantage in job hunting. But the bad thing is, it's in the morning, so we have to skip other classes in order to take it.
That's not good. We need to find an alternative that is more convenient for us.
I know, it's a shame. Nina, I think we need to get to know the courses more before choosing them. Otherwise, we may end up studying something that's either boring or useless.
You are right. Maybe we can look online to see if there's information about it. We could also ask our parents for advice.
I don't think that's going to help much. People have all kinds of opinions online. We wouldn't know which one to listen to. And our parents probably don't know much about our field. I think the best way is asking the former students who have taken the class themselves. They can tell us how they thought about it from their own experience.
Oh, yes. They know it better than anyone, just like how much we know the art design class.
Yes, before we took it last year, many people said on the internet that it was quite confusing, but it turned out to be quite easy and helpful, right?
Mm-hmm. It didn't let us down. I definitely value the course. Design is an important skill in today's world. Well, whatever course we want to choose, there are still things I need to figure out.
What do you mean? Do you mean things like the time of the courses?
Since it's the first time we can choose selective courses, I need to know how to register. I think there will be instruction on our school website for registration. I'll let you know.
You are so considerate, Nina. I think that's necessary. We need to make sure we can register as soon as we make up our mind. Before you hear the rest of the discussion, you have some time to look at questions 27 to 30. Now listen and answer questions 27 to 30.
The courses we studied last semester were quite interesting. Maybe we could get some inspiration from those courses. Do you think so?
Well, yeah, some of them were quite fun for me, such as metallurgy, though there were quite a lot of terms to remember.
But there's also a lot of useful information about it on the internet, which made things easier.
That's right, I can refer to many things when I was working on the paper.
And the professor in fluid mechanics was really patient. His explanation was crystal clear, so students had no difficulty understanding it.
Yes, that's true. I was good at this course. What do you think of computing?
I think it was kind of boring in the beginning. Do you think so?
That's exactly how I felt. There are a lot of numbers to deal with, but thankfully it got more interesting when the course went on.
Right. Because later we could relate the theories to real-life examples.
Exactly. Another course that I think was really practical is energy economy.
Oh, yes. There were a lot of practical works in the course. What we learned can come in handy in our future jobs.
We should make the decision based on our own experience and preference.
Yeah. Anyway, we really need to hurry up.
I'm sure we can reach a conclusion today. That is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers.
You will hear a lecture about the situation of wild animals, especially wild boar. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 10. Now listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 10.
Good morning. My name's Jim Robinson, and today we're going to look at the control of wild animals, specifically wild boar. Now, boar have been natural inhabitants of Western Europe for thousands of years, but in recent years, there has been a surge in boar activity that poses real threats. Boars are not currently on the protected animals list, which is perhaps why there has been a spike in their breeding activity. Boars are an indigenous species and are particularly plentiful in rural France and the Bavarian uplands of Germany. Boar hunting is a European tradition that goes back to Roman times and became particularly popular among courtiers during the Middle Ages. Even during the 20th century, boar hunting was seen as an integral part of rural life. The decline in boar hunting has obviously led to a rise in the boar populations of Europe, and the situation has reached a critical point, with boar posing a critical threat to the environment. Proponents of boar hunting cite this factor as a major reason why boar populations should be contained. Boar also pose a threat to humans too, with countless reports of people being injured during boar attacks. The origins of the wild boar have roots in Germanic, and this perhaps explains their prevalence in Germany. The problems with the boar population, Germany, have ramifications for the rest of Europe, as boar packs migrate towards Central and Eastern Europe. One of the main issues that is of great concern is the transmission of diseases that infect other species. Dairy farmers in France are particularly concerned as many of them have seen their herds depleted by infections. The methods for containing boar populations have been looked at in great detail and numerous options are available. One is to encourage more boar hunting in wild regions, such as mountains and forests. Hunters would be given licenses to hunt, either for food or sport. Of course, boar do pose a threat to human life, so this possibility must be looked at with caution. One method that must be ruled out is poison, as legislation has been introduced prohibiting this. Such methods were tried with rabbits in the 1960s, and this had a disastrous impact on the food chain. The introduction of natural predators into the ecosystem is also an option that can't be considered. The only known predators of boar in the world are wild cats, like lions and tigers. Obviously, there's no way such animals can be allowed to roam the mountains and forests of Europe. Given the threat that boars pose to humans, it is imperative that forest-dwelling boar are kept well away from people in cities. This is absolutely essential as human safety must be the main priority of policymakers. By the 11th century, boars in several European countries were becoming increasingly rare in Great Britain. King Charles attempted to reintroduce boars in the New Forest area of the country, yet the entire population was almost wiped out during the battles of the English Civil War, when roaming soldiers hunted them for food. During the 1980s, wild boar rearing was encouraged and boar populations began to rise again. By the 1990s, there was a huge rise in the number of boar across England, due in large part to the species no longer forced to live in captivity. Many boar have broken free from farms across England and are breeding at a rapid rate. Aside from their environmental threat, boars also pose a problem for farmers growing crops and vegetables. Other species such as red deer are a threat to farm produce like grain and potatoes, but boars certainly present the most serious risk. The damage done to the farming industry is estimated to cost millions of pounds, and insurance payments as a result of this have spiked in the last decade. Red deer are predominantly confined to forest areas, and it is unusual to see them outside their habitats during the summer months. However, as the weather gets colder, they can be seen looking for food around local villages and fields. Red deer have their origins in Asia and are ruminant species, which means they have a stomach that consists of 4 compartments, much like cows. They are slaughtered for food and their meat is sold as venison and is increasingly popular among consumers. There are 9 subspecies of red deer, with 3 of them on the endangered species list. The deer population doesn't pose the same threat as the boar population, but it certainly needs to be addressed. Forest areas are their main habitats, and they are now breeding at a much higher rate than in previous years. Of course, deer are an important part of the food chain and are an important part of the hunting traditions of the UK, so it is important that their population is kept stable for this reason. Though the real concern is the problems that deer present for farmers who have seen their crops suffer in devastating ways. Protection needs to be offered, and many farmers report building large perimeter fences around their fields to keep deer out, which costs them a huge amount of money. Government funding is so far inadequate to offer the protection farmers need, but ways are being looked at to provide subsidies through other means.
That is the end of Practice 1. You now have half a minute to check your answers.
IELTS Listening, version K0010.
You will hear a number of different recordings, and you will have to answer questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions and questions, and you will have a chance to check your work. All the recordings will be played once only. The test is in 4 sections. Write all your answers in the listening question booklet. At the end of the test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to an answer sheet. Now turn to section 1 on page 2 of your question booklet. Section 1. You will hear a brother and sister talking on the phone about arrangements for their father's 80th birthday party. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 6 on page 2. You will see that there is an example that has been done for you. On this occasion only, the conversation relating to this will be played first.
Hello?
Hello, Rob. Margaret here. I'm just calling about the arrangements for Dad's 80th birthday party.
Right. I've rung round the rest of the family. Most people do intend to come, even though it's a long journey. Have you made any progress with the venue?
Yes, there are 3 possible hotels we could use for the party. The Royal, the Star and the Winchester.
Oh, good. If we can make a decision now, you can probably book straight away on the internet, can't you?
Well, only the Star. I'd have to make a telephone booking at the others, but that'd be okay too.
The only hotel that takes online bookings is the Star Hotel, so the letter B has been written in the space. Now we shall begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 6.
Hello?
Hello, Rob. Margaret here. I'm just calling about the arrangements for Dad's 80th birthday party.
Right. I've rung round the rest of the family. Most people do intend to come, even though it's a long journey. Have you made any progress with the venue?
Yes, there are 3 possible hotels we could use for the party. The Royal, the Star and the Winchester.
Oh, good. If we can make a decision now, you can probably book straight away on the internet, can't you?
Well, only the Star. I'd have to make a telephone booking at the others, but that'd be okay too.
Okay. So which one do you think?
I'm not sure. They're all fairly suitable and they're in really nice locations. The Star looks right out over the bay. It's on a cliff top. Then the Winchester is in lovely countryside too.
Yes, it's in the valley, isn't it?
Yes.
What about Mum's wheelchair? How easy would it be for her to get in and out of these places?
Well, I know that the Winchester would be fine, and the Star because I've been there with her before. I wasn't sure about the Royal because I seemed to remember it had a lot of steps, so I checked, and apparently it's had ramps installed recently, so there wouldn't be any problem there either.
Oh. And what about the kids? Which one do you think would be most suitable for them? Have they got play areas or anything?
The Royal hasn't got anything, but the Winchester has one. It's on the ground floor, they said, not far from the dining room. The Star's got one too, but it isn't under cover, and we don't know what the weather will be like, do we?
True.
Then there's the birthday meal itself. The Royal's the only one where there'd be a choice. The other 2 have a set menu at lunchtime. Mind you, they all do very good food apparently, so the quality should be fine.
I don't think it really matters whether there's a variety or not, but I think we need to have our own room, don't you?
The only one that can provide that is the Royal. The Winchester and the Star only have one dining room, so we'd just be sitting with the other guests, but in a separate area of the room.
That's not quite the same, is it?
No. But the other thing to consider is the price. Normally there's not much difference between them. Perhaps the Star's slightly cheaper than the other two, but the Winchester is offering quite a good reduction because there's so many of us. The Star and the Royal would just charge their standard rates.
So, taking everything into consideration, which one do you think we should go for?
The Winchester, unless you...
OK, that's fine by me. You've obviously gone into everything very carefully.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 7 to 10 on page 3. Now listen and answer questions 7 to 10.
You've done nearly all the work so far, so what can I do now to help?
Well, could you manage the finances?
Of course. Do they want the whole amount in advance?
Just a deposit. I'll find out how much and let you know. Then if you could send that straight away to secure the booking.
Fine.
And I'll go and buy some invitations.
Oh, don't do that. I can produce them. I've got a program on my computer. It's easy.
OK, thanks.
Then, once we've had the replies, I'll call everyone who's coming to find out if they want transport.
Great. I can help out with that. Pick people up from the station or whatever.
OK.
Oh, yes. And could you stress that Dad doesn't want presents? He keeps reminding me. He says there's nothing he really needs.
OK. I'll try to discourage them. But you know what people are like. Anything else? Shall I do?
That is the end of section 1. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 2 on page 4. Section 2. You will hear the director of a club giving a talk about an ancient game played on ice called curling. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 16 on page 4. Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 16.
It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the Montreal Curling Club. I hope you'll enjoy the introductory program we've prepared for you. I'll start with a brief introduction to the game itself and the equipment, so that you'll be able to enjoy it when you watch it later on. I'll then go on to say a little about the history of the sport and the club. So, first, let's take a look at the game of curling and the implements it uses. It's played on ice, and the object of the game is for two teams to push heavy stones across the ice towards a target. Now, there are 4 people in each of the 2 teams. The first is called the lead. The next is called the second. The next, surprise, surprise, is called the third. And the final player, who is absolutely key, functions as the captain, but is always called the skip. That's S-K-I-P. The area of play on the ice, whether it be on a rink or on a frozen lake or stream, is called the sheet. This long, thin area is 42.15 meters by only 4.25 meters. And unlike ice hockey ice, for example, it is constantly groomed by frequent shaving to keep it perfectly level. At either end of this are the two zones for the targets. Each one is known as a house. A little bit about the equipment we need. The stones are made from granite. Originally, these were held by your fingers in holes specially carved out in the top. But then it was decided to add a handle to get a better grip. The other distinctive implement is the brush, or broom. This is used for two purposes. To clean the ice, of course, but more crucially, to warm it. This melts the ice slightly and lessens the friction, so you get a smoother slide. Curling is not an expensive sport. You don't buy your own stones. In fact, it is illegal to play in a match with your own stones, but you can use your own brush. There are two main types, Scottish and Canadian. The former are normally made out of horsehair, and the latter, which are now more frequently used, are made of synthetic materials, and they don't leave as many threads on the ice. Now, apart from stones and brushes, the only other piece of equipment you would need as a beginner is a rubber sole on one of your shoes, depending on which shoe you lead from. The captain will often carry a stopwatch to gauge when the ice needs to be changed. All equipment and clothing can be bought in the club shop.
Before you hear the rest of the talk, you have some time to look at questions 17 to 20 on page 4. Now listen and answer questions 17 to 20.
A quick word about Montreal Curling Club. It's renowned, not only because it often wins championships, but because it was the first club for any sport in the whole of the North American continent. And although curling is not as well known as many other winter sports, we still boast a certain amount of influence in the National Sports Council. And what are the origins of the game? It's now well established that it started in Scotland in at least as early as the 16th century. Queen Victoria, on her frequent trips to Scotland, often played it, but wrote in her diary that it required exceptional strength to throw the stones. Her patronage attracted a great deal of interest in the game, especially amongst younger players. And this was enhanced further when she granted a royal title to the Caledonian Curling Club, which had been set up in the early 19th century to create standard rules for the game. Curling has always had support in high places. In the 16th century, the Scottish Parliament actually banned golf and football as violent and unprofitable sports. They felt that local men should spend any free time practicing archery for self-defense against their enemies. But the less popular game of curling wasn't included in the ban. The art of throwing stones was thought to be just as useful as shooting arrows. But back to Canada. Here the game has flourished since the beginning of the 19th century, when Scottish soldiers posted there enjoyed playing it on the frozen lakes and rivers. Because of the difficulty in importing granite stones from Scotland, cast iron was used instead, obtained from melted down cannonballs, which had originally been brought over from Europe. Now Canada is regarded as the most successful curling nation in the world. Now, The game you're going to see.
That is the end of Section 2. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to Section 3 on page 5. Section 3. You will hear two students called Josh and Emily discussing an assignment on applying scientific techniques to art. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 24 on page 5. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 24.
Hi, Emily.
Hi, Josh. Are you ready to work on the assignment?
Yeah. Now, we need to describe how modern scientific techniques are being used in the field of art history.
Right. And Dr. Abbott suggested that we choose some famous cases to illustrate the argument.
Okay, so what have you found?
Well, there's a Canadian forensic scientist called Biro.
Yes, I think I've heard of him.
What do you know about him?
Well, I'm a big fan of Jackson Pollock.
The modern American artist. Didn't he paint those really huge abstract paintings?
That's him.
I guess it would be pretty easy to fake one of those paintings.
No way, Emily. I know a lot of people think that even a child could paint one. To the untrained eye, they might look simple, but they're incredibly intricate works of art.
Well, sorry, but I really can't agree with you. Anyway, what did Biro find out?
Well, Biro worked on a case where a client asked him to prove that a painting she bought for only $5 was an authentic Jackson Pollock.
So was it a fake?
Well, Biro found evidence to show it was a genuine Pollock, but the art world didn't accept his findings.
Why?
Well, one critic said that compared to other Pollocks, the white and yellow lines on the painting were too straight.
Come on, Josh. That doesn't seem that convincing.
No, you're right. It is a bit weak. But the strongest argument was that there were no records of previous owners. For the painting to be authentic, you really should be able to trace the painting all the way back to the artist's studio.
Well, that's true, I suppose. Did they consult with anyone else?
The International Foundation for Art Research got involved.
And what was their verdict?
Well, they saw a definite similarity in the painting techniques used.
You mean the way Pollock dripped the oils on the canvas?
Yeah. And they noted the dirt and paint marks on the back, which all of Pollock's paintings have.
Why's that?
He used to lie his canvases down on the ground when he painted them. But the foundation were worried about the acrylic paint that was used on the painting. It's quite common now, but it was very unusual back in Pollock's day.
So it was probably painted much later.
Right.
So whose side are we on in this argument?
When it comes to art, you can see the art critic's point. If their knowledge and expertise tells them that it definitely isn't a Pollock painting, shouldn't we believe them? I mean, that is usually how it works in the art world, isn't it?
Art historians have always judged paintings, but things are changing now. If we have modern scientific techniques like fingerprint analysis, why not use them?
That's true. Well, maybe we need a combination.
I think you're right.
Before you hear the rest of the discussion, you have some time to look at questions 25 to 30 on page 6. Now listen and answer questions 25 to 30.
So did you find out anything else, Josh?
Well, have you ever heard of a painting called The Battle of Anghiari?
I have, actually. It's the lost masterpiece by Leonardo da Vinci, the famous Italian artist. What about it?
Well, an Italian art analyst called Seracini thinks he knows where it is, and he's using scientific techniques to help locate it.
How?
Well, art historians knew where the painting was last seen.
That's right, in the Hall of the 500 in Florence.
Right. So, Seracini had a theory that the painting was still there, and he set out to prove it. He used a lot of different technology, like radar and thermographic cameras. But initially, he scanned every inch of the hall with a laser in order to make a really accurate 3D model of the building's design.
Did he think the painting was hidden in the building somewhere?
Exactly. Then, to find out what the hall looked like in Leonardo's time, he took pictures of it with a thermographic camera.
Couldn't he have used ultrasound to do that?
Not really. Different types of building materials produce different amounts of radiation, and you can really see those differences in a thermal image.
So, brick would look different from wood or glass, for example?
Yes. Seracini worked out what the building looked like when it was first built, and what renovations took place after that. He found that 2 large glass windows on the east wall had been removed and filled in by the time Da Vinci started work on his painting, leaving a space big enough for it.
But why hasn't the painting been seen for 400 years?
To answer that question, Seracini needed to study that wall even more closely.
Did he use the thermographic camera again?
No, this time he used another kind of technology, radar.
And what did that show?
It showed there were in fact 2 walls there, an older one and a newer one built in front of it.
So does Seracini believe that Da Vinci's painting is on the concealed wall?
Yes, on a stone wall concealed by the newer brick wall.
So, what's the next stage in the investigation?
Well, he isn't allowed to remove any plaster or bricks, so he's now experimenting with a gamma-ray camera to try and verify his theory.
Well, I think we've got some really strong examples there of how science can help art. Let's see if we can type up an outline.
That is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 4 on page 7. Section 4. You will hear a lecturer talking on the topic of sustainability. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40 on page 7. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
This week's lecture on a scientific topic of current general interest is on sustainability. The term sustainability is not new. It was first coined in 1987 in a report for the United Nations World Commission on Environment and Development. Since then, however, the term has been applied to everything from cars to agriculture and even economics. My specific focus, in fact, derives from this problem. I want to analyze what seems to me to be the confusion that surrounds sustainability. That UN document defines sustainable development as development that allows both the present and all future generations to meet their needs. Here is the first myth. Sustainability is not simply about the environment, which may come as a surprise to you. In fact, the original definition says nothing about it at all. Sustainability is not about protecting the world around us. The original focus was on finding ways to help poor nations catch up with richer nations, which primarily meant giving them similar rights to natural resources, water, food, energy, the things that many of us take for granted. The consequence and ultimate goal was improving living standards for all. Another myth is that sustainability is a synonym for green, as in green movement, green products, etc., although there is some overlap between the terms. Green suggests a preference for natural living, for example. When you go shopping, products marketed as green imply the absence of high technology and mass manufacturing processes. Those groups who campaign for sustainability, we can call them the lobby for sustainability, acknowledge that the situation is desperate. The main problem, they state correctly, is time. With 6 billion people on the planet now, and 1 billion more expected in the next 30 years, only technology will be able to provide everyone with an acceptable and safe lifestyle. Electric cars, wind turbines, and solar cells are key examples of this. They make great use of renewable resources while emitting fewer noxious chemicals. Nuclear power, too, is something the sustainability lobby has come to accept, unlike most greens. And here's the third myth. It concerns the role of technology. Technology is not rejected as evil, but we should not overemphasize the role of technology either. Take electric cars, for example. Researchers are currently working on plans to electrify the world's car fleet. New technology is currently being developed to make better batteries, giving longer performance. But a better way of thinking is perhaps to have battery stations for drivers to use on roads. When the battery is getting low, they simply swap the old one for a fully charged one. In other words, new business thinking, not new technology, for a sustainable future. There are similarities in agriculture, where knowledge can be more productive than new technology. Agriculture uses up about 3/4 of the world's water. Some crops are very thirsty and require a lot of water. So many farmers who believe in sustainability are now planting crops like sunflowers and wheat instead of corn, which are happy with much less water. In terms of water consumption, one of the biggest problems is that our diet is changing. As countries develop and people become richer, they aspire to a diet with more meat. Now, admittedly, most of the new births that will take our population to over 6 billion are going to be born in countries with largely vegetarian diets. However, most of them will be born in the city, and this is where water consumption is highest. That introduces the topic for next week's lecture, and we will be discussing.
That is the end of Section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers. That is the end of the listening test. You now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet. You have 2 minutes left. You have 1 minute left. Please stop writing and wait for your question booklet to be collected.
IELTS Listening, version K0012.
You will hear a number of different recordings, and you will have to answer questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions and questions, and you will have a chance to check your work. All the recordings will be played once only. The test is in 4 sections. Write all your answers in the listening question booklet. At the end of the test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to an answer sheet. Now turn to section 1 on page 2 of your question booklet. Section 1. You will hear 2 friends called John and Anna talking about a holiday Anna has just had on Jackson Island. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 7 on page 2. You will see that there is an example that has been done for you. On this occasion only, the conversation relating to this will be played first.
Hi, Anna. How was your holiday to Jackson Island?
It was good. There's quite a lot to see. It's quite a big island, really.
Yeah, I was thinking of going in the summer. So where would you recommend going on the island?
Well, the capital, of course, Camford. I stayed there with my cousin.
Anna stayed with her cousin, so cousin has been written in the space. Now we shall begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 7.
Hi, Anna. How was your holiday to Jackson Island?
It was good. There's quite a lot to see. It's quite a big island, really.
Yeah, I was thinking of going in the summer. So where would you recommend going on the island?
Well, the capital, of course, Camford. I stayed there with my cousin.
What did you do there?
Well, actually, I spent most of my time there shopping.
So has it got good shopping centres?
Yes, but they're the same as at home, really. So I did all my shopping in the market, which is great.
What kinds of things are good to buy there?
Everything, but bags and shoes especially. Just make sure you've got cash with you, as most of the stalls don't take credit cards.
OK, that's good to know. Where else did you go?
Well, my cousin and I went to Newtown. She said it was famous for its modern architecture. We only had half a day there, so we took a bus tour around the town. But if I were you, I'd give the bus tour a miss. Unless you know a lot about architecture, the buildings all look the same. There's a museum, though. That's supposed to be good. You might like that.
OK, I'll give it a go.
Then after that, we headed for Golden Beach because we were going to meet up with an old friend that I hadn't seen for years. But we had to stay in a caravan as the hotels were all booked up.
Is it as pretty as it looks in the brochures?
Yes, it's very picturesque. We did some sailing on the most beautiful blue sea. It was so clear that you could see the bottom, even quite far out to sea. That part of the trip was great, and I'd have liked to have stayed even longer. I'd suggest staying there for a minimum of 4 days if I were you. We had 2 days there, and it wasn't nearly enough.
Sounds great. I'll put that on my must-do list. Was that the end of your trip?
No. After Golden Beach, we drove into the centre of the island, to White Mountain.
White as in the colour?
Yes. The island's great because you can go from the beaches up to the snowy mountain in a couple of hours. We took a tent because we were going to camp, but the weather was so cold, in fact it was snowing when I was there, that we stopped in a motel instead.
Did you go skiing then?
No, but we tried snowboarding and it was harder than it looked. It looks so easy when you see other people doing it, but it took me ages to get the hang of it. I wish I'd had some lessons, but you had to make your bookings in advance.
OK, I'll look into that. Thanks.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 8 to 10 on page 2. Now listen and answer questions 8 to 10.
So are there any other tips or advice you could give me?
I don't know. Let me think. Oh, one place you should try to visit is this very quaint cafe, which is at the foot of the mountain. It has the best cakes ever. It's worth going there just for them.
I'll have to try those. So what other advice would you give?
Oh, let me think. We didn't really have any problems.
Well, how did you get around when you were there?
We wanted to get a motorbike at first. They're very cheap to hire and great fun to ride as the roads are very good. But it turned out not to be a good idea because the weather is so changeable. You'd be much better off in a car. There are plenty of places where you can hire them, and the roads are well signposted, so you won't get lost.
And presumably I can get a map when I get there?
Well, you can, but they are expensive. It'd be better to get one here before you go.
Great. That's been really useful. Thank you.
That is the end of section 1. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 2 on page 3. Section 2. You will hear an Arts Center director giving information to a group of people attending an arts weekend. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 15 on page 3. Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 15.
Welcome to Grampic Arts Campus for our annual residential arts weekend. I'm Bob Grain, director of the programme. It's a large campus. It's quite easy to get lost, so I'm going to give you a quick overview of the most important places here. Right, I'm glad you all found your way here to reception. First, a word about parking. We do have a free temporary car park here. And for those of you coming by bike, the bike sheds aren't far from reception. You'll see them on your left as you walk down South Lane towards the residential rooms. Now, dinner is in the dining room at 7:30. If you need something to eat now, the snack shop is still open. The quickest way to get there is to leave here, go straight through the office, they won't mind, the ornamental ponds in front of you, and the snack shop is the building on your left. The fitness facilities are even better this year. We've outgrown the old fitness rooms, which were next to the office. To find the new fitness rooms from here, walk up to North Road. They're at the end in the last block next to the dining room. Now, your bedrooms are quite near. You can see the single rooms in the tall block to the far left of us across South Lane. Couples and families are in our family rooms, right next door to them. I'm afraid there aren't any TVs in the rooms. We ask you to keep the noise down, please. We have a TV room. You can probably see it from here. It's right opposite us in the big red building.
Before you hear the rest of the information, you have some time to look at questions 16 to 20 on page 4.
But there are gaps in our timetables for some extra options. You may have this information in your brochure, but there have been some changes. Firstly, the drama option. I'm afraid our theatre and practice rooms here are being refurbished and are out of use. We decided against using our sports hall, and instead we're going to use our lecture rooms, which we've converted into a theatre for the weekend. There are also changes to the photography option. This year, this option isn't open to everyone. We decided for practical reasons to reserve it for beginners with no previous experience. Let me remind you that you don't need any special equipment. That's provided. The tutors have said that unfortunately they can't accept parents with children because that proved too disruptive last time. But if you're over 18, that's fine. On to the writing option. Previous courses looked at starting your novel. This year, we wondered about focusing on the techniques of writing different types of poetry. However, as a result of many requests, we've decided the workshop will concentrate on helping each participant write one or more short stories. Poetry may be some future time. Now, music. The brochure says you'll go to a concert. That's a misprint. Instead, you'll be writing and putting on your own performance, a concert for yourselves. Unfortunately, the singing tutor is ill. It's too late to replace her, so we've had to cancel singing lessons. Apologies for that. Finally, the creche. This is available for all families on the programme, and there are still some places left. I'm sure you'll be pleased to know that the charge for this hasn't increased since last year. Lunch is included, but of course parents are welcome to collect their children and spend the lunch break with them. May I remind you that any fees for this service must be settled in full at the end of the last day. So, has anybody got any questions?
That is the end of section 2. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to Section 3 on page 5. Section 3. You will hear two trainee teachers called Dean and Hannah talking about their recent teaching practice in an elementary school. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 24 on page 5. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 24.
Hi, Dean. Did you have a good weekend?
Yes. It was good to relax after a whole week of teaching practice. I really enjoyed the experience, though.
Yes, so did I. And I think it went well. Anyway, are you okay to talk about the report we've got to write on the geography lesson we taught together? I was thinking we could make notes now and then divide the actual writing up between us.
Sure. Good idea. Let's begin with our lesson names, shall we?
Right, well, I know the main one was getting the class to think about how people in different parts of the world are connected to each other through the things they buy and sell.
Yes. We took that from the syllabus for grade 4, and then we decided to use pencils as our example, because they're relatively simple in design and everyone's used a pencil at some time or other. We should include that information too.
Right. And we also wanted to get the class thinking about how things are moved around the world in different ways, from the farms and the mines to the factories and then the stores. That wasn't in the core syllabus. I think we added that ourselves.
Yes, I think you're right.
Okay. Then the last section of the report contains a post-lesson analysis.
We have to mention any problems we identified in our lesson when we taught it. So, any ideas?
Well, I know we were really satisfied with our handouts and worksheets. We both thought they'd been at just the right level for the class. And I don't know about you, but I think we worked well as a team.
Absolutely. Neither of us was too dominant, and we supported each other. Personally, the thing I think we didn't get right was the way we paced things. Some things seemed to be rushed, and others seemed to drag out too long. I don't know how you feel about that.
The same as you. If we did the same lesson again, I'd want to make some adjustments to that, but keep the same basic lesson plan.
Okay, we see eye to eye on that. But there's one other thing. At the time, I seem to remember we both thought that organizing the children in sets of 6 didn't work very well, and that pairs would have been better for certain tasks, so that the shyer kids got more chance to contribute.
Yes, I remember that too, and we should put it into our report as well.
Before you hear the rest of the discussion, you have some time to look at questions 25 to 30 on page 6. Now listen and answer questions 25 to 30.
Now, should we go over our lesson plan together before we write the report? It seems ages ago now.
Fine. Well, the whole lesson was based on the production and distribution of pencils. First, we gave out the pencils and got the students to decide what they're made of. Then, when they'd come up with all 5 of the component materials, we talked about which countries produce most of these materials.
Oh, yes. And we got volunteers to come to the front and mark the location of those on a map of the world. I remember they were really keen to volunteer. We had to stop them from calling the answers out loud.
Right. Then we brainstormed all the different ways of getting goods from one place to another, and what the advantages and disadvantages of each one would be. I remember one girl talking about using horses.
That's right. She seemed to be a bit stuck in the past. It was hard not to smile.
Yes. After that, we put them in small groups, and each group represented each of the countries on the map. They had to use their atlases to decide an itinerary for sending their raw materials to the USA, specifying the different ports and places on the way there.
That's right. And by the time they'd done that, it was break time.
And after the break, they had to imagine they were pencil manufacturers in Chicago and fill in details on a worksheet about how they dispatch their pencils to different parts of the country.
Oh, yes. Okay.
And then we had a class discussion about whether people will still be using pencils in 2050 and whether the design of pencils is likely to change. And to round the lesson off, the kids had to spend 10 minutes planning a short presentation for another class about possible developments. And that was it.
Good. So I'll write up that part.
That is the end of Section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to Section 4 on page 7. Section 4 on page 7. Section 4. You will hear a lecturer talking to a group of environmental science students about fuel made from biomass. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40 on page 7. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
Good afternoon, everyone. In this course, we've been discussing the principles of sustainable development, and now we're going to look at some of the ways in which these principles are being put into practice. Today, I'm going to talk about the use of biomass. And for those of you who don't know what biomass is, it's plant material, usually agricultural waste, such as sawdust or straw. And briquettes made out of biomass are used as fuel, either in the home or in industry. I'll start with the benefits. Using briquettes has a financial benefit because they make use of waste products as raw materials, so there isn't any cost involved for that. Another advantage is convenience. Handling briquettes is cleaner than handling materials like wood or charcoal. Also, briquettes are less trouble to store because they're a uniform size and shape. Right, let's look briefly now at how these briquettes are made. There are two basic methods of manufacture. The first method uses machinery. At the initial stage, all the loose plant material is ground into a powder and then mixed with other materials. Next, a machine compresses the biomass mixture, and that process raises the temperature and causes it to melt. The machine forces the biomass mixture out through rectangular or circular holes. Then, as the pressure decreases, the mixture cools and becomes solid again, and that's how the briquettes are formed. It's important to point out that with this method, electricity is essential to operate the machinery, and the exact amount you need depends on the type of biomass you use. But generally, the amount required is only 3% to 9% of the energy that's produced by the briquettes when they are burnt. The second method involves making briquettes by hand. This method is suitable when the biomass is mainly composed of material that doesn't melt, like paper. The biomass is made into a paste by adding water and, in addition, something sticky such as starch. This mixture is then shaped, using either a simple metal press or bare hands. So where is biomass fuel used, and how extensively? Well, it's difficult to obtain detailed figures, but it's been used for several years in Europe and the USA, mainly for agriculture. And since 2000, there's been a rapid increase in the production and use of briquettes made out of wood waste. I can give you a ballpark figure. In 2010, about 5 million tonnes were used in Europe. Some of these had to be imported from the USA. Moving further east, both India and China have been producing biomass briquettes since the 1990s. Detailed figures are hard to come by, but in China, in 2002, the number of factories producing biomass briquettes had increased to approximately 600, and production is still growing. I don't have information about Africa in general, but I can give you an example of one company in Uganda which is producing briquettes. Most of the company's customers are public institutions like schools and universities that provide hot meals for their students. The other main users are businesses that need a source of heat for producing their products. OK, well, how viable are biomass fuels like these in economic terms, and what is likely to happen in the future? Well, the answer depends partly on the price of the fuels that they replace, and that varies from place to place. But in general, the demand for biomass fuels is almost certain to grow, and that can only benefit the environment. Let's turn now to another facet of society.
That is the end of section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers. That is the end of the listening test. You now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet. You will hear a telephone conversation between a customer and a representative of an agency that arranges cleaning services for people's houses. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 4. Now listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 4.
Good morning, Home Care Cleaning Agency.
Oh, hello. I'd like to arrange to have some cleaning done, please.
Certainly. Have you used our services before?
No, I haven't. But a friend of mine has often used your company and suggested I phone you.
Oh, that's great. I'll just take some details from you and then you can let me know exactly what you would like done.
OK.
First of all, what area are you in?
I'm in the southwest.
OK. And are you interested in having a regular cleaner, or is this a one-off clean?
No, I'd like to arrange to have someone come in once a week.
Right. Now, let's just get a bit of information about the house. How many bedrooms does it have?
3.
Are they all double bedrooms?
Well, one of the bedrooms is quite small, so it's probably really 2 double rooms.
Right.
We have the small bedroom set up as an office.
OK. And just a standard kitchen, lounge, dining room and bathroom?
Well, actually, we don't have a separate dining room. It's a kitchen diner. Then there's the lounge, and as well as that, we have a family room. Oh, and 2 bathrooms.
OK.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 5 to 10. Now listen and answer questions 5 to 10.
Right. That's all I need to know about the house itself. Now, what we do is we offer a basic cleaning service and then you let us know about anything extra you'd like cleaned.
Right. And what does the basic service include?
We clean all the floors and surfaces and do a basic clean in the kitchen and bathroom.
OK, that sounds good. Oh, and do you clean windows?
Well, I'm afraid we don't do that, health and safety regulations, but we do offer other special services. We can put clean sheets on the beds, for example.
Uh-huh.
Or we can clean out your fridge. A lot of people like that done.
I'm not so worried about that, but I would like the sheets changed.
That's no problem, we can do that.
What about the carpet?
As well as the standard vacuum, we can shampoo it if you want.
Right. We've got young children, so it gets pretty dirty. I haven't had it done for 6 months. It really needs doing more often than that.
You can have it done every month if you like, but 3 months is what we usually recommend.
That sounds good. The only other thing is the washing. Do you do laundry work?
Yes, we do. That's no problem. What exactly would you like done?
Well, it's no problem to put a load of washing in the machine. I can do that, but I would like to have the ironing done.
That's fine. And would you like the washing put away in drawers or wardrobes?
No, it's OK. You can just leave everything out and fold it up.
OK, right. Now, I'll just set up an account for you and I'll take down some of your details. First of all, what's your full name?
It's Rose Kelly.
And could I have your home address, please, Mrs. Kelly?
Yes, it's 48 Amy's Road. That's A-M-Y-E-S. And that's in Mount Eden.
OK. Now, what day of the week would you like the property cleaned?
It doesn't really matter. Not Monday, but any other day.
OK, let's see. We have a cleaner in your area later on Thursday, so shall we go for that day? We could have someone there by about 9:30 in the morning. Does that suit you?
Yes, that's fine. And do you charge an hourly rate or a total for the whole job?
No, we charge by the hour. It will work out to about $25 per hour.
Oh, that's quite reasonable. I thought it might be closer to $30. And how long do you expect it to take?
Well, you said the house isn't large, so I'd guess no more than 3 hours at the most. We can occasionally finish a 3-bedroom in 2.5, but that's probably not too realistic.
Right, that sounds good.
OK, that's lovely. Thank you very much, and we'll have someone there next week.
Thank you.
That is the end of Part 1. You now have 45 seconds to check your answers to Part 1.
Section 2. You have some time to look at questions 11 to 16.
Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 16.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'll give you a bit of background to the museum and then tell you about some of the galleries. You probably won't have time to see everything today, so what I recommend you do is go to the Egyptian room first, because it's everyone's favourite place and it gets very crowded with the school parties later in the day. Oh, and I should mention that the photography gallery is undergoing refurbishment at the moment, so while that's definitely worth seeing, it'll have to wait for another time. Now, the actual museum building itself is quite interesting. It was designed by a local architect called William Craven in the 19th century, at a time when the city was developing rapidly, with new factories to cope with the expansion of the textile industry. The museum's built in a very similar style to the railway station, which was constructed at around the same time. That was designed by another architect, but William Craven did also provide the plans for the town hall, which was built just a few years later. Construction of the museum began in 1888 with a large team of carpenters, stonemasons, and builders. Then, in recent years, it's been extensively refurbished. The lovely big windows have been retained to let the daylight flood in, but the award-winning part of the project was the restoration of the area around the central hall. In particular, the beautiful wrought iron staircase, which was brought back to its former glory. Unfortunately, the museum's original tiled floor had to be replaced with new tiles of a similar design. It was a very expensive project, and since we don't charge admission fees, we had to find other ways of funding it. We did get some money from the Department of Culture at national level, but we had even more generous support from companies and industries here in the city who were our main benefactors. However, we do also depend on donations from people living in the area for the ongoing maintenance of the building. So, how will the museum mainly be spending its money in the next 5 years? We already work with schools and colleges, helping people get a better understanding of all the creative disciplines. We consider the most important part of our work the restoration of the valuable historical objects we are lucky enough to have in our possession, and this will continue to be where the most funding is allocated. Of course, it would be wonderful to purchase new objects for the museum, but we simply don't have the space at the moment. Well, we do hope you enjoy your day today, but if you would like to learn more about our exhibits on display here, I suggest you come to one of the Saturday morning lectures which are given every month by one of our team of experts. Of course, you can pick up leaflets about the exhibits in most of the galleries too, but you'll only get a basic introduction from those. We're also working to update our website so that it provides more background on the exhibits, but that's still at the planning stage.
Before you hear the rest of the talk, you have some time to look at questions 17 to 20 on page 4. Now listen and answer questions 17 to 20.
Okay, now let me just tell you a bit about what's on at the moment. Well, we're very well known for our collection of 18th century paintings, both oils and watercolours. Some of these are English landscapes and portraits, but we also have paintings by other European artists who were working during this period. If you're interested in art that's a bit nearer home, the Farnley collection is a set of drawings by Paul Farnley. He was born in Ireland, but he came to work here in the city in the early 20th century and then made it his home. He worked in a factory but spent his spare time drawing the buildings and urban landscape of the city, and his work has now been collected and displayed here. On a more practical note, we have a display of kitchen appliances which might interest you. These are the sorts of things you wouldn't normally expect to see in a museum. There's an electric potato peeler from the 1970s, which sold really well at the time, but no one's got one now. There are lots of other similar appliances, which must have seemed like great ideas at the time, but which never took off. You might also like to visit the fashion gallery. This is an exhibition which is running for the next few weeks only and shows men's and women's fashion from 1900 to 2000, including some of the famous designers of the time. Okay, so if anyone's got any questions, follow me over.
That is the end of section 2. You now have half a minute to check your answers.
Now turn to section 3.
Section 3. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 25.
Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 25.
Hi, Francis. Sam. So, how did you go with applying the different theoretical business tools for the report I asked you to write?
It was interesting and made us really focus on which tool was best to use when analysing a business.
Good. So, tell me what you found out.
We liked the theory behind pest analysis. That's political, economic, social and technological, although we're not sure if it was very applicable to our case. Some of the other groups had studies for which it worked really well, and they said it was easy to use. But I felt it focused too much on the big picture and was unsuitable for our company.
I agree. On the other hand, I enjoyed using the drill-down method. It was painstaking to do, and we seemed to be working on it for ages. But the results were worth waiting for.
Yes, I liked the way it eventually broke down complex problems.
Yes, I much preferred doing the PMI analysis. It was so straightforward to break down into its 3 components, plus, minus, and interesting implications. You just needed to brainstorm these components and then write them up. Fast and effective. And it didn't make your brain hurt doing it.
I agree, and you don't need any special training at all. Anyone can use it.
So, was there any tool that you thought was superior to the others?
In my opinion, the one tool that is critical to business, especially for larger companies, is Pareto analysis. If they applied Pareto analysis, they would see that by focusing on the critical 20% of their problems, they could generate 80% of the benefits. This would allow them to work faster, and it also reduces their workload. It's all about finding out what their basic problems are.
I agree with Francis about Pareto, but my favourite was the SWOT analysis. You know, looking at the company's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats, as it can be used in so many different situations. It works in large and small companies, and even down to departmental level. It was great for our case study.
Yes, that's true.
Before you hear the rest of the discussion, you have some time to look at questions 26 to 30 on page 6. Now listen and answer questions 26 to 30.
OK, I've read your draft report, but can you tell me a bit more about that company you focused on?
Well, the company we used in our study was a manufacturing company who have relied on distributors to take their product to the end user. We did some analysis examining the possibility of them distributing their own products.
We initially looked at their strengths. The company, although it is small, is well known and has a very good reputation. The management are very committed to increasing the company profits, and they are confident this move would be successful.
Right. And the company has quite a lot of staff who have previously worked for distribution companies, so the knowledge is already there. That was something we didn't expect to find and is probably going to help them the most to achieve their goals.
I was quite impressed by some of the opportunities you detailed. I did think you missed something quite pertinent to their future growth, however.
What was that?
You didn't consider the potential for establishing an offshore division. You talked about the company negotiating better terms with its suppliers. Most of these are based abroad, and so if the company had a way of actually distributing the product there, this could be a tremendous opportunity and give them an edge over their competitors.
That's a good point. So, what did you think about the threats we identified?
I thought you did a good job. I was really pleased to see that you considered how the government's planned environmental policy could really affect the viability of this venture. With this law being introduced next year, they might need to find new ways of using their existing technology. It's easy to identify what your competitors are doing, but it's the bigger picture that often gets ignored. So, Sam, what did you learn from this assignment?
Heaps. I guess I hadn't realised how much time it takes to ensure your company survives and profits. It was great to study the different tools in books, but applying them in the real world was much harder than I thought. It was a great learning experience.
I'm glad I could make your assignment relevant. I'm basically happy with your report. You've got the format correct, with the necessary headings, etc., and you've got sufficient details under the different headings. Just remember to state whether or not you think the company should go ahead with a new venture. But you've done a good job so far.
That is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 4.
Section 4. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40 on page 8. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
I'd like to give you a brief overview of a research project I've been working on as part of a team of 4. We wanted to get some data on what happens to students after they graduate, and also find out how useful they felt their degree course was to them. We focused on graduates from the course in business management, since this is one of the most popular and long-established courses. We decided to use 2 different data gathering methods. We started off by emailing a brief questionnaire to all last year's graduates from that course, and then we selected a number of those who had replied, and with them we carried out phone interviews. We'd originally intended to use face-to-face interviews, but didn't feel that would be practical, and in fact we found this method provided a combination of wide coverage and depth, which is what we wanted. So, what did we find? Well, I suppose our most surprising finding was just how many graduates had gone on to work towards an additional qualification, rather than getting a job immediately. That was 32%, almost a third. Of the rest, a very small proportion were unemployed, just 4%, and all the rest were in employment. More than half of them were in the public sector, with a sizable minority in the private sector, and a small number in the not-for-profit sector. We were also interested in the attitudes of those who were employed towards their work. The majority said that their expectations had been fulfilled. They were generally satisfied in terms of their salary and also happy with their prospects for career development, with very few of them feeling that they were in a dead-end job with no prospects of promotion. For the second main part of our research, we wanted to get some feedback from the graduates on how useful they felt their degree course had been to them. There were really 3 main skills which the graduates felt they'd gained from doing the course and identified as having been the most valuable to them. They highlighted the fact that they developed the ability to work as members of a team. Another skill which they cited as valuable was that of personal organisation, things like meeting deadlines, time management and so on. And finally, a lot of them said that what they'd learned about approaches to problem solving had been very useful. We also asked them about which elements of the course had been least valuable to them. To our surprise, the thing that was mentioned most often here was presentations. They hadn't enjoyed having to give these as part of their course, nor had they found it useful having to listen to those given by their fellow students. The reason given for this was that they felt they weren't trained how to do it properly. And the second thing that got very negative feedback was work on essay writing. Most people thought this was unnecessary and that it would have been better to work on report writing. And finally, some respondents said that they would have liked more guidance on the best way to go about looking for a job, that the course could have done more to help them. Finally, we asked if there were any skills.
That is the end of section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers. That is the end of the listening test. You now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet. IELTS Listening, version 56337. You will hear a number of different recordings, and you will have to answer questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions and questions, and you will have a chance to check your work. All the recordings will be played once only. The test is in 4 parts. Write all your answers in the listening question booklet. At the end of the test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to an answer sheet. Now turn to Part 1 on page 2 of your question booklet. Part 1. You will hear a woman talking to a man about hiring a room for a party. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 7. Now listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 7.
Good morning, the Function Company. Can I help you?
Hi. A friend told me that you can arrange rooms for hire for parties and things like that.
That's right. We have about 10 hotels on our list and we hire out function rooms on their behalf. Are you having a party?
Yes, it's for my birthday, my 21st.
OK. First of all, can you tell me how many people you're inviting?
I'm not sure yet. It depends on the cost.
OK. Well, the Exchange Hotel might be a good choice for you. They have a room which will seat up to 45 and will take 65 people standing. Are you going to have a meal or just a buffet?
I think a buffet. It doesn't have to be a sit-down meal. I don't know the Exchange Hotel. Can you tell me a bit more about it?
Well, it was built about 150 years ago. We regularly arrange parties there. They have a room for hire on the 5th floor. It's not the most central hotel, but it's very easy for people to find. It's very popular for wedding parties, so I'll have to check if it's available.
OK. Is the room nice? Have you seen it?
I have. It's quite big and very light, but the best thing is that it has a wonderful view. On a fine evening, you can see for miles.
Oh, sounds good. How much is it?
It's £32 a head. That includes the hire of the room and the standard buffet, but not drinks. And you have to have at least 35 guests.
Well, that won't be a problem. We're likely to be more than that. Can you tell me when it's available?
I can check that for you. Which dates are you looking at?
Ideally the middle to end of April. Weekends.
Let me see. They can do any Saturday in April, but not Fridays or Sundays.
OK. But if I want something bigger, what would you recommend?
There's the Limerick Hotel.
How do you spell that? Oh, I'm taking notes.
It's Limerick. There's a large room there which seats up to 75 people, or there's room for 125 standing.
Oh, I expect we'll be standing. Where is it?
It's in the business district, so public transport's good. It's got a large car park too, though. The room's on the ground floor and it's recently been refurbished.
Is there a garden we could use if we're on the ground floor?
There's a small one that would be available.
Oh, sounds nice, especially if it's a warm evening. And the cost?
The buffet is £36 per person. Shall I check availability in April for you?
Yes, please.
OK. You said weekends, didn't you?
Yes.
No Fridays again, and it's not free on the first Saturday. That's the 6th. But it's free on the 13th and 20th.
Thank you.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 8 to 10. Now listen and answer questions 8 to 10.
I think the first hotel looks best for me, but I need 2 or 3 days to think about it.
OK, well, if I take your booking today, I can hold it for a week. So if you want to change your mind or have a look at other possible hotels, we can do that. To confirm the booking, I then need a deposit of 35%. You pay the other 65% 10 days before the party.
OK, and when do I have to confirm numbers?
The number of guests needs to be confirmed 5 days before the party, and you also have to decide which menu you want then.
That sounds OK. I'll ring you on Monday. Is this your direct line? 368207?
I'll be out of the office on Monday, but you can call me on my mobile phone on 044 2986 11.
All right. I've got all that. I'll ring you back later. Thanks.
Bye then.
That is the end of Part 1. You now have 1 minute to check your answers to Part 1.
Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 14.
Welcome to our holiday special. Today I'll be talking about a new cycle route in this area called the Amsden Way. It's well signposted so you can see exactly where to go. And it's an easy route with no steep hills. It's 35 kilometers long from Amsden to Lowington and consists partly of cycle paths and partly roads. Let me outline the route briefly, starting at Amsden Railway Station. The first part is a cycle path running eastwards, roughly parallel to the rail track. Almost immediately, the railway curves away and goes around the southern side of a little lake. But the cycle path takes the northern route around the lake. Keep your eyes open for the swans that nest there. The path then joins the road, and the next landmark is a group of massive rocks which tower over the countryside. You will see them to the east of the road just before the road goes under the railway. They are very impressive. Soon, you'll come to a fork in the road where you're going to leave the road and head off toward the river. But if you want to make a detour to Colleen Nature Reserve, go straight on instead of leaving the road here. Continuing along the cycle path, you'll reach the River Cleeve. The cycle path follows the river southwards. After a bit, you'll see the Ashington China Factory, which closed in 1962. When you get there, there's a bridge over the river, and you carry on with Langton Forest to the south and farmland to the north. The route ends at Langton Village, where you'll find a railway station. So you can either catch the train here or cycle back to Amsden.
Before you hear the rest of the program, you have some time to look at questions 15 to 20. Now listen and answer questions 15 to 20.
One point to remember when you're cycling on the Amsden Way is that you should keep your eyes open for sheep which occasionally stray onto the cycle path from adjoining fields. So be careful to avoid accidents. The path is well constructed, so it's not affected by wet or muddy conditions. There might be the odd car or tractor when you're cycling on roads, but most traffic has been diverted to the main road that bypasses the whole area. Now, a bit more about some of the places you'll see. The starting point, Amsden Station, was quite busy in the early 20th century with services to several major cities. But it was closed in the 1950s. And actually, a small company was set up to turn it into a sort of railway museum, maintaining it in the style of the 1950s. And the station was ready for trains to start using it again earlier this year. It's only used by a few local trains, though. There's a visitor's center at the station which has a small exhibition about the history of railway transport all over the world, and a facility for hiring bikes if you don't have one of your own. There's also a small shop just across the road from the station that sells refreshments. As I said, you can cycle to Langton and return to Amsden by train, or the other way around, because you can take your cycle on the train. There's no need to book. There's plenty of room and no extra charge. However, the service is very limited, and the trains between these two places don't run on weekdays. If you want to see the River Elm, there's a footpath from Amsden Station, and you can safely leave your bike in the car park there. Leave yourself plenty of time, though. Going down's easy, but the climb up is very steep. So the walk back up to the top can take quite a while. But it's worth the effort. The scenery is wonderful, and the footpath runs right next to the river, down to a waterfall. Finally, if you'd like to do some more cycling in the area, there are lots of other cycle paths. We'll be talking on the radio about them, and you'll be able to get full details in the Saturday edition of the local paper. The National Cycle Network also has some details on their website, although I have to say they don't have many local ones yet. But that may change. So we'll be telling you more about...
That is the end of Section 2. You now have half a minute
Section
to
3.
check your answers.
You will hear two students called Tom and Bella attending the third meeting of the after-school club. They are talking with their professor about the furniture company. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 26. Now, listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 26.
Before we start, Tom and Bella, thanks for coming in today to talk about the key case studies that will help you to understand your classwork better. Now, I hope you've read the notes I gave you last week on the furniture company Willows, as this will be the focus of our discussion today. Let's begin. Who can tell me what the current focus of the company's business is?
The company used to be very large, with many retail outlets across the country. However, since the recession, there have been fewer people spending money on furniture, and so the company was forced to close all of its outlets, and now only operates online.
Well done, Tom. Bella, can you add anything?
Willows used to produce a very large number of products, such as tables, chairs, and light fittings. However, through market research, they realized that most of their profit was made from the sale of bookcases, so they now specialize in this one product.
Very good. Does anyone know how our department began its contact with Willows?
Did you contact the company, Professor?
No, Tom, it wasn't through me.
Our headmaster saw an article that the manager had written in the newspaper and became very interested in the company. He contacted Willows and arranged for a student to work there full-time during the summer.
Yes, exactly. Does anyone know what the student thought of their time working at Willows?
Yes, he is a friend of ours. He worked as a member of the design team, creating technical drawings of the furniture using a computer. There was a special software that he used, which he said had a bad interface and was very difficult to predict. However, it was very efficient and helpful for quickly drawing up furniture designs.
How interesting.
Yes, it was. We both visited him whilst he was working there, and he showed us around. Unfortunately, visitors were not allowed to access the IT department, but it was great to chat with his colleagues.
Did you meet his manager?
His manager is a very busy man, so he didn't have time to meet with us. However, we were allowed to inspect the accounts, which really helped us to understand the effects of the software on the company.
Well, what an exciting experience. Now, before I forget, next week I'll be conducting face-to-face interviews with each of you to prepare for job interviews.
Can we do it as a group?
I'm afraid not, Bella. I want to give each of you my undivided attention, and there will be too much disturbance if I interview you all together. Plus, it will be more realistic if I interview you alone.
Have you finished writing the feedback on our exam results, Professor?
Yes, I have, Tom, and I must say that I was not disappointed. I am glad to say that your performance has dramatically increased since you began attending this after-school club, and you have both scored above the average. If you continue to work hard, your results should soon improve significantly.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 27 to 30. Now, listen and answer questions 27 to 30.
Now, back to our discussion about Willows. Can anyone tell me what business decisions might benefit the company?
A new system would definitely benefit Willows. Their system is very outdated. I don't think it would help them to gain more profit. However, the system is capable of doing the work of hundreds of people. This would, therefore, significantly lower labor costs.
I agree. Unfortunately, unless they also replace the machinery in their workshop, the new system won't reduce the production time.
That is a shame. If they can't reduce their production time, they won't be able to increase sales. The answer is to hire more staff in order to increase the efficiency of the production line.
Yes, you have both made interesting points. Now for one final question before we finish this week's session. How will new clients be affected by the new system?
Unfortunately, the new system does not allow clients to connect to the Willows system from home, so they are unable to access their work online. This also means that the system presents no opportunity to attract more contacts, since clients are unable to view it from their homes.
Yes, that's true. However, it could definitely benefit clients who visit the showroom. The system is very interactive and allows clients to easily browse the furniture catalog, which will save them a lot of time.
It's a shame that staff are still needed to guide clients through the online system, as it means that no savings can be made in labour costs. I think the major benefit of the new system is that it enables staff to design the furniture in front of the client, which allows them to get a lot more involved in the design.
Bravo! You've both contributed fantastic points to our conversation. That concludes our session for today. I'll see you next week.
That is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section
Part
4.
You will hear a lecture about a special type of sneezing. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
Welcome to this lecture in the health sciences intended to inspire you and get you thinking about your research project. Today, I want to show you how even ordinary human behavior like sneezing, which normally happens when you get a cold, may be worth studying. Have you ever been walking outside when a bright shaft of sunlight hits you between the eyes? The reaction of some people is immediate. An unpleasant prickling in the nose, an increase in their breathing rate, and an uncontrollable watering of the eyes. Then, almost as quickly, they sneeze and gain relief. This may happen every time they go into the sun. This so-called photic or light sneeze is a reflex, which means it can't be controlled, and it's very common. Anything between 1 in 10 and 1 in 3 people might be affected. In fact, a sneeze is triggered by an irritation of some sort in the linings of the nostrils. The result is a cascade of reactions, beginning with the stimulation of the nerve endings all over the face and generating an explosive expulsion of air at up to 95 miles an hour, like an extremely localized personal hurricane. The body's coordination of such reactions is complicated and belongs to the subconscious control hardware that regulates other things, for example, tears in the eyes. People have been interested in the phenomenon of photic sneezing for thousands of years. The Greek philosopher Aristotle asked, "Why does the sun prompt us to sneeze, whereas the heat of a fire does not?" A partial answer came 2,000 years later, when the English philosopher Francis Bacon showed that his photic sneeze had nothing to do with heat. If he closed his eyes when going into the sun, he didn't sneeze even though the heat was still there. Henry Everett, a consultant psychiatrist at Johns Hopkins University Hospital in Baltimore, was the first to make a systematic attempt to understand the condition. Noting in 1964 that 30% of the staff employed in the medical department were photic sneezers, Everett did some further investigation. He found that while 80% of sneezers reported other sneezers among their relatives, only 20% of non-sneezers did. Now, there are factors that are certain indicators of a photic sneeze. First of all, those with the condition almost always sneeze a set number of times on exposure to light. In addition to this, the sneeze depends on a contrast in visible brightness, such as when the sun moves out from behind a cloud. And the sneezing fit won't be repeated immediately. The body needs time before it can be recharged. So if you go back into a darkened space and then immediately re-enter bright light, you will not sneeze again. Now on to possible applications of research in this area. The photic sneeze had long been overlooked because its effects are generally less than serious, although the government did once study it as a risk factor for pilots. Yet work on such a simple disorder might lead to important discoveries on more acute conditions such as migraine or epilepsy, which are also caused by cross wires in the nervous system. That is why I encourage you to select something similar for your first investigative medical project. It could be the beginning of something even more useful. Now let's talk about the project timetable.
That is the end of Part 4. You now have 1 minute to check your answers to Part 4.
That is the end of the listening test. You now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet. Version 52367. You will hear a number of different recordings, and you will have to answer questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions and questions, and you will have a chance to check your work. All the recordings will be played once only. The test is in 4 parts. Write all your answers in the listening question booklet. At the end of the test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to an answer sheet. Now turn to Part 1 on page 2 of your question booklet. Part 1. You will hear a school principal talking to a teacher who is going to organize an art competition. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 4. Now listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 4.
Hi, John.
Hi, Wendy. Thanks for coming to discuss the school art competition. I know this is your first year organising it.
Well, I've got some ideas, but I'd appreciate some help with arrangements.
OK. We usually divide the competition into age groups. The first age group is junior students.
I'll just note that down.
Last year we went with a theme of family. That worked very well.
Yes, something simple is best for young children, I think. How about animals this year?
Sounds good. And for the type of art, last year children in the junior age group created a drawing. Shall we stick with that?
Yes. And for the prize, I heard last year we gave cinema tickets to the winner. Is that right?
Yes. But, you know, it might be nice to give the winners tickets to the zoo this time.
Good idea.
OK.
Finally, for the senior students, we also have to think of a theme. I've got a couple of ideas. One is the future.
I'm not quite sure how students might approach that theme. It could be tricky.
My other idea was the city. What do you think?
Good. Students could get some really interesting images with that theme.
And for the type of art, I think a photograph would work well.
Great idea. And as a prize, one of our sponsors is willing to donate a voucher that the winner can spend on travel.
Fantastic. They can find inspiration for their next artworks.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 5 to 10. Now listen and answer questions 5 to 10.
Now, let's discuss some further details of the competition.
Sure. First of all, the deadline for submitting artwork. We want to award the prizes on May the 25th.
Last year we needed a week to judge the winners and finalise arrangements for the awards night. How about if entrants submit their artwork by May the 18th?
Sure. I'll just note that down. Where should they submit their artworks? At the office?
Actually, there's more space at the library, so let's ask students to take their art there.
OK. In terms of judging the competition, what did you do last year?
We used an excellent local artist. We should try and use her again this year. Her name is Rebecca Lee.
OK. Is that L-E-E?
No, it's L-E-I-G-H.
Right. I guess I should also note down her number so that I can get in contact with her after we finalise the rest of the competition details.
Sure. I've got her number here. Are you ready? It's 0407 625 4633.
Got it. After the judging, where are we going to display the artworks? How about we book the Bridge Street Gallery? It's a beautiful old building.
It is. So can you go ahead and book it?
Yes. And do you think we should also publish the artworks in the school magazine?
Yes, definitely. I think the winning students would be delighted to see that.
Great. Now, in terms of the art exhibition of the students' work, should we make it a morning event and follow it up with a special lunch or afternoon tea for parents?
I was thinking a late afternoon event might be better so that parents can attend after work. After the exhibition, we could put on a dinner. What do you think?
Yes, that could be nice. Now,
That is the end of Part 1. You now have 1 minute to check your answers to Part 1. Part 2. You will hear a guide talking to a group of tourists who are going to spend a day on an island. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 14.